all that Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick ever wanted to do was play football. Living alone with their grandmother in the sweltering Arizona desert, the twin brothers idolized their father, a legendary college quarterback who had won a Heisman Trophy and a national title at Iowa before his pro career was tragically cut short by a fatal car accident. Despite their lineage, no one thought that Colin and Taylor would have much of a chance of playing football beyond grade school. Colin stood at only 5'7" his senior year of high school, but was a speedy running back and definitely the more athletically gifted of the two brothers. Taylor was a left-handed quarterback who struggled to see over the line at 5'9", but was smart enough to make up for it. Together, the two boys single-handedly carried their tiny public school on a state semifinal run their senior year, but really flew under the radar in the recruiting world. Thankfully, due to his stellar academic performance, Taylor was able to earn a preferred walk-on offer from the brand new Space Force Academy, where he would have to fight his way onto the field as a 59 overall pocket passer. Colin had a little bit more luck than his brother, picking up some offers from small schools, including a scholarship offer from Northern Illinois, where the 70 overall scat back would have a chance to establish himself as a potential change of pace option his first couple of seasons. Since both schools are in the same conference, the brothers' teams would meet almost every season. Both brothers have a long road ahead to becoming college stars, and I'll be playing the entire first season of their journeys in this video. It's time for Taylor's first college practice, and he's gonna have to do a lot to get these coaches' attention. He's trying to work all the way up from the third string spot, and it is not going to be easy. Right now he's just hoping to set himself up as the potential starter next season, and he hasn't made any big mistakes so far, but he's got to show that he can make some serious throws, and it is really not easy with these sliders. I'm just having to take these dump offs. Overall, a pretty good practice, but still a long ways to go with coach trust, and Taylor's gonna have to watch his team lose to Wisconsin from the sidelines. But Colin, on the other hand, has the chance to earn some real playing time at Northern Illinois this season, and if he has a good practice today, he might get some looks in the season opener against Iowa, and he's been really solid in this practice, showing an effective burst of quickness, and even adding a stiff arm there on the end. Colin is most definitely the more athletically gifted brother, and he's turned a few heads with this practice for sure. He looks like he could be capable of challenging for a starting spot, and we'll see if he gets a few handoffs against Iowa. The coaches actually have him in at fullback right now. Definitely some interesting personnel choices given Colin's light frame, but it looks like he's gonna get the chance to run a route here, and you know I'm calling for the ball all day. Sadly, that goes nowhere, as Iowa's thrashing this Husky team, and that's gonna do it. Only one reception for 3 yards, as Iowa beat Northern Illinois badly, and Ontario Brown did look like a starter today. Not the first game Colin was looking for. He thought he'd get some carries with a big deficit like that. It seems like his coach is gonna make him earn it with hard-fought reps in practice, and the starting job might be a little bit further away than it first appeared. Meanwhile, Taylor is just happy to be getting reps in practice, and he's quietly been doing a good job making nice throws. Like, look at that across the body throw to Hubble. Taylor might have a promising future, but his lack of mobility could be an issue. He's gonna have to make crisp reads and throws like this one on the corner route to Kepler, but despite the good reps in practice, he doesn't have a chance of sniffing the field against FCS East today, except as a holder. Apparently coaches decided to give him this job. Taylor Fitzpatrick is going to be the best holder in the country by the end of the year. Look how hyped he is. And this game is actually going really well. Oh my god, man, are we seeing the field here? I don't know what happened to the backup, but Taylor of all things is starting out with a read option. You see him shake off that tackle. I legitimately do not know how we are in the game right now, and I will gladly hand it off to unhook the trailer. It doesn't look like the coaches are going to let Taylor throw it around. That's okay. I guess they saw enough from him that they wanted to throw him a bone. He'll get the chance to run another read option on 2nd and 8, and once again he'll keep it running with that 60 speed and getting yanked down. One more handoff and that should do it for this one. Possibly the most thrilling 10 yards ever gained in college football, and it does appear that the coaches have promoted Taylor to the 2nd string. I don't know why this happened, but I guess they saw something in our boy. Meanwhile, Colin is practicing in a monsoon before his game with Appalachian State here, and he's having a real nice practice, showing solid vision and a good ability to get into those holes. One thing that he hasn't really shown yet is big breakaway run ability. He always seems to get tackled before he can get quite past that 2nd level, and the best way for him to earn playing time right now would probably be by showing he's an effective pass catcher, but that'll be an area of focus for him in the next few practices. And he's hardly seen the field at all against App State, as the Mountaineers have been smashing this Northern Illinois team. He actually ended up having less rush yards than his brother this week. In a surprising turn of events, Taylor's been the one who's been able to win over his coaching staff a little bit quicker. He just seems to be a good fit for the Space Force program, and unlike his brother, he's been dialing up some big plays in practice, hitting Hubble over top for the touchdown. The only thing is, all this coach trust could go away real quick if Taylor starts turning the ball over. You haven't seen that dreaded pick in practice that just axes your coach trust, and right when I say that, man, I click the wrong button, Taylor throws it right up into coverage, and that is a lot of progress canceled out right there. That's something that can't happen again. It'll take a little bit to make up for that, and sadly today Taylor is not seeing the field at all, because not a single extra point or field field goal has been kicked, as Kansas State went to town on the Delta Dogs. Taylor has earned enough XP to boost his overall up to 60. Colin's still having a tougher time than expected, as with his size, he's getting thrown around by the bigger guys at practice, but that has caused him to develop some toughness. He's been breaking out of more tackles than I expected him to. He still definitely doesn't quite look like an ever down back just yet, but he's slowly working his way up. And on this stretch play, he actually has a ton of room. This might be the big play he's been waiting for. He's down the sidelines and gets pushed out at the 5. So Colin's best practice so far for sure, and FCS is a perfect opportunity to get some action. He finally gets his first handoff and cuts it upfield for a nice little 5-yard gain. It looks like Colin is going to get a chance to prove himself against a weaker opponent, but gets demolished by the safety there. Oh my god. Look at his legs just get completely crumpled. Interestingly enough, coach is giving Colin a lot of time right now. And there's a reception. He catches a pass in the flats for a big first down. I'm not sure, but I think the starting running back might actually be hurt. This could be a huge opportunity. Colin's already got a few carries under his belt, and he'll add another reception to that. This is exactly what we needed out of him. Unfortunately, Northern Illinois hasn't even been able to score. FCS Midwest has provided more of a challenge than expected. And bro, this is terrible timing. Colin goes down with an injury. That is not good. I was worried that would end his playing time for the day, but he is right back in there. And coming off the bench, he's able to bounce to the outside. Might be his biggest play yet, but damn, he gets killed. Colin is gonna get hurt plenty if he keeps taking hits like that. He's gotta find a way to protect his small frame. And really, this has been a kind of underwhelming performance. He's averaging less than 4 yards per carry. It's not like this is exactly a world-beating defense either. Colin has certainly looked like a freshman, but that was a beautiful back juke, his best play of the day, but can't quite pick up that first. Thankfully, defense actually got a turnover, because offense has really been pretty much useless today. And Colin will have to watch this big 3rd and 5 from the sideline. Thankfully, his quarterback throws a strike for the first down. And he'll even come back in the game on the goal line. A shot to get his first touchdown here. He is desperately calling for the ball, but Lombardi runs it in himself. I think the starting running back is definitely hurt, because Colin's getting all the carries right now, and we're gonna have to find a way to crush this clock. Colin's able to get outside here though, and why are we not able to outrun these linebackers? Unfortunately, FCS Midwest gets the ball back and scores. This could potentially be a devastating upset in a season that's already sucked, and the pass game has been pretty much non-existent today, which is going to continue to lean on the run game and some nice blocks to the outside. That'll be Colin's best run of the day. Now up over 50 yards, the stats are looking a little bit better, and oh, this is just beautifully blocked. Colin, get out of there, bro. We gotta turn those burners on and outrun those DBs, man. This is starting to become a nice drive. Gotta punch it in for the touchdown, and the blocking is just getting better and better. Wide open lanes for Colin with time ticking towards 2 minutes. And offense is able to punch it in, but FCS answering right back with a field goal. This one could potentially be headed to overtime, but it looks like coach is going to get aggressive with 20 seconds left. Unfortunately, Lombardi takes a sack. Colin will get a chance to make something shake with this halfback screen. I actually like this call a lot. We just got to get some blockers, and we might have something here. Colin getting near the first down marker. If we can pick this up, we might have a shot at a field goal. And Colin has some space out of the backfield, able to improvise for a little 2 yards. Probably going to have 2 plays to try to get into field goal range, but Lombardi takes an absolutely terrible sack. We'll have to call a timeout. Barring something truly crazy, this one is headed to overtime, and Lombardi actually took a shot to Colin. Bro, if we could have caught up to that low-key, that might have been a dime. So overtime, FCS kicked a field goal. So all NIU needs is a touchdown to win. Look at Colin fighting for extra yards. Could be a chance for a game-winning touchdown for Colin, but he gets stonewalled on 2nd down, which isn't even giving him a route on 3rd down, and that was just a terrible throw. But wait, we have a defensive pass interference. So the drive continues. A killer penalty for FCS. But Lombardi is going to get out of the pocket and fumble the ball. Are you kidding me, bro? We're gonna lose this damn game. Colin's boys slide to 0-3 on the season, and it wasn't a terrible first game for him. He's still listed as number 2 on the depth chart, so Brown must have just had a game-ending injury. Definitely an interesting turn of events for Colin, as Taylor's still struggling along in practice. He continues to have pretty consistent flashes of potential with throws like this one to Hubble. Now he'll just continue to be a faithful holder for the Delta Dogs, and how is that not roughing the kicker? The boys might actually be staging a comeback here against Vanderbilt, but unfortunately the Dogs run out of time. Another 0's day for Taylor. Meanwhile, Colin and the Huskies are taking on Purdue, still looking for their first win, and Colin starts off by dropping a pass. So Colin spends almost no time on the field this week, and the Huskies somehow blow a 6-point lead in the last minute. You gotta be kidding me. Can't say I'm sure how the Huskies went from kneel down to loss so quick, and practice has been incredibly frustrating, because for whatever reason Colin's had almost no room to work, and it's been really hard to earn his coach's trust. At this point in this season, this Northern Illinois team is considered one of the worst in the country. Even lowly Kent State is providing a challenge, and Rocky Lombardi refuses to throw it to a wide open Colin there. The frustrations for Colin continue to mount after what seemed like a promising start to the season. He is getting a carry here though. We'll see if he can do something with this. He gets to the outside, cuts it back in, and this is one of his biggest runs yet, picking up 17. Gotta take those opportunities to come in and flash some potential, because for some reason this team leans on the starting running back harder than anybody else in the country. Colin's finally getting another handoff on the counter though. Gotta follow the blockers to perfection here, and he breaks a tackle to get 6. And on 3rd and 6, he might have a chance to get some action. Open out of the backfield, but of course Lombardi doesn't throw it to us. It's 4th and inches. And this game is a real defensive struggle, 6-0. This field goal with 3 minutes left should hopefully put the game away. And this time the kneel should really end things. The Huskies get their first dub of the season in shutout fashion, and Colin at least got a little bit of the action for once. So where Colin's at least getting a few carries a game, Taylor's still stuck just holding for kicks, and it looks like the brothers teams are getting off to identical 1-4 starts. And I honestly think that both teams would have more wins if they gave our boys a shot. Taylor's been doing a good job in practice, but every once in a while he just makes a mistake that sets him back with his coaches. One interception is all it takes to erase literal weeks worth of progress, and that means that making really any kind of ballsy throw is a bad idea in these practices. Taylor just needs to take the easy reads and throw it away when nothing's there, but it has really just been more of a battle to earn trust than I expected. Really the easiest way to win trust would be to just get one series playing quarterback in a game, but I feel like this team's gonna have to get a little bit more desperate before Taylor's coach is willing to do that. At least it looks like the Delta Dogs are gonna get the win against Miami of Ohio, so a bowl game could still potentially be in play for the Delta Dogs. NIU on the other hand, I don't know. This team is really not come together, but Colin getting off to a nice start with the catch out of the backfield. He continues to make these plays when he gets into games. He is starting to get some handoffs in this limited role here, and this time he breaks one loose. He might actually have a shot to go all the way, getting tripped up after a 30-yard gain. Definitely the biggest play of Colin's career so far, and coach is giving him the rock again. This might be a breakout game, and this really is a make or break game for this season. But of course Rocky Lombardi throws a pick when Colin's calling for the ball wide open downfield. Maybe wide open's a bit of a stretch for what we were there, but it's been really disappointing to go down 21-7 after a nice start. Thankfully offense does finally get it cooking for a touchdown drive. I'm just surprised the Huskies are letting this Akron team score so many points against them. What the hell is that throw from Lombardi? This dude is actually trash. And of course we lose coach trust for that bad throw somehow. This game is starting to look hopeless, and while Collins had a good game, the starter has over 100 yards. Got to continue to take advantage of these limited opportunities, as sadly we don't get the ball on the triple option there. Could have been a chance at a touchdown. Low key though, the boys might kind of be back in this game. Coach is going to give him the rock again to try to go get this easy money. This defense is really paper mache, dude. But it does look like Colin is hurt on the play. Bad timing for that. Thankfully he comes back in the game, and the Huskies actually have a chance for a game-winning drive. I'm surprised coach is choosing this time to put Colin on the field, but he'll try to make an impact, and this would be an absolutely crazy comeback. Lombardi keeping it there and picking up a massive first down. That was big. Now we're right on the edge of field goal range. Colin catching another pass out of the backfield for another first down. He has a team high 4 receptions on the day, but he's watching this play from the sideline, and of course Rocky Lombardi takes a terrible sack. This dude is a bona fide scrub. I'm sorry, Rocky. He does make it up by getting the first down there. Alright, so I think we're in field goal range. No timeouts, and coach is still passing the ball. Another nice throw. Maybe I shouldn't have paid it. I hate that we're still passing. I'm just waiting for this man to turn the ball over, but instead he'll get it to 1st and goal. Now we might be able to win the game. But this is a weird call on the goal line. I do not like it, and Lombardi is going to throw a pick. I knew it, bro. This guy is trash. This guy is actually trash. That is so frustrating. We had that totally bagged, but what an amazing pick by number 3. Colin did have a pretty exciting game, which was good to see, and he's going to be able to get a nice little speed upgrade after that performance. If you look at that coach trust though, we're still not really close to challenging for the starting job. Getting yards in practice has actually been harder than in games, and every time he gets tackled for a loss, even if he has no way to get out of it, he loses like 20 coach trust. There are a whole lot of plays where he gets tackled pretty much the second he gets the ball, so he's just going to have to keep showing out in the actual games. But in this game against Central Michigan, he's barely seen the field, despite the Huskies getting out to an early lead. It was definitely the best the team has played all season. Checking out on the stats 7 games in, Colin does have 164 yards, highest rushing average on the team, but no touchdowns. If you look here though, the starter doesn't have any touchdowns either. He's only got 1 on the whole year. Colin's also added almost 100 yards through the air, whereas after spending another game just holding kicks and watching his team fall to 2-5 on the season, Taylor still hasn't seen the field as a passer and still just has those thrilling 10 yards rushing on the season. It's funny how these two teams' records have mirrored each other exactly, and Colin's having one of his best practices, getting a touchdown on the speed option here. That's as easy as it gets. Colin doesn't usually get a lot of space in practice, so he's got to take advantage of it when he does, and he has a a chance at another touchdown here on the screen, getting all the way inside the 5. That coach trust is finally starting to build up. One of the few practices where we didn't actually lose coach trust. And I'm hoping for a position battle for Colin by the end of the season. This Eastern Michigan game is getting off to a solid start for the Huskies, as Colin runs off tackle there, breaks a tackle, but fumbles the ball. Are you kidding me, man? It worked out, but we lose just a ton of coach trust. Thankfully, Colin's getting the ball again here, but it'll take a lot of yards to make up for that play. This is maybe the hardest I've battled to earn coach trust with any set of players, but Colin, apart from that fumble, is putting up nice stats so far today. And this is maybe the best half this offense has played. Sadly, it looks like this game still might be a loss. Eastern Michigan pulls it out, as Colin has 26 yards on the day, and now the Huskies will have to win out to make a bowl game. So here comes the big one. The two brothers are taking each other on in week 10, and that little title card says it all. So this will be interesting. I don't expect Taylor to see the field in this game. Looks like the Huskies are probably going to run away with this one, and Colin's finally got a route out of the backfield, picking up a nice little gain. And Colin's team will get the better of this first matchup, as neither brother saw the field much, but we'll see if that changes next season. So kind of an anticlimactic meeting between the two brothers, but at least both of their teams are still in bowl contention. Colin and the Huskies still have something to play for, and he continues to try his best to make an impression during practice, getting a touchdown there. Colin has had his best practices in the rain with defenders slipping around everywhere. He gets to the edge here, has a shot to take it to the house, but just barely gets tripped up inside the 5. The Huskies are going to have to win a snow game against 9-1 Ball State to stay in bowl contention, and Colin starts things out with a drop his first time on the field. I do not think the snow helped our boy out there. With 2.5 minutes left, this one is looking pretty dire. Colin gets 0 stats on the day, and that'll be it for the Huskies bull hope. We'll see if the Delta Dogs can stay alive against Akron, and unfortunately doesn't look like that's going to happen either. It is funny how the brothers' two teams have paralleled with their records like this. So at this point, both of the boys are just getting ready to try to earn more playing time next season, and Colin actually manages to get his first touchdown on the ground. A big moment for him. Sadly does not get the ball for the rest of the game, and the Huskies take their 8th loss of the season with only 89 total yards. Toledo only had 42, bro. How did they even win? And in the season finale, he actually might have a chance to get another one on the reception. This is a nice way to end the season for Colin for sure. His teammates hyping him up in the end zone, and he'll get another carry on the next red zone possession, getting into the end zone for his 3rd touchdown in 3 plays on the field. After having no touchdowns all season, this is crazy. Northern Illinois will get their 4th win to at least end the season off alright, as Colin only touched the ball 3 times but got 2 touchdowns. So Colin's final season stats, not bad at all for a freshman. Almost 200 yards on the ground with 2 rushing touchdowns, as well as over 100 yards and a touchdown through the air. I do think maybe Taylor's going to be recognized for best field goal holder in the country this season. He's not held for a single miss. His team ends up finishing a slightly better 5-7 on the season. The only stats he was able to collect on the year were those 10 rushing yards. Those beautiful 10 rushing yards. As somehow Nicholas Copernicus was the only person on this team who threw a pass. Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick had pretty much the freshman seasons you would expect as 2-star and 0-star recruits. Last year, I played through both of their first seasons, as the more talented Colin got a little bit of time as the backup running back at NIU, but Taylor barely saw the field as a walk-on QB at Space Force Academy. Going into season 2, Colin is still slated to be the backup for the senior running back on the team, but has been promised more carries than last year. Taylor, on the other hand, wasn't sniffing the field at Space Force and didn't feel like he was a very good fit there at all. He wound up transferring to Kent State, who was desperate for a backup quarterback with a very depleted roster. The move would allow him to stay in the MAC, where he can compete against his brother, as well as potentially competing for a starting job. After both having impressive spring practices, the brothers have clearly established themselves as strong backup options, and they'll be fighting hard to win true starting jobs in a sophomore season that will be filled with surprises. So we're going to start off with Taylor's first practice at Kent State, where he has looked pretty shaky throwing the ball so far. Still yet to throw a completion through 5 reps, but he is finally going to get a big one over the middle of the field. If Taylor wants to earn a starting job, he's got to show some consistency in practice, and drops like that will not help. And he's stepping up in the pocket here, showing a little bit of scrambling ability, which is nice to see. Taylor's definitely never going to be a speedster, but having some ability to navigate the pocket and step up against pressure is really helpful. So Taylor has an okay practice, but he's still got some work to do to challenge for the starting job. He's going to be holding down his normal post
host of holding kicks for this first game, as it sadly was not a good way to start the season for the Golden Flashes.
On the other hand, Taylor's brother Colin still hasn't earned that starting position. He's hoping to at least get a little bit more playing time at the start of the season, with a chance to prove himself for more. But barring an injury from the starter, the Huskies senior running back was a 1,000-yard rusher last year, so even if Colin plays really well this season, he's probably going to have to wait until next year to be an every down back, and it would take making some really special plays in a limited role to change that. The Huskies' first game is against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, and Colin's first handoff comes not too far into the first quarter. He gets a nice game but gets absolutely lit up. We see what makes Colin good and what makes him not the starter yet, but it looks like coach is going to give him some actual time today. He's got an opportunity as a pass catcher here, and he is open, but quarterback just refusing to throw it to him. It does seem like the Huskies are moving towards alternating carries this season a little bit more, which I think is what's right for Colin at this point in his college career. That and being a pass catcher out of the backfield as he makes a nice move to make a dude miss. Colin's actually like really getting a lot of time right now, to the point where I'm starting to wonder if the starter is hurt or something, which would be an excellent opportunity for Colin to earn more playing time. That drop is not ideal though. Colin's been trying to establish himself as a strong pass catcher, but the drops have really been an issue for him so far, and his quarterback trusted him a little bit too much to make a play on that one. It does look like Colin has been pushed into an every down role this game. He has not left the field a whole lot, and getting a nice little counter call here. That play looked like it was blown up in the backfield. Tried to spin out of there. Still though, Colin with 50 yards rushing already on the day, he might be on his way to his first 100-yard performance ever. Unfortunately, this offense has been pretty much useless in the first half. Passing game has not been getting going at all, and Colin might have had a big play there if he didn't run into his blocker. But the Husky defense has been good enough to keep this a game, and nice blocking on the counter this time, but Colin gets hit and fumbles it. Just absolutely killer. In limited action, he has fumbled twice in the last 2 seasons. That is an excellent way to make your coach keep you on the bench. But Colin, looking to make up for it here, can't quite get that block to the outside and gets laid out again. Colin has shown quickness but hasn't proved to be super elusive so far. That's something he'll have to continue to develop. And the offense scoring 0 points is not an ideal look for him. He's got to show a higher level of value to win the starting job, and it looks like coach is taking him out. So a great opportunity for Colin, not necessarily super cashed in.
I'm hoping that Taylor can get some action in this Ohio State game, because the Buckeyes are absolutely lighting up the Golden Flashes. Team does finally get a touchdown. I was hoping my boy would get one series, but sadly he does not. I'm hoping Taylor can turn some heads with a better practice today, and he starts this out with a nice little rollout completion over the middle. These Kent State plays are proven pretty hard to run. A lot of this relies on luck and timing. I'm hoping that Taylor can hit for one big touchdown or something, and this might be it. He has a guy over top, but dude isn't quite able to break loose to get into the end zone. But it seems like for every nice play Taylor makes, his trash receivers drop a dime from him.
Colin's been getting more carries today. His average hasn't been too impressive. This play is what he needed though, and I'm hoping we can turn that into a breakaway touchdown by the end of his career. It looks like Colin might be the primary receiver on this play, and he is wide open streaking down the field for his biggest of the day. Absolutely love that call from coach. And the Huskies are actually keeping this game kind of close against a ranked team in the third quarter. A touchdown on this drive would give him a shot to tie the game, and Colin has tons of space on this option, trying to hit a juke move to get to the first down. But after the burst play, he doesn't see the field the rest of the drive. The Huskies do get 3, and that turned out not to be the right call, because Arkansas just goes down and scores a touchdown. But Colin's feeling much happier now that he's getting 5 to 10 carries a game.
On the other side, the Golden Flashes are playing an absolutely brutal schedule, but they are shockingly hanging with Clemson in the first half. Hold on, man. We might actually have a serious upset on our hands here. Sadly, it looks like Clemson might just pull away in the fourth quarter as the Tigers take a 2-score lead, but it was a better effort than I had expected for sure. All right, I'm gonna say it's about time for a top-tier practice from Taylor. Let's start really getting that coach trust up. Since Taylor's been working on his agility a little bit, I might try getting out of the pocket more in this practice. These Kent State receivers tend to take a little bit of a longer time to get open on these slow developing routes, and just taking dump offs doesn't do a whole lot to build coach trust. Unfortunately, every time I start getting somewhere, we get this blanket coverage and I throw an interception. And after interceptions like that, I always get desperate and chuck it up. This one might actually have a chance though. An absolutely insane catch by the receiver. Can't say that I'm sure that's the type of throw that'll build a whole lot of trust. So Taylor's gonna stay on the bench for the time being. That interception was just really killer.
Next up for Colin, his boys are taking on the Nevada Wolfpack, and he's getting a big carry early in this game on 4th down. A nice block will spring him, and he might be loose going to the pylon, and this is Colin's best play of his career. He takes it to the bank on 4th down. That was incredibly satisfying after the recent struggles with Taylor. And slowly but surely, the more that Colin's playing, the more coach trust he's earning. He might be taking steps towards winning the starting job at this point. It helps that this Nevada defense is totally wide open, but all of Colin's runs have been nice. He has the potential to get his first 100-yard rushing performance today. Over 200 yards total rushing on the day, and Colin is loose. He has a shot to take this to the crib if he can flash the speed, and he does. Colin Fitzpatrick is going to take it 67 yards for the touchdown. I know we're taking on a crappy defense, but this is just so incredibly satisfying. This team has struggled a lot the last 2 years, and this win feels like it could get him back on track. 3 touchdowns on the day for Colin, the chance for a few more carries before we get up out of here. And you bet I'm going to use every second of this clock to take advantage of this opportunity. And don't know what number 71 was doing there. Looks like Colin will just get one more carry today, as he is up over 170 yards. Colin earns his first ever player of the game honors, and if that doesn't give him a shot at the starting job, I don't know what will.
The Golden Flash is still waiting on that first win. I hope this can be it, as it looks like Taylor is getting in on the action here. I'm not sure if the quarterback got hurt or what, but this could be a huge break, and that jet sweep play turned out pretty nice. Yep, Taylor is indeed in the game. All right, starting out with a crisp throw that the receiver of course drops, and Taylor has really got to take advantage of this. This is the best opportunity he's gotten, and he cannot take sacks. This 3rd and 19 play call is not going to be a whole lot of help, but we might have a receiver deep here. Taylor is just barely able to get that to where it needs to be. I don't know why Akron came out in that defense, and Taylor's hardly practiced running, but coach is going to have him do it here. He actually has a ton of room and is able to cut it up for a first down. Not so bad of a start. This is way more excitement than Taylor had last year, but sadly he will take a sack on 2nd down. This 3rd down will be critical, and the curl might be open. No, it's gonna be a pick. Not a good time at all for Taylor's first turnover, but it looks like he will get the chance to redeem himself. Coach just trying to get him warmed up with a short throw, and with the starting quarterback ready to come back in, Taylor is back to his spot as a holder, and Kent State blows an early lead. Akron's gonna win, as Taylor sadly squandered his big opportunity, man. Taylor is really gonna have to make some sparks fly in practice, but his receivers are not giving him the chance to do that. That game may have been a disappointment, but the throw Taylor made on that 3rd down was far and away the best throw I've seen him make. Those are the plays he needs to start making in practice, but with the scout team receivers, it is just tough. It's very possible that at this point in his career, Taylor is really not all that good of a quarterback. For every nice throw he makes, he throws a stupid interception, and I'm starting to wonder if he'll ever see the field again short of an injury.
I really thought it was going to be Taylor's season, but instead Colin is once again the one who's having the best year. Very interestingly, after his amazing performance last week, Colin has not gotten a single carry against Western Michigan. His first will come with just 3 minutes left in the 4th quarter, and of course he is going to break it off to the right and take it all the way to the end zone for a touchdown. That is how you get coach to put you on the field again. Still, pretty weird that Colin literally didn't touch the ball until then. The Huskies are going to kick a field goal to go up by 3 with 1 minute left. They take the loss to Western Michigan, and at this point Colin's got to be feeling pretty frustrated as well as Taylor. This week Taylor's been practicing a lot better. He's been focusing on only making safe throws, refusing to turn the ball over. He's slowly starting to inch toward what he needs for this coach trust. Taylor's coach has been saying this for a while, but I think this time he might actually mean it. I'm hoping this depressing losing streak will come to an end against Bowling Green, but it does not look like the Golden Flashes are going to get anywhere close. And despite Bowling Green winning by 31, Taylor didn't so much as get a series. Both brothers are so close to position battles with their coach trust levels, but a terrible fumble from Colin in practice will really hurt his trust. It is like night and day, the amount of space that Colin gets at practice versus the amount of space he gets in games. He is going to be able to pick up a nice little speed upgrade here. This one against Toledo is going to be tough, and I feel like the Huskies need it to stay close to bowl contention, as coach is getting Colin involved early with the play calling. This off-tackle run from the fullback position has been money for Colin. This one's knotted up at 3 early on, as coach is trying to use Colin as a 3rd down back, but that did not work out well at all. Looks like he'll probably get a series here to start the 2nd quarter, and he's trying to get to the edge on this play, but forgets that he is in his own end zone and takes a safety. Oh no, bro. That is absolutely killer. That's pretty much as bad as it gets in terms of running back mistakes, and it's definitely cost the Huskies big time in this game. Surprised Colin's getting back in the game at all after that. He's getting a target here out of the backfield, trying to hit that back juke, but gets pushed out. The fun thing about trying to earn playing time is that every play you get on the field is exciting, and Northern Illinois might just have a chance to tie this game. This drive will be critical, and sure enough, Northern Illinois has a minute to get into the end zone to tie the game. Colin getting the ball in space, but can't spin a guy out. Colin's really got to work on his moves. Thankfully, Ethan Hampton throws a touchdown pass to tie this one up, but Toledo gets a field goal at the end of regulation. Thought we were about to have a fun overtime thriller on our hands, and Colin's no longer anywhere close to becoming the starter on this team. I'm really hoping Colin can hit some splash plays against Central Michigan. He's trying to make one happen here. He normally does not cut that play outside. Colin's got to make sure he doesn't try to do too much and make the situation worse, and I wanted that pitch so bad
there was nothing but green grass ahead there. Sadly, Colin barely sees the field, and the Huskies take another loss to drop to 1-5. Both the brothers' teams are just doing terrible. And I'm shocked to say it, man. Taylor is on the verge of getting a chance to fight for the starting position. He is practicing real well and is so close with the coach trust. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't make any dumb mistakes in this practice. He's just a couple first downs away. I want to play it safe, but I'm going to make these throws if they're open, and that should get us really close. Just gotta make one throw, Taylor. We got the running back out of the backfield. That might just be it. And Taylor Fitzpatrick has earned a position battle for the first time in his career. We will see how fair of a fight this is. First, Taylor's got to watch this game against Army where his team is fighting to stay in bowl contention. This might just be the time this team finally wins. The boys better not mess this up, man. 28-point lead. Let's go. Low-key, Taylor might actually get in this game. This is a blowout. All right, let's go. I think the starting quarterback did just put on a pretty good show. My guess is Taylor's mostly going to be just handing the ball off. Look at the absolutely atrocious vision from Preston Taylor. I do want to keep this read option one time. Look at the nasty spin move from Taylor. Are you kidding me? It looks like coach is actually interested in seeing what Taylor can do with his feet. He did do a lot of getting out of the pocket in practice, but he is by no means fast. I don't think Taylor expected to run the rock hardly at all when he came to Kent State, but he is rumbling for a 15-yard gain against this putrid Army defense. See, this is nice because we have a very low risk of accidentally losing coach trust. I love a chance at a touchdown for Taylor, but the running back will get into the end zone there. Taylor's going to leave this game with a nice, easy 30-plus yard rushing day with a couple of first downs, though. We'll just have to see what this position battle holds. Okay, so here we go. Got to get to 1,000 points here, and this is a really nice start. Some nice yak from that receiver. I think that Taylor has a pretty good shot here. He's continuing to just take those easy reads that he has been taking in practice, and I think that's all he's going to have to do. These routes are getting wide open for once, and Taylor's confidence is going. A beautiful touch pass on the corner route is dropped. This one might come down to the wire. Slant's going to be open here. Okay, that's a big game. The starting job might just be one completion away, and of course, dude drops it. These Kent State receivers have been selling, but the running back gets it here. All right, 4 reps left. Cannot choke this away. We got the thing over the middle, but Taylor throws a pick. Thankfully, the coaches don't care as much about picks and position battles. They just want to see dudes huck it around, and that's exactly what Taylor's going to do. This gets caught by Gardner. Let's go. Taylor has won the position battle, and I'm not going to jump over to Colin's side yet. I want to see this play out, and he's going to start this one out by getting something going with the ground game. Taylor's honestly looked pretty quick. It is clear that he has improved his speed drastically from last season and might have a dot dialed up here. Nice toe tap catch on the sideline. Okay, this one is off to a nice start. Taylor hasn't been showing a ton of nerve so far and has the halfback angle wide open over the middle. I'm so ready to see our boy throw his first touchdown pass. Doesn't look like he has anything open here. He's going to try to get out of the pocket and barely gets that off. I'm just deathly afraid of throwing a pick. I don't want to throw all this progress away, and that was a pretty tight window. Taylor's looking good so far though, and I normally don't like this swing pass, but it's setting up great. Running back might have a chance to get into the end zone, and he is going to do it big time. Taylor's first passing touchdown comes on a screen, but still massive. And right now, he's looking like the right choice for the starting job, making efficient reads all day. I will say, this is an absolutely disgusting play call from coach on 3rd and 10. The only way for this to work is for a bounce route to come open, and Taylor does a great job of navigating the pocket and making that happen. I actually cannot believe we got 20 yards out of that play call. So Taylor not looking green around the gills, man, showing great pocket presence early in this game and fitting timing throws into nice windows. He has 100 yards in the first quarter. Who could have seen this coming? Now, to be fair, Buffalo is an absolutely atrocious defense for sure, but I think Taylor might just be his father's son after all. Look at him scrambling, trying to get something off. Oh no, bro. Taylor got hurt on the play. I am praying he is not knocked out for the game or something. I'm honestly glad to see that quarterback take a sack. And I guess our guy must have just gotten the wind knocked out of him. Coach is putting him right back in with a QB blast. Look at the boy putting his head down. This man is 5'9", but trucking people like he's a whole lot bigger. Simply put, this man is just a football player. It has the timing route wide open there for an easy game. The passing yards have slowed down a little bit since that hot start, and it really seems like coach is serious about using the QB run. The only thing I'm a little worried about is potential injuries for Taylor, as this throw just bounces off his receiver's damn head, which sucks because that probably would have been a massive gain. He'll pick up that first down anyway though. Honestly, Taylor looks like a seasoned vet. This has been absolutely beautiful to see. He gets flushed from the pocket here and still finds a way to pick up some yards with the completion. If Taylor could get that speed up just a tiny bit more, he would be a serious force to be reckoned with, and that was almost a killer pick. Absolutely dodged a bullet with dude dropping that, and the slant up the middle is just too easy. We got robbed of a touchdown pass last time due to the injury, and Taylor taking a whole shot there, kind of a risky throw, and it gets dropped. I like to see the confidence from number 7 though. He is not playing shy after his interception in an earlier game, but can't make anything happen there. And I feel like we need a touchdown here. Time ticking down in the 3rd quarter. That out route might just be open, but absolutely atrocious throw from Taylor. Hopefully that 100-yard 1st quarter wasn't a flash in the pan, because Taylor's team really needs him to come through here. And I love the 4 verts here. We'll take a shot to Gardner. Taylor continuing to throw into these close spaces. The man is probably going to throw an interception eventually, and we'll just have to see if those throws work against tougher defenses. This is a huge 3rd down. Not so sure how I feel about the play call, and no time for those routes to develop at all. Taylor's played a clean game, but this offense needs a kick in the rear right now. Receivers dropping passes. Come on. Thankfully, this Buffalo offense has proven to be absolute garbage. I'm loving this read option game right now. Give me that 1st down. All it takes is 1 touchdown to potentially put this game away. And another just incredibly risky throw from Taylor. We got to throw that away next time. Letting it ride has pretty much worked out so far. I'm throwing an interception on this drive before we take a field goal. The receiver drop's getting worse and worse, and I'm 100% hurrying up to go for it if we don't get this 3rd and 10. The timing just not there with the running back. All right, play of the game right here. Can Taylor make a big throw? He can, but what a play from that cornerback. It's a blessing that in Taylor's 1st game, the offense he's taken on is absolute doo-doo. He's just getting gifted chances to put the game away again and again, and this time he throws a pick, was trying to get it over that guy, but did not have the touch for it. Taylor's game passing has definitely gone downhill since the start, and the receivers have been a big part of it. Buffalo's not going to keep having 3 and outs forever. I know this. And coach makes the stupid play call of a halfback screen. You know what? Maybe it's not so stupid. I'll shut my mouth. Coach knows what he's doing. I just keep finding myself wishing Taylor could hot route here. Coach doesn't have that trust in him yet, but he makes a huge throw anyway. This will get the golden flashes well into field goal range for sure. But one thing Taylor hasn't been able to do is finish off a drive. We'll see if he can finish off this one, and that is going to pick up the 1st down barely. The halfback draw gets it in, and Taylor will get to kneel out his 1st victory. So by no means a perfect game, but from what I saw, definitely enough for Taylor to keep the starting job. Next up, Collins taking on Ball State, getting an early handoff here and doing a nice job of picking up the 1st down. I believe this is going to be the last game before the brothers' mid-season conference matchup, so we'll see if Collin can build up some momentum. I was hoping he'd be able to win the starting job by that game, but he's at least been able to get more playing time, which has given him a solid amount of touches today. His offense has really been struggling, and I just saw on the injury report the starting halfback is out for a week. That is hilarious timing because it means that Collin is most likely getting the start against his brother next week, so that matchup is going to be exciting. And there's a total defense bust here. Collin is behind everybody, and he's going to catch the pass with no one around him. His team desperately needed a score, and Collin provides it with a 50-yard touchdown catch. Good things happen when you give Collin the ball, and he's got a ton of room here. We'll see if he can make a big play as he gets around the corner, fighting his way into the red zone. Collin has clearly really improved his speed this season. He's been able to do a much better job taking advantage of space. And he's got space again here, hitting a clean spin move to pick up the 1st down. These are moves he was not making at the start of the season. And after a slow start from this offense, Collin has sparked some serious life. His line has honestly done a great job of giving him room to work, and he's been able to pick up big games. This is looking like another breakout game for him, and after this next game where he gets to start, I think that he might get a chance to earn the starting job for real, and he has a ton of space once again here. This looks like another breakaway play, and Collin really flashing the speed, turning on the Jets for the best play of his career, a 70-yard touchdown run, and just followed the blockers to perfection there. Collin is averaging an incredible 15 yards per carry against solid conference competition. I'm trying to see a couple more big plays before we get out of here. Another good hold to the right side, if only that guy didn't get off his block. This game went from slugfest to blowout really quick, and even on that play where Collin had nothing, he makes a little bit of space. I'm not satisfied yet with this performance though. I want another touchdown run, but damn man, it looks like coach is taking Collin out. I would think he'd want to give him more of a chance to run around, but a great game either way. Collin ends up with over 200 all-purpose yards on the day. As I was wrong, we actually do have one more game before we get to the brother-on-brother matchup, and this is big time, man. Collin gets a +4 speed upgrade to hop up to 97 speed and 80 overall, and we are starting to get really close to the starting job with the coach trust after that last performance. I was hoping the starting running back would be hurt again for this week, but it looks like he has of course made a quicker return than expected. I would be shocked if Collin didn't get a lot of handoffs today though, and he's getting one here. The blockers just set up beautifully, and how can you not put this man on the field? He is clearly the most talented player on this offense, and this game could not have gotten off to a better start. Collin has earned enough coach trust to battle for the starting job. We're gonna see that position battle here in a second, but first Collin getting another handoff, and I thought he was about to crib that. 2 straight straight touchdowns would have been absolutely crazy. I've honestly been surprised with how good the blocking's been once we've gotten into games. The starting O-line is just way better than what Collins had to work with in practice, where he's had to fight for every yard. And I love this stretch play. Hopefully the blocker's set up right, but right when I talk about the O-line, man, we're gonna go ahead and run this again, and once ahead we get that instant penetration. So that'll bring Collins' average on the day down to 10 yards per carry, which I'm still pretty okay with. This game against App State has honestly been going pretty nicely so far. If we keep playing like this NIU team might have a shot at a bowl. While Colin didn't start this game, he's definitely been getting the lion's share of the handoffs and had a great hole there if he didn't stumble. Dang it. One thing that we got to make sure of for the rest of this game is that we don't let Colin's coach trust go back down. I have never seen a coach make a player fight this hard to get on the field. Colin's trying to get to the edge there, but I'm surprised we couldn't outspeed that outside guy. And you see what I'm saying, man? Every time there's a tackle for a loss, coach just loses trust. And App State actually went ahead and took the lead. Gotta make sure we dial in here, and Colin's bouncing this way to the outside, went the opposite way this play was designed and making some space for himself. Colin's done a great job of finding holes today, but I want to continue to see more of those juke and spin moves developing. I think that if Colin can improve those skill moves, it'll really take his game to the next level, and he catches a clutch touchdown pass on 4th and goal, which is huge because this game has been tight. I'm feeling like Colin's due for another big play here, man. Sending dude in motion, and Colin once again has a ton of space, just gotta get to the edge, one man to beat, and he can't quite do it. My guess is in a couple years of development, Colin is turning that play into a touchdown, and that might have been another big gain if his blocker wasn't so damn slow. Colin up over 100 yards rushing for the second straight game. I'm looking to make that a 200-yard game, and that juke move was absolutely ridiculous. Literally juked out half of the App State defense, and this is where Colin turns on the jet. Last week he had a 70-yard touchdown. This one is 75. This man might be the next big thing in college football. Now he just needs 1 yard to go up over 200 on the day, and there it is, nice and easy. And I don't know why we should stop at 200, man. Let's have us a 300-yard day. Colin putting his head down there, and I don't know how he gets through these holes sometimes. I think that Colin's small size makes it easier for him to slip by tacklers. Pair that with his great vision, and he has so much potential. We could have the next Devin Callier on our hands here, and this one is just too easy, man. Look at how perfectly those blockers set up. We will take that in for a nice, easy one. And Colin continues to carry this team on his back. At this point, App State knows the Huskies are going to run it, and there is just nothing they can do. Not only has this O-line been dominant, the receivers are blocking well, and Colin will tightrope down the sidelines to take another one to the house. This will put him up over 300 yards on the day. You gotta be kidding me, man. I think it's safe to say that Colin has 1000% won himself the starting job next week. And now that we are getting into it, I absolutely love this pistol running scheme for Northern Illinois. As Colin jukes a guy and trucks a guy there, we definitely have not seen the power elements of his game so far, but he's shown today that he can be a well-rounded back. Running for 5 touchdowns here, as he is visibly tired but will still power down to the 1 yard line, and there's no way coach can't give him the touchdown now. He will march in for his 5th, and he wants coach to keep feeding him after that one. It's crazy how a player's career can go from 0 to 100 so fast. Colin was just fighting to get on the field a couple weeks ago, and now he is the literal star of this team. If he had a little bit more time, he could potentially get to 400 yards on the day, which would have to be some kind of Northern Illinois rushing record. Look at him stiff-arming his way trying to get into the end zone, and we just gotta give him a 5th here. He is so tired, but the blocking sets up again, and he will stumble into the end zone. An absolutely unbelievable, legendary performance as Colin leads his team to a big-time upset victory. A better game than I possibly could have imagined him having. 7 total touchdowns. So you'd think after a 400-yard performance, no questions asked, the job would be Colin's, but instead, coach is making him compete in a very difficult position battle where he'll have to earn 800 points to win the job. Colin has seriously had to fight for every inch in NIU, and the problem with these position battles is a lot of them come down to luck. Colin has a chance for a huge play here, though. We needed to take that to the crib, bro. Still gonna be a huge play. But if you look at the coach trust, we're just not earning enough right now. These plays don't pick up enough yards. Might need a touchdown to be able to win this thing, and this could be it. Gotta keep it to the outside. How do we get tripped up there? Colin has like 97 speed, but he's getting tripped up by these linemen. Breaks a tackle there, though. At least able to pick up the first down. I found you get way more XP when you do pick up the first down, so that's gotta be the focus, and this might be the big play in a foot race with one guy, but can't quite outrun him. Okay, still big though. Now we're back on track and getting close. This halfback screen is actually setting up pretty well. Gotta cut it back in, and Colin might have a shot to take it to the house. He will do it. Let's go. Coach keeps throwing challenges at Colin, and Colin keeps on facing them. He is finally the official starter of this team. After almost 2 full years of fighting for this, it is incredibly satisfying, and both brothers have earned the starting job right before their big game against each other. Alright boys, so here we go. The first brother on brother matchup
matchup where they are both actually seeing the field. This is definitely a big moment for these two as both of their teams are fighting to stay in bowl contention, and Colin getting off to a nice start here. To be clear, I'll be playing from both brothers' perspectives on both sides of the ball, and for each of them, I'll be playing like I would be playing normally, and we'll just have to see who comes out on top. Colin has a nice hold of the left side here, picking up the first down and rumbling deep into Kent State territory. This NIU offense is looking fearsome. They've got a big time third down here. Colin running a route out of the backfield and putting his head down to pick it up. Yes, sir. I'm hoping to end this drive with a touchdown, but Colin getting stuffed in the backfield there. Coach is going to keep it on the ground, and once again, we've got room to the outside. I'll take 6 there to make it third and manageable. Colin's going to be getting the halfback screen on third down, and the blocking is great. Colin will pick it up. He has basically single-handedly led this drive. He's got to be dog tired. Gonna try to get him the touchdown here as he's fighting forward and does fall into the end zone. Colin and the Huskies strike first. All right, so now it's time to see what Taylor and Kent State can do. He's just going to take the easy dump off to the out route. His receiver gets crushed. Taylor started off last game great and kind of fell off as it went on. I'm hoping he can be a little bit more consistent today. And coach is actually having him run the ball here, keeping it on the read option and putting his head down for the first down. Taylor has been surprisingly good as a runner. He's got the chance to punch it into the end zone here early. Gonna take the corner route and put that ball right where it needed to be. Both brothers' offenses have looked sharp out of the gate. No one open here though. Taylor's got to throw that ball away. All right, that'll take us to the second quarter. Colin and the Huskies with the advantage early, and this play is going to be absolutely huge. 3rd and 9, and Taylor has the running back open out of the backfield. Dude's just got to pick up the first down, and he gets more than that. Lots of big third down conversions in this first quarter from both brothers, but Taylor continues to take bad sacks. He's got to start getting out of the pocket like he does in practice. Coach has got him keeping the ball here again on the read option. Again, he's fighting forward, but can't do it this time. Interestingly enough, coach is sticking with the option on 3rd and goal. This does not look good, but I'm going to run it as best as I can. We get the pitch out, and Thomas scores. Every single one of those defenders went right for Taylor. So Colin will take the field again, looking to match with his brother, and hits a dirty juke there. Almost sprung him for the touchdown. Colin's skill moves have continued to improve. He might have some space to the right side here. Gonna bounce it out, hit the juke, but a nice tackle from number 14. Kind of thought Colin was about to have him one there. He continues to pick up big third downs for his team. Both brothers are clearly the centerpiece of their offense after only starting for a couple of weeks. They have just made such a big impact on these teams, and Colin's getting tired with all these carries he's getting. He is not used to being the every down back. I'm a little bit worried about how hard coach is leaning on him right now, and that play gets stomped out in the backfield. Thought it was going to set up perfectly. So Huskies got to convert a difficult 3rd and 9. Colin is out of breath, but able to get open anyways over the middle. This man is putting the team on his back. Coach is going to take Colin out of the game for the first time, so sadly he won't be the one who gets the touchdown, but the Huskies strike right back, and Taylor has just 38 seconds to score here. He's going to have to lead a quick drive and tries the corner route. That was kind of a risky throw, but Taylor's an immaculate 6 for 6 to start this game. We'll see if he can keep up that success here, throwing a tight ball, and sadly this one does get dropped. It is crazy how confident Taylor looks this early in his career, but once again we see the problem of the sacks being taken, and that'll make it 3rd and very long. So the Golden Flashes are going to have to do some hooking on 3rd and 19. This looks like man coverage, and Taylor will get out of the pocket, but does not have the arm strength to get that throw out. So Kent State elects to punt the ball. This will be the last play of the half, and quarterback's just going to keep it. Colin gets the best of the first half, but Taylor does have the ball to start the second. Just handing it off here, and that was stuffed. I'm surprised the Huskies are stuffing the box given how much we've been passing it this game, and sadly coach is kind of taking the ball out of Taylor's hands here. Just throwing a screen on 3rd down, and yeah, that is going to go nowhere. We're lucky that didn't get picked off. So Colin is going to get the ball back after the punt, and this is not good for Taylor, man. If Colin leaves a touchdown drive here, he's going to be fighting from a deep hole, as Colin's up over 100 yards on the day. This Husky team definitely is the more talented out of these two teams, so I'm not super surprised at how this has been going. And Kent State defense has to get a stop, man. They have not been able to do anything to Colin. They just don't have anyone on the team who's as fast as him. I have a feeling their stops are probably going to come when Colin's too tired to be on the field, and they've got a chance for one here. 3rd and 4 for Colin. He is just running a little wheel route, improvising and hanging on for the catch. Colin has just been so clutch today. These long drives are also taking a ton of time off the clock, and at this point Taylor's not going to have a lot of time to answer if the Huskies score a touchdown. Sadly, Colin is going to come off the field on the goal line again, as his quarterback just has to chuck it out of bounds. But on 3rd and goal, he's back in for a crucial play, and he looks like he's kind of open out of the backfield trying to fight to get in, but he cannot. So he'll watch from the sidelines as the Huskies kick in the field goal, and now is where Taylor's got to dial in. Feels like the Huskies have really controlled the time of possession today, and Taylor trying to get out of the pocket here somehow gets loose as nobody came to him, and he'll pick up the first. That's the first big rushing play of the day for Taylor, and thankfully he has the easy curl route open here. His receiver absolutely laying down the cornerback as well. So that'll take us to the 4th. This matchup has been living up to the hype, but Taylor absolutely needs to put a drive together here. He's just gonna take the curl, but I don't know why the receiver's running back to the ball on that. Gonna have to start going hurry up soon here. Clock is rolling down fast, and that's a dime to Fisher. So Taylor will start running the 2-minute offense, and now he is cooking, finding the tight end over the middle, and dude might have a shot to get into the end zone. He will rumble inside the 5. Taylor will just hand it off here, but this run defense has been crazy, and coach's approach on the goal line might take a ton of time off the clock, but Taylor's just gonna keep it here, putting his head down and getting to the 1, I believe. This is where we're just gonna go fullback dive, and the vision on this dude absolutely atrocious. Taylor's coach is gonna elect to go for it with the QB sneak, and Taylor hurdles into the end zone, showing some athleticism to get over the line, and this game is not quite over yet. Golden Flashes notably missed the extra point, so now they won't be able to tie with a field goal if they get a stop here. And this is where Colin should just be going ground and pound, but for some reason his coach is getting cute with the play calling, going with a triple option here, and that will bring up 3rd down. All right, well, Colin's been clutch at picking up 3rd downs all day, and somehow they don't pick him up out of the backfield here, but an antsy throw from the quarterback is behind him, and Kent State finally gets a stop. So Taylor has the chance to lead a game-winning drive, but it's gonna have to be a touchdown. Getting off to a nice start with a tight throw to the corner. I think Taylor would feel a lot better if his team had at least gotten that extra point last time around, but these corner routes are wide open so far. That'll make it easy on him. And hoping this will be the last drive of the game, he's gonna let the clock drizzle a little bit, and makes a kind of risky throw there into traffic. Lucky the middle linebacker didn't jump up and get that. One thing you can say about Taylor, he is not playing afraid in this situation, and feeling the pressure, he's gonna throw the ball away. Uh-oh, man, that might be intentional grounding. So now Taylor is gonna have a killer 3rd and 20, and this is kind of a weird play call in this situation. Taylor's just gonna roll out, and he might have had A there. He's trying to get loose, thankfully doesn't fumble, but this will be a 4th down. I'm gonna take a timeout here. All right, so this is the game. Taylor has got to pick this up, and it looks like he has an absolute strike for the clutch completion. Taylor Fitzpatrick is a ball player, man. All right, so time ticking under a minute. Looks like this might be the last drive of the game, as Taylor has nowhere to go here. Gonna get out of the pocket again, and this time it won't be intentional grounding. When the route tree is too complicated, Taylor's been getting a little bit disoriented, but that is as easy as it gets. Receiver doing a little bit of work after the pickup. For some reason on the 10, coach is calling a 4 verticals play. Gotta be careful to not throw a pick here, and Taylor is gonna have to throw it away again, just hucks it out of the back of the end zone. This Huskies pass rush has been fierce, and now for whatever reason Taylor's coach is running the ball, maybe trying to crush some clock. That play actually worked out pretty well, so this could be it. 3rd and 3, and Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket here. Doesn't look like anything's open. He will put his head down, and it is 4th down. Kent State gonna take another timeout, so 4th and 3. Kent State's bowl dreams are on the line, and Taylor's gotta make a throw. His receiver doesn't keep running the route, and he cannot pull off the drive. An absolute heartbreaker for Taylor, as he locked onto the left side early on that play, and Colin and co are just gonna be able to run out the clock. The first matchup between the brothers was absolutely peak Maction, as Colin was player of the game with almost 200 all-purpose yards on the day. On the Husky end, it was really all Colin with the offense. His quarterback didn't do a whole lot of anything, and Taylor had a solid game with a rushing touchdown and almost 200 yards passing. They just couldn't get this offense moving steady enough. There definitely has not been a star receiver emerging from this pack, so sadly Taylor's team is no longer in bowl contention, but this season is far from over for him. Let's be honest here, if Taylor is a legit D1 quarterback, he's probably not going to want to stay at Kent State for his whole career, so he needs to show that he's legit enough to play for a Power 5 team, and this game has not gotten off to a good start. Miami, Ohio is a pretty solid team. Taylor looking good so far though. It would be awesome if we could see like a 300 plus yard game here, as Taylor has absolutely no fear on these throws. And after a failed draw call, coach is going for a 4th and 7. Absolutely huge play early in this game, and Taylor does a great job of leading his receiver upfield to get that. Only incompletion for our boy so far was a drop, and he has a man wide open over the middle there. His first touchdown pass on the day. His Kent State offense isn't looking too bad today. All right, so we'll see if we can keep that mojo going. Taylor literally gets sacked immediately there, as sacks have definitely been the biggest problem for Taylor so far, I would say. He's got to develop a stronger awareness of when to get out of the pocket, and while he has been doing a little bit of running, remember, he is definitely a pocket passer. I'm pretty sure he has like 60 some speed, which is something I'm hoping he can build up a little bit more as his career goes on. He continues to complete almost all of his passes here. 10 for 11 start to the game. Dude has not made a single bad read, and anytime there's man coverage, he slices it up. We'll be in a great spot if he can get a touchdown here, and these routes to the outside have been cooking. Miami's a very zone heavy defense, and Taylor has done a great job of finding the weaknesses here with another big game. He's definitely on pace for that 300-yard day, but finally throws an incompletion after like 10 straight. Coach is going to try out a little read option here, and Taylor has nothing but green grass ahead of him. A little late hit there in the end zone. Okay. I love how players will just smack you in the end zone in this game. It's so
so funny.
That's the kind of charm we sadly probably won't see in college football 25, as I don't know how Taylor got out of the pocket there, but he's going to pick up the first down. Like I said, dude is by no means fast, but he can find his way into some rushing yards. And he just takes the easy dump off there. Can't have any more passes short of the sticks though. Got a nice little 4 verts here. We can cook with that all day. The A route on 4 verts against the CPU is just golden. Feeling pretty good about Taylor's ability to score with 30 seconds left on the clock. We're going to try to throw that guy open and we'll have to take a timeout. Taylor's now on pace for a 400-yard day, and that is just easy money. Do not run man coverage against this man. This has kind of been an offensive shootout, and because of a missed extra point, Miami of Ohio is able to take the lead. Taylor's going to take a shot deep here, and man, the tight end has been a really good target in this game. Dude has 83 yards on the day. This has been exactly the type of game Taylor wanted to have, but he gets greedy here and makes a terrible pitch. Miami of Ohio picks it up, and that'll totally change the tide of this game. Now Kent State's going to be fighting from behind. And coach is going with a run play on an absolutely critical 3rd down, and we get stuffed 4th and 1. I don't know why you take the ball out of your quarterback's hands on that play, and now the Golden Flashes are going to need a 4th quarter comeback. That was a very risky throw. Got a little QB wrap action here. Interesting. Coach keeps trying to make this happen, and I'm not so sure how I feel about the quick slants on 3rd and 13. Absolutely no protection in the pocket anyways, and time is ticking down. This offense has got to start moving fast, and Taylor's going to try to take a shot here. Man, this man keeps making risky throws work, and we're going to go ahead and start running the 2-minute drill. He should be open here. Once again, a risky throw. Once again, it works out, and I don't know why coach is running it. This is going to take way too much time off the clock. We're going triple option again. This time the pitch gets out, and dude almost picks up the first, and Taylor cannot take too many plays to do this. He's got to get his team in the end zone quick, and has an excellent throw on the run to get down to the 1, and I'm just going full on hurry up here. Gonna run the same play, and that out route should be open. Very nice play by the DB though. All good. That'll stop the clock, and Taylor should be able to get his 2nd rushing touchdown of the day here, untouched until they get that late hit in the end zone. Potentially huge 2-point conversion on this play. Once again, Taylor is going to keep it, but this time he can't get around his blockers. Dang. All right, need defense to get a stop here. They do instantly, and not only did they get a stop, they got a turnover. We are on the goal line, and that slant is wide open, but Fisher drops it. You got to be kidding me. All right, we got 2 downs to pick this up. Taylor failed at this last game. He's getting another shot today, and that was almost a pick. Okay, so here we go. 4th and 4. Taylor's going to try for the corner route, and it is wide open. Bang. Might be the game-winning touchdown there. Definitely the clutchest throw of Taylor's career, and this is another big 2-point conversion. Taylor's going to throw to the slant again. This time it's a catch, and we'll just see what happens here. Looks like the Red Hawks are going to get into the end zone, and now Taylor has 45 seconds to make something happen. Not sure if the swing pass is the right option here, but we're going to try to make it work. Get out of bounds, bro. All right, not a terrible start. Unfortunately, a field goal won't cut it here, and we're going to have to make longer throws than that. I'm excited for when I can audible, because this play calling hasn't always been to Taylor's strengths, and he just had X wide open there. Gonna wait and try to get out of the pocket, and just takes a terrible sack. Gotta be more patient, and absolutely need to throw the ball away there. Taylor's gonna take a deep shot here, and that is not his specialty, but almost got caught. All right, this is it, man. 3rd and 12. That's man coverage. Taylor's gonna take the quick slant. Fisher, you've got to catch that, dude. All right, so here we go. 4th and 12. Can Taylor clutch up again? He's going to get out of the pocket and cannot outrun a guy. The Red Hawks set up the perfect zone, and sadly the Golden Flashes take the loss. Taylor balled out, but his defense just couldn't give him enough. So next up, we got Colin playing on the field. That makes me think there's something wrong with my TV every time an Eastern Michigan game is on. Thankfully, Colin's team actually does have a pretty good shot at a bowl at this point, as Eastern Michigan is just hanging on to eligibility. Coach is using Colin as an option out of the backfield a lot so far, as he brick hands one on 3rd down. That's unfortunate. We got to get this run game cooking here. Unfortunately, it looks like Eastern Michigan is a stack the box team, so it might just be an uphill battle today. I sadly do not think our boy is going to average 10 yards a carry, but you never know. We bust open one run and I'm feeling a little different. It has just been tough sledding so far. It's a good thing this Eastern Michigan offense is just as bad, as they're making NIU beat them with their quarterback, and I really don't think this quarterback is all that. All he knows how to do is throw the ball to Colin, as Colin gets absolutely railed by that linebacker. Almost every single completion today has gone to Colin, and Hampton throws him an absolutely trash ball there. The coach is just going to run it on 3rd and 17. I like this better. Let's just keep on banging our head into the wall. Bound to break through eventually, I swear, as long as defense keeps getting these stops. Okay, we finally got something here. Colin, crib this. Let's go. I told y'all, all it takes is one run to totally change the feel of the half. And coach was trying to run out that clock, but Colin will give his team the lead before halftime. And just like that, 10 yards per carry average, man. That is precisely what I wanted to see. Defense even getting a nice little turnover. And we're going to bounce this outside. You already know, man. This is how we do it. This is how we do it at NCAA 14. Oh, and defense gets another turnover. I like that. that. This is the NIU team that's going to win some crappy bowl game at the end of the year. And I got to give a special shout out to the Northern Illinois defense. They have been a stonewall today. As coaches got Collins split out wide. Interesting decision. He was open, but of course this scrub doesn't throw it. Okay, we got the first down anyway, though. We really just need to take our time and run some clock at this point. I feel like the stretch play is where it's at. You gotta love a good pistol stretch play. Even with dudes coming off the edge, we can cut it back in, getting down to the 1. If this quarterback doesn't hand the ball off, I swear to God, Ethan Hampton, you are on my hit list, bro. All right, coach takes Colin out. We get out of there with a pretty easy dub. As Colin really only had the 1 play, but that was all we needed. A nice clean 100 rushing yards on the day. And after that, it is time. We are up to 99 speed, 98 acceleration too. And next we got Taylor taking on Eastern Michigan. Ignore the fact they seem to have jumped to 0-11. Must be some sort of glitch in the matrix. Anyways, despite the loss last week, I think Taylor is in a great place to end the season right now. And you guys have got to let me know what you think in the comments. Should Taylor stick around at Kent State and try to make this team into something? I feel like he could at least have him contending for a conference title. This offense is just so much better with him in it. And sadly, the running back is going to steal his touchdown on this drive. But a nice way to start out the game. Defense gets the stop, but he's got the ball at his own 1. Got to make sure nothing silly happens here. I'm surprised coach decided to pass it. A 99-yard drive sounds good to me, man. I'm going to try to chuck this deep. Taylor does not have crazy arm strength, but a crazy catch from Jamil Shakur. These Kent State receivers are honestly not too bad. Look at this catch, man. These guys are like max 72 overall, and I have the catching slider down to like 20. They're still doing their thing for Taylor. Taylor is 6 for 6 to start the day. Make that 7 for 7. And I'm trying to see a touchdown pass here. Let's run those numbers up. Should have wide open. Shakur drops at this time, though. All good, man. I can forgive a drop in traffic every once in a while. And we're just going to take the back out of the backfield here. Thomas has to get to the pylon, and he does. Yes, sir. It looks like this Kent State team might finally have a win in them. Taylor has just been absolutely dialed. His only incompletion was that drop. And this is an interesting call on 3rd down. Sadly gets swatted away. I knew that kicker was going to miss the field goal. Taylor continues to make risky throws that don't get picked off. I like this guy, Shakur. I'll have to check and see how much of this wide receiver core we're losing next year. I think a lot of them are seniors. So hopefully Shakur is sticking around. Coach continues to call this stick play on 3rd and long for some reason, but Taylor is going to make it work with a nice throw to Fisher. Thought he might have gotten the end zone there. And coach is just calling long pass plays on the goal line. We love to see this. Taylor will find the slant over the middle for the tutty. And this is looking like it might be a blowout. This Eastern Michigan offense has proved to be just as bad as they were against Collins' team. I'm trying to get Taylor over 300 yards today, and that boy Shakur just keeps on cooking. He's up over 100. And you gotta remember, this dude is 5'9". He can barely see over the line, and he is still dropping dimes like this on every play. I definitely think Taylor's shown that he has what it takes to be a Power 5 quarterback. These reads have just been effortless for him as he finds Gardner on the out route. That'll be an easy touchdown. Taylor has as many touchdowns as incompletions today, and he is going to get subbed out for the rest of the game. A nice easy win against EMU, and he just keeps getting better and better. So now we got Collins' first game as a 99 speed running back. It should be interesting as we got a solid opponent for this one. Collin got bottled up a little bit against Eastern Michigan. I'm hoping he can really go off today, and he has a chance at a touchdown here skirting around the edge, and that's a good way to crack it open for sure. This is a golden opportunity for the Huskies to become bowl eligible, and this Miami team doesn't have a lot of speed. Collin already averaging well over 10 yards per carry. Coaches have just got to keep feeding him the rock. As on 3rd down, he's going to get the reception and put his head down for the first. It's been cool to see both of the brothers pretty much immediately put their offenses on their back after fighting so hard to just win starting jobs. And this one's tied up going into the second half. Coach is just trying to run clock here, but we'll see if we can make something more out of it. Collin almost skirted out of there. And with just under 10 seconds left, I want to see if he can make something shake. Unfortunately, cannot juke that guy out. Hoping the quarterback gives Collin the ball on the Hail Mary just to see what happens. As he is kind of open out of the backfield, able to get into Miami, Ohio territory. It'll be one more play for the Huskies though, as Hampton's just going to chuck it up deep, but can't get anything. So a dynamic first half for Collin, but his team still has not been able to pull away. Feels like we need our boy to break off a big play sometime soon, as he's just been getting these solid gains for the most part. Miami has made things kind of difficult by stacking the box, as Collins had to fight for yards a little bit harder than normal. He ended up getting taken out on that drive, and Miami went on to score. We need a touchdown drive for sure right here. Collin is up over 100 yards on the day at this point, but the yards per carry definitely not looking elite. And the Husky offense has to find a way to cap this drive off right. Collin Cullen is just wide open over the middle, but Hampton misses him on the throw. And he's going to have to watch this third down from the sideline, as it looks like the refs are actually going to give us the first down on this slant. I'm shocked that coach is taking Cullen out of the game at this point, but keep in mind the Huskies do have a pretty solid second option at running back. The guy Cullen's been backing up all year was a 1,000-yard rusher last year, as he's going to get the ball on the speed option but gets stuffed. Kind of a risky pitch there from the quarterback, and I don't know why coach is going with the same play twice in a row. Alright, so this is the play of the game. 3rd and goal, and Cullen's got this little angle route. He has a little bit of space. He's going to have to put his head down to score, and he does. Let's go. That'll hopefully be the game winner right there. And it'll come down to this. Defense just needs to get a stop on 4th and long. This dude's just going to dump it off underneath, and we make the tackle. Let's go. Alright, now we just got to crush the clock. I am trying to get one more touchdown for Cullen, though the stats have not been too ludicrous today. This is where it really pays to have this kind of running game. Miami of Ohio is definitely not going to stop Cullen from picking up the first down, and that should do it in terms of Miami's hopes of winning this game. Coach is not taking a knee. He's giving Cullen a chance as he gets to the outside, puts his head down, but can't quite get into the end zone. I love coach for letting Cullen get the handoff there, though. And yeah, we're not wrapping it up there. Let's go ahead and get this thing into the end zone, as Cullen will get his 3rd touchdown on the day. He puts the offense on his back once again. So Cullen went ahead and got his team bowl eligible, but Taylor's still got to close out the season strong. And he's got a pretty solid opponent today in Ohio, but I feel great about the way our boy is playing right now. We got to go ahead and punch this in right quick. I don't know if this sluggo play has ever worked for me. We're just going to have to throw it out of bounds. So another big 3rd down, and this one's going to be a little tougher to convert. Taylor trying to roll out. He's got RB open, and it actually winds up as a completion. That'll make this 4th and manageable. And coach showing a little bit of trust in Taylor. I don't know about the halfback screen here, but we're going to throw it, and looks like coach knew what he was talking about. Running back's got tons of room to pick that up. I love to see a ballsy call like that early on. Now we just got to punch this thing in real quick. We're running a little mesh action on 3rd and 1, and we got the wide receiver open, but Taylor throws it behind him. And we got a draw play on 4th and 1. Interesting from coach again, and this time it is not going to work out. So Taylor coming away with nothing on the long drive. Coach trying to get the run game going as Taylor bowls over a linebacker. No points on the board yet, but I've been happy with Taylor's performance. He still has not really made a bad read on the day. And for this offense to be really successful, we got to start passing it on 1st down more. This run game is just not it. The drive stalls out, and Ohio's now got a 2-score lead. This one's looking kind of tough early on. Hopefully our guy can lead a comeback. And anytime I get the 4 verts call, my eyes light up. As long as they're running zone, that A is usually open. I haven't been able to finish a drive yet, but I'm liking the looks of this one. We dime it up on the corner route. Really, coach has just got to let Taylor throw the ball downfield. He's going to take the dump off here, though, and that works out perfectly. Ty Thomas rumbling for a 12-yard gain. But once again, coach going with these weak run calls on early downs, and now we're going to have a 3rd and a long goal. Taylor's going to have to be willing to make a risky throw here, as it looks like he has RB. That is a tight window, but Shakur goes up and gets it. Huge touchdown before halftime for the Golden Flashes. And Taylor's even going to have a little bit more time to lead another drive before halftime. Let's see if he can make something happen here. He's going to have to work pretty quick, and these timing routes are a good way to do this. The corner route is just always cash in this game for real. And you know what? I don't trust this kicker. Let's try to get a touchdown if we can. Unfortunately, not seeing anything open there, and a low collision is going to cause the incompletion. We got a semi-doable Hail Mary from the 35. I'm going to try to get out of the pocket here, as we might have A. I'm going to give it a shot, but dude comes back around to it. That'll be a rare interception from Taylor, unfortunately. That'll sadly tarnish a pretty good day on the stat sheet from Taylor, but we're not too worried about losing coach trust at this point. Although it would be good to get enough coach trust to where we can do hot routes and stuff. That's where Taylor can really start cooking, and he won't have to work with these crappy plays. But sadly, he just hasn't been able to keep this offense going consistently, and Ohio still has this Kent State team at an arm's length. It'll take a miracle to win at this point. The Kent State fans still seem to be hyped up, though, and Taylor's gonna have to make some quick work here. It looks like he's gonna scramble for what I'm pretty sure is the first time this game, and this time he has a wide open hole. He will scamper to the sideline for his best rush in a while. Dude is only 65 speed, but every once in a while he gets one off, and he's not gonna have any time in the pocket here. We'll try to escape, but cannot. I wish we could get that speed up a little bit. And coach calls a drawn 3rd down. Thomas actually runs it in. So this game is not over just yet. Taylor has a chance to lead a game-tying drive. It just takes the easy dump off on 1st down. Wouldn't be a terrible thing to kill a little bit of clock here. I feel like this needs to be the last drive of the game, and Taylor trying to get out of the pocket again. I wish we had the arm strength to make that throw, but we're at least going to get positive yardage out of it. Coach is just loving this halfback draw right now. I don't feel so hot about this, but thankfully Thomas is barely going to pick it up. All right, got to finish this drive. I'm not sure if we want to finish it too quickly, though, and I totally misread that play. Thought it was man coverage across the board, but A came wide open. Hopefully that is not a drive killer. I love this corner strike call from coach. That route gets open more often than not, and this is going to turn into a huge gain. Fisher's going to pick pick up 30 yards on the play. All right, now we are in a pretty good spot to run some clock. Taylor's looking for man coverage here and hits the timing route to Dorsey. We'll have a 1st and 10 at the 11. Coach going with an interesting 4 verticals call here. Don't want to get too antsy. We'll just take the dump off to the running back, but that's going to be well short of the stick. This is where we start to have problems because coach does not call good goal line plays, and Taylor's just going to get out of the pocket here. Looks like he should have this and just dumps it off to Gardner, who will get in for the touchdown. Bang. Didn't think we had a chance in this one, but now defense just got to hold on for 28 seconds. And Taylor's actually going to get a chance at a Hail Mary here. His last one did not go so well, but he might have a man downfield here. Sadly, that is once again going to turn into a pick. So 2 picks on the day for Taylor. Both were on Hail Marys. So we go to overtime as Ohio scores right away. If Taylor wants to end this season with a win, he'll need a touchdown here. He just takes the easy throw on 1st down, but we're going to have to do better than that. Thankfully, the drag is open and Shakur somehow makes that dude miss. All right, need some good play calling from coach. I actually really like the wide receiver screen here, and this one is going to get busted wide open. One of the most successful wide receiver screens I've seen is going to get into the end zone. And I'm watching this, bro. I'm not giving a chance to let our kicker miss in the sim. So Taylor will retake the field. I want nothing short of a touchdown here. And Taylor tries to roll out to hit A, but takes an absolutely horrific sack. And that's not good. Now we just got the running back screen. This has worked earlier in the game, but it'll only get 4 on this one. And coach does give us a pass play on 3rd and long. Taylor has got to make something happen here. He is going to roll out and had X, but just misses him. And we're going to have to go hurry up here. Our kicker cannot make this. Just an absolutely terrible sack from Taylor. Now he's going to need a miracle to make this happen. He's going to float it up to A, and he almost gets the ball into his hands, but it gets swatted away. That was just great coverage from the DB. And Ohio is going to kick the field goal to win the game. A mistake from Taylor cost his team the game. But I'd say overall he played really well today. The 2 interceptions are deceptive for sure. And Taylor will finish his first season with over 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns on the year. Definitely an improvement from the other starter, as he completed 69% of his passes. Really not bad for a sophomore with his arm talent, especially considering the receivers he had on this team, but we gotta reduce that sack number for sure. He also added a surprising 100 yards rushing on the ground with 3 touchdowns, and I'm hoping we can improve that scrambling ability in the future. We still gotta finish out the season for Colin, as he looks to have the Huskies bull bound. We gotta lock it down today by getting to 7 wins. And Akron has been stacking the box early, gonna have to bounce a lot of these runs outside, and Colin gets to the edge, just about able to get in the end zone, but gets dragged down at the 1. All good. We will go ahead and hurry it up, and Colin already tired in the first quarter, but will punch it in for his first on the day. I'm hoping this could be another big, like 200 plus yard day for Colin. Things have gotten a lot tougher since the 400 yard record breaker. Teams have started to really key in on this Husky run game, but the blocking's been just solid enough so far to make things work, and Colin's hunting for another touchdown here. I just realized, bro, I don't know what happened, but they have us marked as having 2 touchdowns, even though the team only has 1 touchdown. I can't say I am sure how that's possible, but I will take the stat pad, and Colin will get his 3rd on the day, I guess. I'm always cool with a nice little phantom touchdown for sure. I'm hoping Colin can get at least one more real one in the second half, and oh my god, bro, that was the dirtiest back juke. I wish we could have taken that to the crib, and that may be the ugliest cheerleader I've ever seen. 2nd and goal, we just got to go and punch this thing in and close this game out. But Colin gets swamped in the backfield. That ended up costing us the touchdown, but it looks like the Huskies are going to cruise out of here with a dub. Colin had a less than stellar performance, but it was enough to earn him player of the game, I guess. And it's time to see what bowl game this team got into, as Drew Aller wins the Heisman Trophy. Georgia Tech quarterback King was 2nd. We'll have SJSU in the Arizona Bowl. Gonna add to the spin and juke moves before we get into the game. All right, so we got the season final. Time to see if Colin can win his first bowl game, but he gets locked up on that stretch play. Our boy has definitely slowed down a little bit from his first couple games, as teams have figured out how to deal with him, but almost squirted away there. Able to get close to the 1st down. I would love to see Colin put the team on his back here. Well, San Jose State has a pretty solid run defense. They have known just what gaps to shoot, and that 3rd down play is not going to work out at all. Colin's been almost completely shut down, but after a turnover, his team's got the chance to get on the board, and he will snag the touchdown catch. Even at his worst, man, Colin is this entire offense for real. But not a bad way to close out the half, and it might not be over yet. We'll see if we can make something shake here. These dudes have been tackling pretty well. Looks like offense will just have one more play before halftime, but for some reason Hampton just dumps it off to the sidelines. Okay. Thankfully defense has really been doing its part today, coming up with some nice turnovers, and hopefully this offense can start to get it working. With a short field, Colin has got to find a way to get his boys into the end zone, but both of his blockers just decide not to block that guy, and it results in a terrible fumble. Thankfully the boys get the touchdown anyways, but plays like that are really frustrating, especially after the blocking started out so good for Colin, but teams are just sending more guys now, confusing our offensive line. Despite all the struggles though, if we punch this in, this game might be out of reach for San San Jose State. And the backup running back is able to get it in. So that should do it. I'm trying to get Colin up over 100 yards on the day though. It feels like bad mojo to go 2 games without a 100-yard day. But coach is going to take him out. The big boy getting lifted in the air as the Huskies win the Arizona Bowl. And Colin had a touchdown, but it was far from his most productive day. He didn't end the season super strong. All in all though, he had a really good year. 1,400 yards despite not being started for a lot of the year. 6.6 yard average and 16 touchdowns, as well as adding over 200 yards through the air and 5 touchdowns. I think both of these brothers are primed for really strong seasons next year. So for the first game of this season, Taylor is headed to Death Valley to take on the Clemson Tigers. Tigers already have a 7-point lead, and Taylor's gonna have to convert a 3rd and long, get sacked on the play. That is definitely not how he wanted to start out the season, but thankfully he has an easy throw open to the curl route. Kent State is probably gonna need a touchdown out of him on this drive as he gets out of the pocket here and makes a super risky throw across his body to Thomas, but somehow that winds up as a completion. So the gamble pays off for Taylor. He's got to be more careful than that in the future, but he is throwing caution to the wind in this game, and that was a great catch by his wide receiver to come down with that. Taylor is clearly not intimidated by his environment, and he's putting together a solid drive here. We'll see if he can punch it in here. Play action pass on 1st and 10 and tries to fit it into a tight window, but can't quite do it. So Taylor's gonna have a huge 3rd and 8 coming up here and tries to fit it into A, but cannot do it. Lucky that wasn't picked off. And coach is gonna go for this 4th and 8. We'll see if this works out. And Taylor has the slant on the backside. Was that a first down there? Just gonna barely mark that where it needs to be. Taylor is fighting for his life early on in this game, keeping it on the read option, and it's clear the run game is probably not going to go anywhere today. On 2nd and goal, he's going to try to pass it in, might have the slant route open here and gets it out just in time, but his receiver drops it. All right, it'll be a huge 3rd and goal. Looks like zone coverage from Clemson, and Taylor's going to try to throw it to the out route, but it gets swatted away. And we'll see what coach decides to do here. He is going to go for it on 4th and goal, a ballsy call, and Taylor's going to have to convert, finds the slant, and this time it gets caught. Trell Harris for the touchdown. Let's go. Unfortunately, after all that effort, this defense cannot get a stop, and Taylor's got to stop making dangerous throws. But it honestly might be hard for him to move the ball if he doesn't. A great route combo, and Florier's going to get 30 yards out of it. Taylor's showing that he can make some throws against a tough defense here, and he's going to get out of the pocket, definitely looking faster than last season. He was trying to find B, but just not enough time, and those kind of sacks are drive killers. Now Taylor's really going to have to make some magic. He's trying to get out of the pocket again, throws across his body to Y, but it won't work out. I'm just not sure if this Kent State offense has the juice to hang with this Clemson team, and Taylor's attempt at the timing route goes way out of bounds. Clemson's offense has looked absolutely unstoppable so far, and Taylor's gonna have to lead a quick drive to keep his team in the game. So we'll see what he can cook up. He's gonna take the out route here, a really nice throw to get it over the DB's head. Definitely a different feel when you have the option to hot route, as Taylor's got the easy throw to A there. Now we're rolling a little bit. I'm pretty sure the Golden Flashes are gonna get the ball coming out of halftime, so they'll definitely still be in this game if Taylor can punch this in. They'll let time tick way down. Don't want to give Clemson any chance to score here, as he'll step up in the pocket and slide after a short game. And he has really let time tick down. Now he's got to finish the job. Stepping up again, and this time he'll put his head down and get into the end zone. Let's go. Taylor Fitzpatrick looking like a dual threat quarterback in Death Valley. All right, this Kent State team is alive coming out of halftime. If Taylor could get an upset today, it would be beautiful. Definitely going to need to come out of half with a touchdown, but this offense is starting to slowly find a rhythm for big gains. Taylor's really starting to figure out what to do with these hot routes here. Gonna get out of the pocket and just hit the halfback wheel for an easy gain. Now we are cooking. Would obviously be ideal if we could score quickly here. Taylor's got to make sure to avoid mistakes though. That cornerback made a great play on the ball. We're gonna rock with some timing routes here. The corner route is going to get open, I thought, but Wiggins gets his paws on it. Really lucky that wasn't picked off. Probably would have been a big gain if I led dude upfield, but Taylor's gonna have the out route wide open on 3rd down for a big pickup. And I feel like this empty set should be money for Taylor, as he's got a wide open Fisher. Go, bro. Get into the end zone on that. Come on now. I'm gonna go ahead and hurry it up. I like that look, but Taylor doesn't see anything he likes. He's flushed from the pocket, trying to get into the end zone on the scramble, and does his 2nd rushing touchdown on the day, and we are lucky the boy did not fumble there. And defense kind of gets its first stop of the day, holding Clemson to a field goal. Taylor's got to take advantage with another touchdown drive, but he will throw his first pick of the game to try
trotter. Absolutely brutal. I thought we had dude open, but Taylor just didn't put enough air under the ball. Okay, defense holds Clemson to another field goal though, and we get a return touchdown. Clemson will get a touchdown on the next drive though. Now it is officially crunch time, and Taylor gets swarmed in the pocket. This team is definitely going to need some splash plays to win this game, and RB is open here. A great throw by Taylor gets dropped. You got to be kidding me, bro. At this point in the game, we just got to gun it, man. 3rd and 18, and we got 4 verts. Taylor gets out of the pocket and has Fisher wide open, but dude, brick hands it. Are you kidding me? All right, it's going to have to be a prayer on 4th and 19. Taylor has a guy open again, but this time he overthrows it, and that should probably do it for this one. It was a good effort, but sadly, the Kent State boys could not quite come through. I thought Taylor had a pretty good game. He just could not make it happen with a crappy offense and not so good receivers. Taylor finishes the day with 270 yards passing touchdown, and that interception was pretty killer. Also added 2 rushing touchdowns on the day, but took way too many sacks. So now it's time to open up Colin's season. I'm hoping his doesn't get off to as tough of a start as Taylor's, and it might be getting off to a great start. He is down the sidelines with just 1 man to beat. He does get caught, but it'll be a 54-yard rush on the opening play. That's about as exciting of a start as Colin could have asked for, and on 2nd down, he doesn't look too tired, showing a little bit of shake. Colin does not look scared by the moment facing off against an SEC team as he fights for the pylon, cannot quite get in there. Coach is going to give him a goal line dive to close out the drive. It was all Colin, and we might have the Wildcats on upset alert. To add to that, this Northern Illinois defense starts things out with an interception, so the supporting cast around Colin might be really solid as well. He's got 74 yards already halfway through the first quarter, and for the first time this game, the Huskies are passing in out of a heavy set. Colin improvising out of the backfield, and he is seriously the only offense this team has right now. But the way things are looking so far, he honestly might be the only offense they need. He is consistently getting 10 yards a carry. But interesting enough, it looks like coach is going to try to pass for it on the goal line. Colin wide open out of the backfield, and that works out perfectly. I do not know how you lose our boy. This is off to an electric start. Kentucky has started stacking the box, so I think it's going to be a little bit tougher sledding from here on out. Hopefully Hampton can find a way to take the top off this defense, and he throws a dime over the middle to however you say that dude's last name. Shockingly, it's looking like this game could potentially be a blowout if the Huskies are able to score on this drive. It'll be 14-0 after an excellent first quarter. Now I have a feeling coach is going to keep running the ball until Kentucky can stop it. This will be a big 3rd down though. Gotta find a way to pick this up, and Colin's open out of the backfield again, but does get picked up. It'll be 4th and 2, and I guess coach decided to go for a field goal and the Huskies miss it. Big opportunity to stretch the lead there missed as the Wildcats go down and get a tutty, and the way Kentucky is playing defense right now, this offense might have to figure out something else. The blocking has been questionable at times. I'm not a big fan of this conservative halfback screen on 3rd and 14, but it actually sets up pretty well. Sadly not able to quite sneak around the edge, and Kentucky ties the ball game up with a minute left in the half. Now this quarterback's got to do some cooking. All he's been doing is locking on to Colin, and after Colin comes off the field, he unfortunately throws a pick 6 in the sim. This game went from promising to not so hot really fast. Colin has mostly been bottled up since those first couple of drives. I'm hoping he can make another big play again soon. Absolutely need a 3rd down conversion here. We'll see what Hampton can do. Colin's trying to get open, but if he doesn't get open, it seems like no one does. So unfortunately, this team does pretty clearly have some problems, but Colin might finally have a big play here. If he can get around the edge, he will at least pick up the 1st down, and that feels good after a tough second quarter. I feel like this team needs a touchdown here to stay in the game. It's crazy I was talking about this maybe being a blowout on our side at the start, and Colin's starting to show a little fatigue. He is definitely not a workhorse build, and all these carries are wearing on him. He will be on the field for this absolutely huge 3rd down, and is wide open out of the backfield. This might be the big play we needed as Colin is dog tired, but no one is anywhere close to him. We will take that to the bank, and defense has been pretty clutch at sometimes today. Despite turnovers from the offense, they've been getting some stops. It does feel like the passing game's got to start cooking as coach has Colin run a crazy route. He plays it to perfection, but a bad throw is going to get the ball knocked out. All right, so another huge 3rd and 9. Need QB to make a play as Colin is calling for the ball, but that'll be short of the 1st down. Dang, bro. I did accidentally hurry it up, and you know what? We're going to let it ride. Colin is dog tired. We just need 1 catch from him, but the quarterback throws it elsewhere, and thank God we pick up the 1st. Unfortunately, after coming off the field for a couple of plays, it is already 3rd down again, and there is nowhere for Colin to go to get open. Hampton gets sacked, but defense has just been so dang good. With their backs against the wall, they get another stop. Colin getting absolutely creamed on 1st down though. Looks like Colin's coach is trying to avoid being too aggressive backed up on the goal line, but we might have to try to pass it here. All right, the ball is going to
go in the air on 3rd and 12. We'll see what happens here as the quarterback is taking off, and he will slide. They marked him first. Are you serious? I will absolutely take that nice little gift from the refs, but Hampton gets sacked. That is not ideal. Coach calls a timeout, but we are running the ball on 2nd and long. It just seems like Kentucky knows the plays at this point, and I don't know why we're even throwing a screen pass here. Colin was actually kind of hoping, but it hits off the back of his head. So we will have overtime on our hands here in Kentucky, and the Wildcats start it out with a field goal. Colin and the boys are going to have a chance to win the game on this drive. All Colin's team needs is just one play from him, and this play is setting up perfectly. He hits the juke and will get his team down to the 5. Now we're talking. Just got to punch it in on 1st and goal here, and that is well blocked. Colin will fight into the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. Bang. An electric start to the season. Colin absolutely balls out, getting the game winner as well. Taylor is just fast enough at this point in his career that he can get out of the pocket pretty easily, so I'm definitely going to have to make sure we take advantage of that. I'm just so used to him being a pocket passer though. He's leading a really solid drive here, and coach is calling the read option. He will get into the end zone for the easy touchdown. A little bit of a late hit there from Bowling Green, and BG does go ahead and answer right back. Looks like we might have a shootout on our hands, as Taylor's going to bring it to 5 wide here. This was absolute money last game, but I thought that dump off was going to go for more. Now we got a 3rd down, and coach is going to stick with the formation here. Not seeing anything open off the bat, but thankfully some nice pass protection. Similar to Colin's first game, the Kent State offense is nothing but Taylor right now. They're going with pretty much a full air raid approach, and with the ease Taylor's been making these reads, I do not blame him. He still has yet to throw a pick that was not out of total desperation, and these receivers have been doing their part. His team might not be good enough to beat Clemson yet, but I could definitely see him winning 10 or 11 games and maybe making a BCS bowl. Even with the 12-team playoff, if Kent State ran the table, they still probably wouldn't get in. And an absolutely insane pocket here. Taylor is going to navigate it beautifully and find space for the touchdown. That was most definitely not a play that would have happened against Clemson. I'm looking forward to enjoying more time in the pocket in conference play. And it's important that Taylor stays dialed in here, because next week he's going to have a super tough game at LSU. That might even be harder than the Clemson one. Honestly though, as long as defense gets a couple of stops, I feel like this team could have a chance in that one. First, we got to take care of business here though. This game is far from over, but the ease with which Taylor's getting out of the pocket has been very helpful, and he keeps his eyes downfield, throwing an absolute dot to Gavin Garcia. Taylor continues to make risky throws, and they continue to work out for big gains. He still doesn't have a passing touchdown on the day just yet, and that one is going to get broken up. A little bit of a risky play as coach is actually calling a halfback screen here. We'll see if this works out. Taylor dumps it off, and that will be easy money for Gavin Garcia, who doesn't get a lot of love, but he's looked pretty good out of the backfield. So this team heads to the second half with a nice little 12-point lead, as Taylor only has 2 incompletions so far. He's been putting up elite numbers with the slightest of ease, and man, this pass rush is just terrible. Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket again. I was kind of hoping for something to come open downfield, but Taylor is gonna put his head down and truck a guy. Taylor Fitzpatrick is looking like a football player. His 3rd rushing touchdown of the day. So this team has a commanding lead at this point in the game. I think that coach would want to run a little bit of clock here. At this point, Taylor's arm is going to be tired before he gets to next week, but he'll just keep on dialing up these mid-range dots. I gotta say, boys, I am a pretty big fan of these Kent State uniforms, and Taylor might have something over top here. Let's go ahead and take a shot. Floria has it and drops it. Dang it, bro. That was one of the best throws of Taylor's career. I just wanted to see if our boy had that in the bank. I've been so consistently impressed with his accuracy. Still have yet to see him dial up a true deep ball. We'll see if he tries one here. He is gonna float it to A, and thankfully dude didn't turn his head around. Based on this game, Taylor's looking like he could honestly be some kind of dual threat quarterback. I guess he's got some Patrick Fitzpatrick in him after all. I do want to at least get our guy one more touchdown before we get out of here, and Y is wide open. This time Flourier does not drop it, as Taylor is over 300 yards passing on the day, and it looks like Mr. Coach is gonna give him one more possession. We'll see if we can keep up these clean stats, and the drag looked wide open. I should have thrown it a little sooner. I do think we'll probably see a little bit more of that QB run here, but I guess they were expecting it. This might be the last play of the game for Taylor if he can't pick it up, and he's gonna get out of the pocket again. We'll see if he can find something deep. He will tightrope down the sideline, putting his head down. Taylor Fitzpatrick is tougher than he looks. Remember, this boy is 5'9". Taylor has just grown tremendously as a player since that first year at Space Force, and coach is gonna let him try to dial up a deep ball before he gets out of here. He will chuck it deep to RB. This is a 50-50 ball, but dude
comes down with it. I continue to be impressed by these receivers, man. Could have easily been Taylor's first legit pick on the season. Instead, he will get one more touchdown pass to Jameel Gardner here. Turned out to be an excellent game as Taylor finishes the game with 6 total touchdowns and almost 400 yards. Taylor and the boys will be taking on LSU next. Meanwhile, Colin is taking on Florida State on the road next. After the big upset against Kentucky, we'll see if the Huskies can keep this one interesting, and that is not a good start. I think this team will have to make some plays through the air to succeed today. Hopefully Colin can help make that happen, as I have no idea what the hell was going on that play. It looked like dude was past the line of scrimmage. So Huskies go 3 and out. Thankfully defense gets a stop, but the run is getting shut down right now. This has got to be the toughest defense that Colin's ever faced, but he has a little bit of room here. We'll see if he can turn this into something. No, he takes the big hit, and he is hurt on the play. Thankfully, Colin got back on the field pretty quick, but that looked like it could have been bad, and he is just getting pounded right now. Playing against 5-star athletes is a little bit different. It's unfortunate that this team can't seem to move the ball when Colin is not running it, and he maybe shouldn't have called for the ball there. Hampton throws it right to dude. Defense does hold the Knowles to a field goal though. They've been really good so far. Colin does head into the second quarter with barely any yards on the day, and this is a huge 3rd and 5 for this team on the edge of field goal range. Colin is open out of the backfield, but Hampton just misses him by a mile. Having such a crappy quarterback has really been hurting Colin, and he's open here. This time he catches it, but cannot put his head down against that linebacker. Alright, so things are not exactly looking ideal. Gonna need to make something shake here, and Colin has the edge. Finally a big play. He hits a nasty back juke and will fall forward for the 25-yard gain. Very satisfying after how this game started out. So hopefully that'll turn into a little bit of momentum, but it's hard when teams just don't respect the pass at all. We'll see what Colin can do here with this wheel route on 3rd and 8, and he is not open. Of course that means we won't be picking up the first, but coach has actually elected to go for it on 4th and 8, and Colin's running the angle route. Brick hands an easy catch that probably would have been a first down. Can't blame the quarterback for that one. Thankfully defense is seriously keeping this team in the game, and Colin's trying to make a big play happen here, hitting the back juke, and he might be loose. A little bit of creativity for Colin created space, and a dirty back juke is going to spring him for a massive touchdown. Colin provides the exact spark that this team needs. FSU answers with a field goal, so the Huskies have a little bit of time before halftime to respond. This team has been clamping Colin up through the air, and Hampton is 2 for 10 on the day. Coach is just going to call a draw on 3rd down, and honestly we probably have a better chance to pick it up this way. Sadly Colin cannot do it though. FSU does get a touchdown before half, and Colin just trying to get his team out of their own end zone here. Despite all the struggles, our dude is averaging a clean 10 yards per carry, and finally gets open out of the backfield here, hitting a nice juke and getting just completely creamed. But he bounces right back up. He is a trooper. They build him tough in the Fitzpatrick family, man. Love to see this from both of the boys. It does sort of feel like Colin's gonna need to come up with another miracle play. Has pretty good blocking here, might be able to make it happen, and gets around number 7, but he gets him from behind. Colin almost made the magic happen again. Absolutely need to finish this drive with 6 to have a chance here. Counter's able to get 5 yards, but we need more. Colin's QB is 5 for 15. He is literally this entire offense right now. Thankfully dude actually completes a pass that wasn't to him. And tired as hell, Colin comes out of the game, and Hampton actually gets a touchdown. Thankfully defense continues to ball out, so Colin will get the ball back at the end of the game, but gets lit up again there. And coach is going to call a screen here. I'm not so sure how I feel about this call, but it looks like it's setting up pretty well, and Colin's going to turn it into 11 yards to make it 3rd and manageable. Alright, so got 2 plays to pick up 2 yards, and Colin's going to get it nice and easy on this play. Might just have a shot here, boys. Colin running the counter here, has a man to beat and cannot do it. Just great tackling. Our guy is dog tired, but coach is keeping him on the field. I think we're going to have to use a timeout here soon, as Colin still falls forward for extra yards. Over 150 against a tough defense with no passing game is very impressive. A clock starting to become a factor here. We got to put it in the air, and I'm a little bit worried about what Hampton's going to do if Colin doesn't get the ball. This game is unfortunately going to be in the hands of the quarterback. I'm calling for the ball at any opportunity. I do not trust this dude to make a read, but he's going to have to. So here it is. Absolutely huge 3rd and 9. We'll see what we can cook up here. Colin is open, but just a terrible throw, man. Okay, so here it is. Last chance
chance on 4th and 9. Colin is going to try to get open and makes an absolutely ridiculous catch. I thought we were 1,000,000,000% dropping that. Our guy is still gassed, but it is go time. Colin getting some separation on the corner route, drops it. Honestly, probably saved some time there. Colin has to watch a couple plays from the sidelines though, and they do not go well. The 4th and 18 will probably be the game. I don't think Colin's going to get the ball here. He was open deep, and it's going to be 1st and goal. Hampton actually did something right for once. Let's go. All we got to do is punch it in. Come on, dude. Colin is open out of the backfield, and the Huskies are going to take the lead pending the extra point. I cannot believe it. Hampton came up clutch, man. All right, the extra point is going to be good. Just got to make sure no funny business happens here with 13 seconds left. That return looked just a little bit dangerous. FSU is going to have one last play here to avoid the upset, and it is going to be a sack. Defense comes through yet again. An absolutely thrilling game as Colin has the game-winning touchdown 2 games in a row, 150 yards rushing on the day, and we sent Florida State packing. So after that absolutely classic game from Colin, Taylor is taking on LSU. We'll see if the brothers can pull off back-to-back upsets. So we will just see what happens here. Lots of confidence coming off last week's game, but Taylor is going to have to play the best game of his life to win today. LSU is ranked number 5 in the country. This is definitely the toughest environment Taylor's had to play in, but he looks relaxed to start this game out. And remember, Taylor does not have the supporting cast that Colin does. He gets sacked instantly on that play, which is unfortunate because it looked like he had a dude coming wide open. No matter though, he will take the corner out and get a clean 20 yards for Kashawn McCray. Taylor looks dialed in, man. I'm more worried about the rest of the team at this point, and we gotta make sure to not take those sacks. Couple plays already where someone's been coming open and Taylor just hasn't had time to deliver the ball, and he makes a terrible mistake there. His first just really bad mistake of the season as the LSU home environment gets to him, and that'll be a pick 6 for Andre Sam. All right, so it turns out to be a pretty horrible start for Taylor, and he has nowhere near the time he had last game in the pocket. The pass rush definitely looking like a huge obstacle early on. Gonna have to rely on those quick hot reads like the curl and out routes. Hopefully Taylor can get the seam open a little bit today as well, and he does deliver a dot on the corner route. The sign of a truly great player is, can you bounce back when things get tough? Right now Taylor's trying to show that he can do that, but just has to throw this away again. Almost took a bad sack. We're gonna go to the bunch here. Liked how this was looking last game, and we got a nice little easy curl route to Holmes over the middle. Tight end hasn't been as much of a factor so far this year, as Taylor's been leaning on his wideouts a whole lot more. We got a run for the first time here. Taylor is gonna keep it, and the instant block shed gets him pulled down in the backfield. All right, so 2nd and long. We will see what we can cook up. I'm gonna try the corner route, and thankfully McCray runs a great route and loses the cornerback in coverage. That's a big time throw as well. Taylor's gonna try to get it in with the quarterback sneak, but gets stuffed trying to hurdle over the line. And coach is calling a funky little play action on the goal line. I don't know about this. Taylor's gonna try to get out of the pocket, but takes the sack. Dang, bro. The Golden Flashes are gonna have to settle for a field goal here. And like I said, man, I am not expecting a whole lot from this Kent State defense. Taylor is just gonna have to be that much better on offense. Ideally, he leads a touchdown drive here, kills all the clock, and we go into half looking pretty okay. Those timing routes are starting to get open, but the fact that offense couldn't get a touchdown on that last drive still hurts. They were trying to get Justin Holmes involved and trying to run off some clock. Coach is going to give the read option another whirl. Taylor makes the wrong read, but somehow is still going to pick up a huge chunk. All right, this drive is looking pretty promising. Taylor going to go play action here, easy to Holmes. Glad that connection is getting cooking a little bit. With Taylor at the helm, this offense has pretty much turned into a full-on air raid, as coach giving him the ability to hot route has been huge. And we'll see if the goal line offense is more successful here. Taylor is going to keep it, insta block shed, but thankfully he's able to stumble in. Let's go. Need a stop here from defense, but they do not get it. All right, well, with 10 seconds left, now it is time to just huck and pray. Taylor's gonna roll out here. We'll see if dude can get some separation. Nope. Possibly not the smartest move to still be passing it here. We're going balls to the wall today. Taylor just rolling out, and I guess we'll take a nice little 10-yard game before halftime. All right, so this one's not looking great at the break, but here we go. LSU's quarterback throws an interception coming out of halftime. This might be the momentum swing this team needed. That's Holmes again, the big boy rumbling down to the 1, and he is hyped up after having a big first half. This time Taylor's just gonna try handing it off to the fullback, but I don't know where bro was going. Back to the QB sneak. I'm gonna try to hurdle the line again, and this time it works out, thank God. Taylor's second rushing touchdown on the day, but it is clear defense is gonna have a tough time stringing 2 stops together. Really just need one more from them to get back in this. And man, that early pick 6 from Taylor just hurts so bad. He has played really well outside of that. Time ticking down in the 3rd. Hopefully he can get a big play going soon. He's gonna roll out here, and it looks like he's gonna scramble, but instead gets it into Garcia. He's gotten those those sneaky throws off a couple of times in the last few weeks. No matter what happens in this game, it's impressive that Taylor's had this offense looking like this against a top 5 team. Okay, so Taylor heads to the 4th, fighting to stay in this game. Gotta find a way to push it into the end zone here. And he should have that route wide open, but does not lead his receiver quite right. That's unfortunate. Was hoping for an easy one there. Looks like Taylor's gonna have to fight this one out, and he needs to find a way to convert this 3rd and 10. Gonna go stick and nod here. That's not looking so good. He'll try to get it to the drag, and it'll be 4th and 1. I feel like the team's got to go for this for sure. Huge upset on the line for Taylor. 4th and 1, and coach is going with the pass. Taylor getting out of the pocket, and he will pick it up. Thank God he held on to the ball there. Coach is gonna go with the same read option we scored on earlier, and this time Taylor is just wide open. I don't know how they lost him there, but he is racking up the touchdown rushes right now. And on this huge 2-point conversion, we're going with 5 wide. Just a simple spacing play here. It's not going to look very good, and Taylor fighting for the goal line but can't get in. Okay, so moment of truth for this defense. They haven't been able to stop anything all day, but I love the play call from LSU there. If they give Taylor the ball back, he will have the chance to lead a game-winning drive. And the boys are sending the house. Daniels is going to throw it over the middle, and it is picked off. Number 28 is going to get to the 15. Defense comes up huge. That's Dallas Creedith, the former Iowa player there. And here we go. Taylor's got to punch it in. LSU going with zone, and Taylor will get out of the pocket. Gonna have to slide here for the 6-yard gain. Coach is gonna try to run it down here against a stacked box. That's one of the first times Taylor's handed it off all day. And here we go. It'll be 3rd and 5. Looking for the halfback angle route here, and Garcia drops it. You gotta be kidding me. All right, this is the game. 4th and 5. My controller is vibrating like crazy, and Taylor's gonna throw it to the out route. McCray brick hands it. 2 brick hands in a row. You gotta be kidding me. The pressure got to the boy. A golden opportunity blown. Now we need another stop from defense. And LSU going ultra conservative here, but that was a huge carry. All right, man, this is it. 3rd and 4 for the game. It looks like LSU is probably gonna pass it. And Daniels drops back, throws deep, and he has a man down the sideline. That was an absolute dime. All right, I'm just gonna sim it out. That's the only way we'll have a chance. And LSU does indeed pull it out. The drop from the receiver just killed us. And Taylor balled out for the most part, had 3 rushing touchdowns on the day, but I think he's going to be thinking about that pick 6 all night. Today we've got what should hopefully be a stat padding game against FCS. And coach has actually got Colin back on punt return to start out this game, so a new role for him. He'll hit a little back juke here, and he might just be gone. He will get around the punter easily. We love playing against FCS in these road to glories, bro. That's how I like to start the game out. I'm hoping Colin can rush for like 300 yards today. He hasn't had a crazy game in a minute, and this might be his first big play. He jukes dudes out of their shoes and won't quite be able to crib this, but that's a nice little 25 yards. I'm most definitely liking the feel of this game so far. Colin gonna get face masked there. Just gotta find a way to punch this in. Counter almost gets blown up, but a clutch block will spring Colin for a nice little gain. After what our boy was working with against FSU, this has been nice and easy going so far for the most part. Looks like Colin will get his first reception out of the flats. He'll have to make a couple guys miss, but hits the dirtiest back juke, bro. We gotta crib this. Colin is going to stiff arm his way into the end zone. An absolutely insane play. Honestly, one of the best juke outs I've ever seen. Colin has clearly improved his step back game and makes another guy miss here. He might be off to the races again. Just gotta beat these safeties. I have a feeling they're not as fast as Colin. He will fight for the end zone and will get in to go up over 100 rushing yards today already. And I think 300 yards might be on the table for sure. And I'm not trying to stop here. Let's keep it pushing. I don't know how Colin is that wide open out of the backfield, but he's cooking both on the ground and through the air today. Colin honestly might be one of the shiftiest running backs in the NCAA right now. His juke move has just looked so crispy, and we haven't even upgraded above 90 yet. The NIU pass game hasn't even really been established. These defenders are just too slow to make plays, and Colin will get in for his 3rd touchdown of the day. Actually 4th if you count the punt return. I do think it's pretty likely coach will take Colin out before this game is over, so he's got to rack up as many stats as possible while he still can. And we're going with some power action here. The blocking is setting up beautifully. I see some pancakes downfield, and Colin might just take this to the crib. He's just got to make this guy miss and swerves easily away from him. Another big play for number 21 for his 5th on the day. This is reminding me of the game he had against App State last year. He might have a chance at another touchdown here. I don't know why they keep losing him him out of the backfield, but he will find the pylon again. And it does look like coach is going to go ahead and take him out up 56. Ended up with 300 yards and 5 tutties on the day. Really did what he should be doing against this type of team. So next up, Taylor's taking on a Power 5 team for the 3rd time this season. We'll see if he has better luck this time, and this might be a touchdown on the first play. Murray is somehow able to break away, and it'll be 75 yards on a simple curl play. That is what we like to see. I seriously think this offense might be unstoppable once they get into conference play, and this is going to be another big play as Taylor rolls out and finds the wheel. Gavin Garcia has been a pretty good option out of the backfield. We'll see if we can keep it cooking on this drive. Looks like the safety's getting blitzed. Nope, he stays home, and that'll give us plenty of time to dump it off to the corner route. Krishan McCray, after I believe dropping the game-losing pass last week, has been balling out. It's nice to see some redemption from this receiving core, as Taylor is just seeing the field beautifully. Justin Holmes improvising for a nice route. Taylor did get crushed on the play, but still delivered an absolute dive. This is looking to be an incredibly efficient game, and this time the corner bites down on the out route. The streak is wide open for another dime. And at this point, I think it's safe to say it. Taylor Fitzpatrick, despite being on a whack team, might be one of the best quarterbacks in the country for sure. I don't know if there's anybody in the country who's better at anticipating when guys are going to get open despite a tenacious pass rush. That is, of course, the one big weakness we see in Taylor. He just takes too many sacks, and he's got to continue to get out of the pocket and deliver throws like these. That one was pretty risky. Could have easily been a pick, and this one is going to be a pick. Taylor just got a little bit too excited about that seam route. Thankfully, defense continuing to completely ball out, forcing a fumble there. But Taylor looks a little shook up after the pick. Not that he should feel that way. He is literally on pace for over 400 yards today against a pretty decent defense too. After what he faced against LSU last week, this is like nothing, but he just makes a terrible throw there, had a wide open, and that'll be his 2nd pick on the half. So a great start for Taylor has turned sour kind of quickly. Thankfully, defense has continued to just be dominant, but Taylor continues to make mistakes. Had a dude wide open and just underthrew the hell out of that ball. 3 picks on 3 straight drives. And after that one, coach might want to start running the ball a little bit. Defense is not going to hold these guys off forever. Taylor has got to show that he can rebound from adversity here, and thankfully makes a perfect throw on the corner route. If he does throw another pick, this team might be in a little bit of trouble, and it looked like he had Y open there, but second guessed himself. He really hadn't seen a lot of turnovers in those first couple of games, but something changed for Taylor after he threw that first pick. He went from looking insanely confident to looking like a freshman again, but when in doubt, go back to those curl routes. Those are open a whole lot of the time against off cover. And with Taylor looking less confident, his receivers have looked less confident as well, dropping a lot of passes. This team's still up 11 though, so as long as Taylor can end this drive with a touchdown, they'll be looking good, and this is a dot to Junker. Hayden Junker is an absolutely elite name for a tight end. And for all his mistakes, Taylor is on pace for like 600 passing yards on the day. He's gonna get out of the pocket here, trying to run around the DN, but can't quite do it. Would have been a pretty large gain if he escaped. Instead, he's gonna have to fight from second and very long. Alright, so big time 3rd and 7 here. Taylor getting out of the pocket again. This time he has a man open, but that's gonna be a little bit short of the stick. Gonna roll the dice here. Gotta go balls to the wall against a Power 5 team. And Y should be open. Don't drop it, Flourier. Thank God he doesn't. Taylor gets his 3rd touchdown pass of the day. But Kansas is able to finally get a touchdown coming out of halftime. But Taylor's got to keep this offense going, and bro, that DB played the route perfectly. Taylor just cannot stop throwing picks, and he is devastated after that one. He is incredibly lucky his defense has been so good today. Otherwise, this one would be looking nasty. But to be fair, Taylor is pretty much solely responsible for moving this offense downfield, so it's not super surprising that he's taking a lot of risks. I'm hoping this is just a one-time thing and turnovers don't become a problem for the rest of the season, because right now, this man is just an interception machine, and these Kansas DBs are literally catching everything right now. Okay, real talk though, I actually cannot remember the last time I threw this many interceptions in a game, and I play against users a lot. Can't switch up the play style at this point though. I'm gonna just keep on hucking it. Sometimes you just gotta let it all out. I'll do a little hurdle too. Why not add a fumble to the stat line? Taylor is just going full chaos mode at this point, and we'll huck it deep to X. Dude was actually wide open, but Taylor could not make the throw. And Kansas's offense, despite being absolute dog water, has it within 2. This one is definitely on Taylor. He's gonna keep throwing caution to the wind, and of course McCray drops that. Taylor just wanted so badly to have an awe-inspiring performance to match his brothers this week, but it is not happening for him. Thankfully, defense gets a stop as coach is finally gonna have mercy on Taylor and call a run play, but of course he just gets swamped in the backfield. This is an absolutely critical drive, and it doesn't seem like coach has any idea of taking it slow here. Taylor is just gonna keep on throwing the ball. Honestly, love to see coach showing that trust in him. We'll see if Taylor can show that he deserves that trust or not, and he has a dude wide open off the line here. That is McCray, who had the drop earlier. McCray will get his 2nd touchdown of the day. An absolutely dirty press fast break animation from him. And that'll wrap this up. Despite a gory stat line from Taylor, the Golden Flashes get it done. Somehow it makes sense that Taylor would have his worst day in his first Power 5 win, as McCray actually ended up being player of the game. A nice redemption story there. After starting off red hot, Taylor threw 6 interceptions, did have 400 yards and 4 touchdowns on the day. As Taylor is actually leading the country in passing yards at this point, but has an even touchdown to interception ratio. So we'll see if Taylor can rebound from that performance in a second. First, Colin's gonna have an away game against Purdue. I gotta say, man, I love Purdue's intro on this game. Dude riding the training is pretty funny. And we got that big drum coming out. Purdue also has the literal ugliest mascot of all time. We'll see if the Huskies can stay undefeated today. Colin's teammate already got a nice little kick return touchdown. He gets sprayed on the first play. That's the thing with Colin, man. With his size, he takes one of those hits every once in a while, but his size also allows him to be one of the fastest players in college football. Just gotta beat number 1. He can't quite do it, but still an absolutely huge run. The boys will be looking pretty good if he can cap this drive off here. Tries to hit his back juke, but gets cut down. But a big 3rd and 6 here. He's open out of the backfield, just has to get past one guy, and he hurdles to make sure he picks it up. Colin putting it all on the line for his team, and his teammate will get the touchdown run. Dare I say it, boys, if NIU gets a dub today, they might have a shot at making the college football playoffs. With the expanded playoff system, even a 1-loss group of 5 team could get in, so it really could happen with this team. Already got the quality dub at Florida State, and another Power 5 win at Purdue would really help with that, even though Colin is getting thrashed by these dudes right now. One thing I'll say about this Huskies team, man, the defense has been shockingly good, and Colin tried to create some magic there, but his quarterback messed it up. See this lane though? If I just get around that guy, I might have some money. That's the play that worked out perfectly for Colin against FSU. I expect we'll see him try it a few more times as the season goes on. We call that the one-man reverse. It was of course a classic move of Devin Callier's back in the day, but few men are ever brave enough to try it. Colin just has that rare athleticism, man. Colin has that Tavon Austin agility that we only see once in a generation. As Purdue is able to cut the lead to 4 going into the second half, this offense has stalled just a little bit. Colin's been hunting for the big play just a little bit too much. Just got to keep focusing on running downhill and picking up first downs, as he sadly does not have that crispy 10-yard average today, but this might help out. He gets a beautiful block from his receiver and he is off to the races. Just got one man to beat downfield and he can do it. Swerves him out of his shoes and makes him knock over his own teammate. That is a house call. Look at that block from number 8, bro. And defense gets a turnover. Those boys deserve a lot of the credit for this team's success so far. Colin's just got to find a way to get in the end zone here. After the long touchdown run, he is almost at 10 yards of carry, and he'll power forward for another touchdown here. Purdue's offense has finally gotten it going, and Colin just has to find a way to crush the clock here. Boilermakers use their first timeout, need at least 1 first down here, and this will be it and more. Colin hits one of his dirtiest juke moves ever to get to the outside, and with the box stacked, there is nobody on the second level. He will take this one to the bank. This is a truly impressive performance, man. He is putting the team on his back. That should be enough to stomp Purdue out despite a swarm of offense from them, and Colin's gonna get one more. Why not pad the stats a little bit with a 40-yard touchdown run? That's beautiful. Oh, and we got 10 seconds left. Don't mind if I do. This is enough time to get in the end zone again. I want to see the stats for Colin. He fights his way down to the 10. Yep, I'm taking a timeout here for sure. I love NIU's humongous, gigantic coach, man. That guy's always popping up when I call timeouts, and Colin will get in the end zone. The blocking has just been top-notch today, bro. So Colin gets out of there with one of his best performances yet. Tons of big runs against the legendary Big Ten West team. 13.4 yards per carry, bro. I'm hoping that Taylor can have a significantly cleaner game today against Western Michigan, and he starts it out with a nice little completion underneath. I'm gonna try to take slightly safer reads today. Thankfully, it doesn't look like coach has lost any trust in Taylor. This Western Michigan defense has not looked too crazy so far. As Taylor hits McCray on the corner, McCray is turning out to kind of be a star. Just gotta punch it in here real quick. Nothing open as Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket, and he will have an easy lane for the touchdown. Let's go. The Kent State offense starts out hot again, and after how well defense played against Kansas, I'm feeling really good about this team. Taylor just having to chuck it out of bounds there. I will take that over taking a sack all day. As long as we don't get behind the sticks, man, Taylor has shown that he can consistently move the ball. He only usually gets into trouble when his quick reads get taken away, so as long as he has the underneath and corner rats, he should be good all year. Western Michigan's defense is kind of looking like a pack of scrubs so far. Taylor's got to pick up this 3rd down though, and it looks like everything's boxed. He steps up in the pocket and gets close to the first down. I feel like we got to go for this 4th down, bro. All right, coach is going to go for it. We have a read option here, and Taylor's going to keep it, putting his head down and fighting forward to get it. Beautiful football right there, as man, these dudes have actually been playing pretty good man coverage. Taylor's going to try to get the bounce route open there, but can't quite do it. Big time 3rd down here. Taylor might have to make a risky throw, and he gets it in there to McCray. That could have easily
easily been a pick, but McCray is going to pick up the first down with ease. Lucky that underneath corner didn't react to that. And man, I really do love me some 5 wide. Feels like anytime coach lets Taylor spread it out, he's pretty much unstoppable. And this smash concept is my favorite red zone play. I wish we could take the play action animation out of it though. It makes it kind of hard to hit A early. Ends up being an 150-yard quarter for Taylor. He's going to try to finish off the drive here on 2nd and goal, and we'll get out of the pocket again. I thought we were going to be able to outspeed that DM, but he ended up tripping us up. All right, we'll see if Taylor can cook up on 3rd and goal. Looks like he's got the corner. He floats it up, and a beautiful toe tap catch by Flourier. Great anticipation from Taylor on the throw. And defense has been balling out so far this game. I don't see any way we can lose, and Taylor's starting off this drive with a nice little rollout throw on the run. That's a part of his game he's been developing more and more. Might be able to effectively put the game away with this drive, as he's trying to throw his tight end open, and man, what is up with these DBs and just playing these routes perfectly? They are catching every single pick. So Taylor once again starting out hot, but proceeding to turn it over. Hopefully it does not snowball on him like it did last game, as he's just going to get out of the pocket and get a nice little 10-yard gain here. Times like these, we just got to stick to making easy throws to the halfback flat and stuff. Get this boy back in a rhythm a little bit. Best way to do that is always going to be with timing routes, the easiest throw to make in this game. I'm going to sorely miss these corner and out routes when the new game comes out, as Taylor's going to take the seam here. Risky throw, but Flourier makes an absolutely amazing catch. These are things you do not expect to see from the Kent State receivers. The line's been real nice so far today. This play's getting boxed up. Taylor's going to try to get out of the pocket and finds McCray late. McCray has been such a reliable target, and he gets into the end zone for Taylor's 2nd passing touchdown of the day. Western Michigan does answer back with a couple scores, and Taylor doesn't have anything open on 3rd down. This is going to be a rare 3 and out for this offense. Thankfully, defense just continues to ball out, but it's getting harder and harder to complete passes. We might have to get the run game going a little bit. Gonna give the wide receiver triple option a shot here. Taylor's just gonna hand that off over the middle though. Nice easy pickup for Gavin Garcia. And where you think we'd definitely be running it, coach is going with a pass on 3rd and inches. Taylor sneaks it in there to Flourier, who's also been really solid today. He picks up a nice game. I want to see Taylor start pushing it downfield a little bit more though. He's gonna get out of the pocket here and makes a really risky throw. I thought B was gonna keep running up the field and probably would have been open if we let him upfield. Really should have held on to that one, but I've been looking for a big play, and this might be it. Once again, we see the weak arm strength from Taylor, but once again, Flourier makes a great catch through contact. Outside of the turnovers, arm strength has been a kind of sneaky deficiency for Taylor. That's something I want to see him work on more over the course of the next couple of years, and he fumbled it out of bounds there. Lucky that didn't get picked up. We try a little wide receiver screen action on 1st and goal, and this sets up pretty well, but not a very well placed throw to lead McCray upfield. And on 2nd and goal, we just got a mess of slants over the middle. Western Michigan sends a guy though, and that'll make it easy. Flourier balling out today. Western Michigan just kind of quietly hanging around in this one. Gotta stomp out their hopes of a comeback with this drive, and Taylor's having a nice game on the ground, man. He's got almost 50 yards. I will say this spread playbook is just a little bit more limited than I'd like, and I don't know how the hell that was out of bounds. I'm not sure if I want to keep Taylor at Kent State next year or not. I think it's been a really good offense for him to start out in, but he could be really competitive with a stronger running game. All right, this is a big 3rd and 8. Taylor's got to pick this thing up, and he should have the corner, tries to fit it in, but dude just played that perfectly. And I definitely had the slant underneath. Dodging a bullet there. Coach is going to elect to go for the 4th down, and Taylor's going to have back out of the backfield. An absolutely huge catch from Garcia should close this game up. Taylor's not done yet though. I want to see one more touchdown out of this boy, and he should have the seam here. He'll float it over top. A beautiful throw, and nice to reward Flourier with a touchdown when he's been so good. Despite the early pick, Taylor ends up having a real solid game. 360 yards and 4 touchdowns, as well as 50 yards and a touchdown on the ground. And now we got the big one. Taylor and Colin are going to meet in the 3rd ever Brother Bowl. If you look at these two teams, the offenses are pretty similar in terms of production, but Northern Illinois has a definite advantage on defense. After losing a heartbreaker to his brother last year in this game, I expect Taylor to be out for revenge in this one. He's starting it off with a nice little easy throw to the out route, and coach is actually going to try to get the run game going early here. That'll turn into a solid game for Garcia. Definitely not something we've seen a whole lot of from this offense, as NIU just going straight man coverage here. Everything is boxed up, so Taylor will scamper down the sideline for an easy game. And this first drive is not looking too shabby so far, but Taylor cannot have his receivers dropping passes today. It'll be a big time 3rd and 10. We're going with a bunch formation here, and we've got man coverage again. Taylor might have a man deep though. Throws an absolute dime to McCray, and McCray drops it, of course. McCray has been the star of the Kent State receiving corps so far, but an unfortunate start for it there, and we are already seeing, man, this Kent State defense does not have a
lot of athleticism. I have a feeling that Colin's going to be able to run circles around these guys today. We'll see what this Golden Flash D can do to stop the run, as they almost were able to get Colin in the backfield there. Coach going to break tendency with a little pass play here. And Colin is open on the wheel out of the backfield. He might have a shot. Almost was able to juke that dude out to take it to the crib, but a nice tackle. And I skipped a play on a QB wrap. Somehow Colin got the ball and took it to the house. So NIU taking an early lead. Taylor's going to have to strike back with a touchdown drive of his own here. NIU has been playing a ton of man coverage so far, and corner routes are definitely the way to cut that up. This Kent State team absolutely needs points here. Coach is going to let Taylor go to 5 wide, and he might have a man open deep. This could be a touchdown, but number 6 makes an absolutely crazy play on it for the pick, and Taylor's turnover tendencies continue. Taylor's got to get it cleaned up because this Northern Illinois offense is not going to be stopped easily. Colin is rolling early on in this game as he's averaging almost 15 yards per carry. It's very possible this game could get out of hand if NIU gets a touchdown here, and Colin is effortlessly able to get to the edge. This one is definitely going to the bank, as no one on this Kent State team should be fast enough to catch Colin. That dude almost did, but it'll turn into a 71-yard touchdown for the boy. This Kent State offense absolutely has to wake up here, as Taylor's trying to get out of the pocket but takes a terrible sack to bring up a 3rd and long. Might need to try to bomb it here. We'll see if we can get this out route open, and Taylor delivers a great throw that is thankfully caught by Harris. It would be ideal if the Golden Flashes could score quick and give their defense a chance to get a stop before halftime, and Taylor misses what might have been a touchdown throw. Once again, we see the lack of deep arm strength and accuracy, but Taylor's going to keep trying the deep ball, and this time he is right on the money. An absolutely great catch by Ali Fisher, and now Taylor's really got to avoid mistakes here on the goal line. He's got a wide open. If he set his feet, that might have been a touchdown, but we'll take it. Coach is calling the read option here on the goal line. This is not going to work out at all, though. NIU has seen that on film. Taylor's got to find a way to make it happen down here. He is going to roll out and have an open lane to get into the end zone. Has to put his head down, but does get in. The Golden Flashes are finally on the board. Now this Kent State team desperately needs a stop. They're going to have to find a way to shut down Colin, though, and he's in the clear again. This man has over 180 yards rushing in the first half, and he is showing no signs of stopping. Getting the ball on the counter here, finding a way to juke a dude out. Does take a pretty big hit, though. Still, man, 19 yards per carry right now. Huskies have a chance to extend the lead back to 2 scores here, and Colin is open out of the backfield, catches it, but gets plowed again. Now the Huskies are going to try to kill as much time as possible before half, but Colin has a clear lane, and he will fight forward into the end zone for his 3rd touchdown on the day. Absolutely balling out. Taylor's going to have to make some big throws before halftime if he wants his team to have a chance, and that's a good start to Gavin Garcia. I think scoring in 30 seconds is a pretty tough ask, especially when Taylor is getting swarmed in the pocket like this, but he is just going to have to find a way to do it. NIU is challenging him to throw it over top again. He might have A here, but definitely does not have the arm strength for that, and an excellent toe tap pick from Bird on the sidelines. Today might just not be the day for Taylor, as not only has he been turning the ball over, this Kent State defense has looked terrible, and my god, man, Colin makes a guy miss, and nobody will catch him. He keeps on one-upping himself, and this one is a 75-yarder. One of the best moves of his career. Absolutely had dude lost. Now Taylor's gonna have to try to lead a desperation comeback. Looked like he had A over the top, but a great pass rush. This NIU defense is even a little bit tougher than I anticipated. This is one of the worst games I've seen Taylor have for sure. Taylor's got to push the ball downfield, but I really do not want to see him turn it over again. And it looked like he had Y there for a second, misses him, but at least is able to hit Gardner for 9. Honestly, man, if I was the Golden Flashes coach, I'd probably go for an onside kick if you score here, which Taylor is able to do. A nice throw up the seam for the tutty. This NIU offense has just looked completely unstoppable so far, as Colin's gonna get a block on the edge again, and this might be another house call. Just gotta make one guy miss, and he easily swerves around him. Taylor's been looking like he's been playing with max sliders, and Colin's been looking like he's playing on freshmen. At this point, Taylor's just hoping to salvage some nice statistics from this game, as I don't really see the possibility of a comeback here. That was almost another turnover for this offense, and it really has been a disappointing performance from this offense. I was expecting Taylor and the boys to be able to get a little bit more done. Taylor is doing a good job of making the easy reads now, and should have a man up the seam again, so he is able to get his 3rd touchdown of the day to offset those 2 picks. This has turned into a seriously high scoring affair, and NIU hasn't even had to pass the ball, man. These Kent State defenders are just so slow. Colin is making them look silly. He's averaging 23 yards per carry. Even if Taylor had balled out, I really don't think he would have won this game, because Colin is just on another level, man. He looks like he could go somewhere in the Power 5 and be a star, maybe even a Heisman contender, as he will take this to the crib, and that is going to set the school record for rush yards in a game at 415. Colin is making himself into an NIU legend. To Taylor's credit, he has responded pretty well after some early struggles, and has been able to give this offense some kind of momentum. He's had 300 yards passing with a pretty good game on the ground as well. And one more brick hand will probably end his day. And the starters are getting taken out. That'll do it for the 3rd annual Brother Bowl, as Colin just goes absolutely crazy. 400 yards and 6 touchdowns on the day. 23 yards per carry for Colin, as Taylor ended up having a pretty solid game with 343 yards, added 30 yards and a rushing touchdown on the ground. And right now, this brother duo is leading the NCAA in passing yards and rushing yards, which is crazy. Colin and the boys are taking on Akron. I would expect this defense to be a little bit better than what Colin saw last week, but he is going to start this off with a nice and easy touchdown run, picking up where he left off from that 400-yard performance last week. At 5-0, NIU should be on the verge of being ranked if they can win this game, and Colin might be able to make a name for himself as a Heisman candidate. He's definitely had his share of top 10 plays this season, and he has a ton of room on the screen pass. The DBs are going to track him down, but a huge gain on 3rd down. Nice to see some work out of the backfield for Colin, as his runs have been around 5 yards per carry today. Definitely not as crazy as his game last week, but he is still on pace for well over 100 yards. Unfortunately, the offense has stalled out a couple of times here, and Akron able to take the lead, but Colin might have a big play, able to cut it back inside, and no one will catch him. He is going to take this to the crib for 75 yards, and that breaks the seal for the big plays on the day for sure. And this defense, God bless them, able to come up with an interception, and now the Huskies have a chance to take control of the game. With just under 30 seconds left, they'll have to pass the ball, but the Zips were not ready for it. Colin is just butt naked open out of the backfield, and Hampton could have chosen a couple guys to throw touchdowns to on that play. That was a pretty nice way to end the half, and Colin might have another big play here, man. This Akron defense is not as good as I thought they were, and it's gonna be a foot race. Colin will barely get tracked down by a good angle, but he has definitely worn down this defense. Now up over 200 yards today. Might have had another big play if he didn't run into his blocker. Not exactly what I was trying to do there, but everyone makes mistakes. Colin will get right back to it, putting his head down for an easy 14 yards, stumbling forward. 10 yards per carry for our guy now. With a run game like this, I don't know why the Huskies would ever want to pass the ball. And Colin's shown a little bit of power today as well, bowling his way into the end zone. This one's gotten away from the Zips a little bit. Their defense kind of looks like it's quit, and I would expect another big play from Colin before this one's over. The Zips are stacked in the box, but it really has not mattered. There is just nobody to match the athleticism of Colin, and he might be gone again, just barely able to outrun that dude. And this time it'll be a 60-yarder. This man is unstoppable right now. Colin has had almost every single yard of offense for this NIU team, and coach is not taking him out yet. Now up over 300 yards, he could maybe even break the record he set last week. He'll need a few more big plays for sure for that to happen, and he might have one here. The blocking on the edge is just perfect. It'll be another foot race, but once again, Colin runs into his blocker. Not ideal way to finish that thing. All good, just gotta punch it in here on the goal line, and that'll be easy money for our guy, as the Huskies are gonna get the ball back with a minute left. So we'll see if Colin can make one more big play. He is gonna need to cook on this 4th down, trying to make something happen, hitting the back juke, and he might have it, man. Just one guy to outrun, and this might be one of the dirtiest runs of Colin's career. He will not be stopped and sets a school record for rush touchdowns in a season with that one. Colin ends the day with 440 all-purpose yards and 7 touchdowns. After that performance, Colin is #1 on the Heisman watch, as halfway into the season, he has 1,700 yards rushing, averaging 290 per game and 12.3 yards a rush. So now we got Taylor taking on 4-2 Ball State in MAC conference play. I'm hoping this game should be fairly easy. Ball State has a solid roster, but definitely one of the weaker defenses we've seen this season. With Taylor being the leading passer in college football, he should be able to tear this up, and he's been doing a great job so far. This drive has been nice and easy. All he's got to do is punch it in here, and he finds the curl to McCray fighting to get into the end zone, and does get down to the 1. So 70 yards passing on the first drive from Taylor, and he's going to go over the pile on the QB sneak for the touchdown. An excellent start to this game. And for once, this Kent State defense is kind of balling out after getting absolutely torn up in the last video against Colin and NIU. I'm feeling pretty good about this one early on, as Taylor and this offense have looked basically unstoppable. Taylor's just got to make sure to avoid those turnovers he's had in the last couple of weeks, and he is throwing in the tight windows right now. On 2nd and inches, coach is going to give him the chance to run the read option, and he picks up the 1st down, trying to hit a crazy juke but gets crushed. By next year, it's possible that we'll consider Taylor Fitzpatrick a dual threat quarterback, as he's put up some surprising rushing stats this year. And on 3rd and 1, coach is going read option again. This time Taylor gets trapped behind his blocker, and that doesn't work out at all. Coach is going to be aggressive here and go for the 4th and 2, and thankfully Taylor has an easy underneath throw to Harris, a big play early on in this game. Those are the moments that could be the difference between a win and a loss, and Taylor's going to try to punch it in here, sees the man coverage and throws it to the out route, but that was late. We continue to see turnovers from Taylor, and that one is really unfortunate, man. He started off this game so clean, but he just cannot help himself from making risky throws. That'll allow Ball State to stay in the game, and now Taylor needs to lead a good 2-minute drill. We'll see what he can do here. Looks like he's gonna have the corner route wide open to McCray, but McCray, always the brick hander, man, drops it. So it'll be a huge 3rd and 6 for Taylor. And the corner route is literally wide open. Gardner should have tons of space to run if he can turn upfield, and he does. This one will go to the bank. I don't know what the heck was going on with the Ball State coverage on that play. But Taylor's gonna end the half with upwards of 200 passing yards. And the Golden Flashes will get the ball to start the half. We'll see if Taylor can keep cooking as he's rolling out, and he's gonna try the halfback wheel route, an absolutely beautifully placed ball, and Garcia makes a nice catch on the sideline. Was worried he was gonna go out of bounds, and now Taylor keeping the ball on the read option again. This time he will be able to pick up the first down. And this offense has a ton of momentum. Taylor rebounded from that turnover very nicely, just finding McCray on the drag route here. Just gotta keep the ball safe here. He's gonna hit Fisher on the slant route, and of course dude drops. Whenever this team plays in the rain, there are issues with drops for sure. And Taylor takes a bad sack on 2nd down. So on 3rd and 17, it'll be desperation time. As Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket here. Doesn't look like anyone's open. He tries to cut it upfield and actually has some room to scramble, picking up 13 yards, but will get hit hard. So he'll watch from the sidelines as the kicker knocks through the field goal. And this defense just keeps getting stops today. Kind of surprising to see when they're averaging giving up 30 points a game. And it's good timing because we needed the win. It's not over yet though. Taylor's gonna have to find a way to finish the job, and he is fighting hard to get this team into field position again. Coach is just telling him to run some time off the clock here. And Garcia wide open over the middle on the angle route. That'll be easy money. Taylor heads to the 4th quarter with almost 300 passing yards under his belt. A touchdown here would effectively end the game. And Taylor's gonna try to hit the back out of the backfield, but Garcia doesn't see it. Surprisingly, we are going for it on 4th and 4. And the tight end is wide open. Holmes just has to hang on, and he does. That should close this one out. Before he gets out of here though, Taylor's gonna go ahead and pick up one more rushing touchdown real quick to make it 4 total on the day. As apart from the 1 interception, Taylor balled out with 300 yards and 2 touchdowns on the day. Had another great day running the ball as well. And at this point, Taylor is leading college football in passing by a mile. Meanwhile, Colin and his 6-0 team are taking on Central Michigan, and we'll see if he can stay atop the Heisman watch today, as I'm not sure what to expect from this defense. So far, hardly anyone has been able to slow Colin down. He's already got 1,700 rushing yards on the year, and looking to add more here, picking up a clean 20 yards out of the diamond formation. It is not looking like this defense has anybody who can keep up with our guy, but they are stacked in the box full of people. Coach is going to try to surprise him with a pass play here, and Colin wide open out of the backfield. Has some space to cook, but can't quite hit that backspin. With Colin coming off the field, his quarterback's able to find the end zone for a touchdown, and I am liking the looks of this game, man. Colin has nothing but green grass in front of him here. Even though they stacked the left side with 2 guys, one of them got lost in the wash, and that is enough to give Colin room to turn it into a touchdown. That'll set the school record for rushing touchdowns in a season. At 12 yards per carry, Colin is showing no signs of slowing his pace from the last couple games, and the blocking has been superb so far in this game. If Colin wasn't tired, he might have taken that one to the house as well. Colin had almost 100 yards rushing in the first quarter. Right now, he's in position to potentially break Barry Sanders' rushing record, and considering the journey he's been through to get to this point, that would be a pretty wild turn of events. And even when this offense is not clicking, man, this defense is so solid. This really seems like a team that could be a playoff contender. Obviously, things aren't going to be easy when we stack up against those better teams. We saw that pretty clearly against Florida State, as Colin tries to outrun a guy and takes a big loss. That's the one thing about Colin's play style, man. He relies a lot on outspeeding people, so against a more athletic defense, he's not going to be as good. Central Michigan has been able to slow him down just a little bit, but their offense is just too trash, and on this play, Colin gets perfect blocking from his receiver, showing the power too as he bowls into the end zone for a nice little 20-yard touchdown. This is definitely looking like yet another Heisman performance, and we'll see if Colin can make some magic before halftime here. Central Michigan still stacking the box, but that's actually worked against them because it's let Colin bounce to the outside, and once he is there, there is no one on the second level to stop him. With time winding down, gonna have to pass for it here. Colin gets the ball again and gets absolutely laid out, and that was the last time out. Gotta make sure we don't get tackled short of the sticks here. Instead, Colin is gonna get the touchdown to end the half. Absolutely immaculate play from him so far in this one. As Central Michigan's offense continues to be completely useless, and their defense continues to not be able to shut down the run. I gotta say, man, I'm curious to see how Colin would do against more Power 5 competition. Right now, he is just so much more athletic than every single person he's playing against. Just imagine what he'd be able to do with a big offensive line, man. Against these teams, he'd be running for 15 yards per carry probably. Along with the speed, we've seen him continue to improve those spin moves, but he is dog tired right now. Coach is gonna need to take him out. With an absolutely gigantic lead, my guess is this will be Colin's last possession. He has some room to work here on the counter. Gonna try to cut it in to make a few guys miss. He'll pick up 16. One thing I've been waiting to see from Colin is the one-man reverse. I think we're going to see it here. He hits the back juke, just needs a block from Hampton, and it might be gone. At this point in the game, he is so tired, so I don't know if he can outrun this guy, and sadly, he won't be able to do it. But he does set the school record for rushing yards in a season with that one, and that is going to do it for this one. We'll sim it out. It's Colin with 270 yards and 3 touchdowns on the day. This man continues to dominate. I bet he'll stay on the Heisman watch after that. Next up for Taylor, he's taking on South Alabama, and his receiver McCray starts this out with a brick hand, so we'll just have to see how this game goes. I'm not entirely sure what to expect, and Taylor's going to start this one out 0 for 2 after way overthrowing that. He'll be faced with a 3rd and 10 already, but thankfully has Holmes for the first down. The verticals play worked to perfection there. A huge pickup early in this game, as I'm hoping Taylor can play a cleaner game with less turnovers today. This is the spot on the field where he has tended to turn it over, but with no one open here, he's getting out of the pocket, actually stiff arms the hell out of a defensive end, and I'll get near the first down. Alright, Taylor showing some moxie early on in this one, finding Flourier on the corner, who's become an impact player as of late. All Taylor's got to do is punch it in here, and he has Flourier easy up the seam, getting his boy the touchdown. This game has gotten off to an excellent start. Despite not starting out the season very hot, this defense has been much improved as of late. I think they'll get plenty of stops in conference play, and with the way Taylor's shown he can move the ball, even just a couple stops should be enough for him. He's getting out of the pocket here and has Trell Harris wide open downfield. Almost had a receiver collision, but it'll turn into a big play, making it 1st and goal. Just gotta punch it in once again, and Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket trying to improvise, but gets yanked down. A nice play from number 9 on South Alabama. Might have had a guy open there late, but on to the next play, as I was looking for A on the corner, and Taylor's gonna take a sack. I am selling right now. Alright, big time 3rd and goal. Let's see what we got. Looks like man coverage, and Taylor would have had the out route, but gets sacked first. So Taylor and the boys get held to a field goal. South Alabama goes down and gets the touchdown, and just like that, this is looking like a game, but Taylor has a man deep downfield again. Garcia, you've got to catch that, bro. This Kent State offense has definitely been frustrating at times, man. The receivers drop the ball just a little bit too much for my taste, and Taylor's got to be thinking a little bit about what he could do in a more powerful offense. Hopefully this time he can find a way to punch it into the end zone, as these out routes have just been open all day. South Alabama have been playing a lot of backed off man coverage, and now we're down into the red zone. Justin Holmes gonna get just wide open off the line here. That's an easy read and throw for Taylor, and it looks like we're gonna try to rush it in. Taylor is going to keep it, and tired as hell tries to put his head down but can't quite get in. Looks like coach is gonna go with the QB sneak from the half-yard line, and Taylor is able to get the touchdown this time. Well, I'd say things are in a pretty good spot coming out of the half, and this South Alabama coverage definitely has some weaknesses deep. Taylor able to find Holmes there, who makes an excellent catch again under that one. It was kind of a wobbly ball from Taylor. Nice to see the deep ball get going a little bit there, as South Alabama continues to leave these seams wide open for Holmes. He has almost 100 yards on the day, averaging 20 yards a catch. A score here should effectively put this game away, as Flourier has just been cooking the cornerback on those out routes. He almost has 100 yards receiving too. So it'll be another 1st and goal for Taylor. This time he's going to try to find Garcia out of the backfield, but dude didn't even react to it. That could have been dangerous. And unfortunately, Taylor is dog tired. The QB run's not really an option here, and that screen gets sniffed out easy by the D lineman. So another spot of trouble on the goal line. We'll see if Taylor can fight his way out of it, and this time he hits McCray on the out route. A really nice tight route from McCray. This game went downhill pretty fast for the Jaguars, as outside of the goal line, their defense is just getting continually cooked. Just need one more touchdown before we get out of here. Taylor getting out of the pocket. Looks like he has X, but does not have the arm power to float that over the cornerback. It wouldn't be a day for Taylor if he didn't throw a pick. So that's a rather unfortunate blemish on the stat line, which has otherwise been very, very solid today. Taylor is going to pad those stats with just one more touchdown throw, this time to Gardner, and that should do it for this one. Taylor finishes the day with a clean 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, spreading the ball around a lot, and gets a nice and easy win over South Alabama, the way it should be. Meanwhile, Collins' Northern Illinois team is finally ranked, as he is still atop the Heisman watch. And next up, he's taking on Eastern Michigan, probably a chance for some more of those Heisman stats. I probably should have tried to make that outside guy miss there. Looks like Eastern Michigan's just going to be stacking the box and bringing the house, basically, but sometimes that is not the best option against Collin, because if he gets away from those blitzers, he is gone, and that is exactly what happened here. He'll take that all the way to the bank for easy money. Let's go. Collin is the most dangerous player in college football. You give this man any opportunity to bounce it outside, he's gone. I'm expecting at least 300 yards out of him today, even with Eastern Michigan stacking the box like this. And he's going to get the ball on a little halfback screen here. This is setting up very well, as Eastern Michigan seems to have been expecting the run, and Collins down the sidelines. We got to outrun that guy though. Probably should have swerved around, dude, but still a very successful play. But we'll just have to see if Collin can keep up this pace. He's getting the ball on the
counter here, and once again has the outside, just has to get around that dude. And you do not want to be one-on-one with Colin in space. He is just too fast to be tackled by these teams. This man is actually a cheat code. Northern Illinois literally hasn't had to do anything but hand him the ball, and no matter what's happening up front, he cooks. This offense is just really perfect for Colin to be in. There's so much versatility with the run game, and that is just beautifully blocked. Colin might be off to the races again, just has one man to beat, and he will do it, tightroping along the sidelines. I thought I was going to step out, but Colin is 80 yards to the crib, and he is averaging well over 20 yards on the day now. And you of course know I'm playing on Heisman difficulty. Colin is just simply 99 speed in the MAC. This is what it looks like. He's going to get loose again here, and my god, man, he might take another one to the crib. Dang, I probably shouldn't have spun back inside like that. But just to show you, right, we're in the middle of the play. I'm gonna pause it. Go into the settings here, house rules. I am on base Heisman. Haven't done anything to the sliders or anything like that. Just gotta give him a little peek every once in a while, because I always get these stupid comments. And even dog tired Colin is running with a full head of steam. He is averaging 27 yards per carry right now. This workload is wiping Colin out just a little bit, and he's not gonna be able to convert the third down there. That will probably bring his average down by like 10. And I'm honestly surprised the Huskies aren't ranked higher than 24. When you have a menace like Colin on your team, you can beat anybody, and you can definitely beat Eastern Michigan. Colin literally just navigates his way around the line. These guys are getting absolutely no rush, even sending half of their team. The agility and quickness for Colin has just improved so much since his freshman year. And look at the blocking on the edge, bro. I don't even know if I want Colin to transfer to a Power 5 team. This might just be the perfect situation for him. It's not even halftime yet, and this man has 300 yards on the day. The Eastern Michigan defenders continue to dumb out as Colin jukes two dudes out of their shoes. Are you kidding me, bro? Colin's juke is not even at 99. It's like 82 or something like that. These defenders are just so trash. At this point, I'm absolutely just going to run up the stats as much as possible for Colin. I want to see what number we can get, because right now, man, this is just insane. I don't think I've ever seen a game from a halfback like this in this game. Just to check the stats at half, Colin has 389 yards and 5 touchdowns. This is just stupid at this point. Coach better not take this man out. Running the counter here, and bro, the blocking is just so clean. I think I could have gotten way more out of that if I bounced it out. The only vision you have to have in NCAA football 14 is knowing when the hell to bounce it outside. And it seems that Colin has that vision, because this is just too easy, man. Look at this. All he's got to do is set up the angles right, and his speed is just enough to get him all the way there. It'll be different when he plays against Power 5 teams, but this year I think he'll be setting a lot of NCAA records. We saw the potential for Colin to become this last year, but I don't think anyone saw this year coming. Remember, this dude was a 2-star recruit out of high school. He looks like Reggie Bush mixed with Christian McCaffrey mixed with Devin Callier. Absolutely no idea why Eastern Michigan's going too high at this point in the game. Look at the pancake from the outside, bro. The only reason Colin didn't house this is because he is tired from having so many carries today. He'll take that 30 yards. Unfortunately, he is inevitably starting to lose steam. I'm trying to get to 600 yards on the day at least, man. Let me get around this guy, dude. Look at the speed from Colin. I'm just wearing him out. I probably shouldn't be doing that. Just 4 more yards will put him at 500 on the day, and he just needs to get around one guy here. Look at the back juke, bro. Colin will fight towards the end zone and will get his 4. Coach might take him out of the game after that, though. And yep, sadly, Colin has been taken out of the game, but was able to get 500 yards on the ground first. Just an absurd performance to end the day. It's Miami of Ohio, who is not going to be an easy team to beat necessarily. Taylor's starting this off with a nice little completion to Garcia. None of the MAC teams outside of Northern Illinois have really even threatened this Kent State team yet, as Taylor has just been so good in conference play. And hopefully today is no different. We'll see what we can cook up, and McCray is wide open on the curl route here. Thankfully doesn't drop that one. McCray has of course had a lot of troubles with drops this season. One of those drops of course led to a loss against LSU, and you've got to think this Kent State team might have different aspirations if that had gone differently. I'm just happy Taylor's in a position to be fighting for a conference championship though. As nobody open here unfortunately, and fumbles the ball. It is an absolute miracle that Miami didn't take that the other way. Really just genuinely atrocious pocket presence from Taylor there. He has got to sense the pressure coming sooner, able to get a completion here at least. And apparently the field goal kicker is not to be trusted. We're going for it out of the gate, and Taylor's able to fit that inch. Jameel Gardner, huge play early in this game. This is where Taylor's had trouble with turnovers though. Gotta be careful, and that was a risky throw. Thankfully Flourier is able to come down with it. If that cornerback got his head around, things could have been different, but Taylor's running it on 3rd down and gets completely stuffed to make it 4th and goal. So Kent State is going to take the field goal. Thankfully this Golden Flash defense has continued to look solid. Taylor's got to make sure this drive ends in a touchdown though. Some nifty running to pick up the 1st down, just swerving a couple defenders out of their shoes. I have a feeling Taylor's going to try to take the top off a little bit with this drive, as he's got man coverage here, had the tight end wide open but misses him. I think the pressure may have gotten to Taylor just a little bit there, as Miami's going
heavy man coverage blitz. Taylor should be able to cut this up as long as he can get the ball out. Just gotta make sure he keeps this offense on track by avoiding sacks. But rolling to his right is not the move. He doesn't have the arm strength to make that throw across his body. That's something we could maybe see next season. But in conference play, just throwing the ball quick has worked fine. I haven't seen a ton of big plays in this game, as Taylor's just been taking the safe reads for the most part, and Miami, Ohio has been given a lot of cushion. It's good to see that Taylor's punishing this defense, as he's on pace to throw for well over 400 yards, and the corner route has been absolute cash today. This time I want to see him finish the drive though. He should have the slant route wide open, but Gardner drops the ball. This receiver core is frustrating at times. Gotta find a way regardless. Out route should be cash here. Harris, you gotta turn upfield and get that touchdown though. Taylor has 150 yards through the air. He's just gonna hand it off here on the goal line though, and Garcia will get the first touchdown of the day. Miami is able to answer back. We might just have a game on our hands, people. Taylor's gonna try to get a quick score here, finding Flourier over the middle. Outside the red zone, this offense has looked damn near unstoppable, and Flourier continues to be a top target. Taylor does a nice job of leading him upfield on the slant. If you like seeing consistent, smart quarterback play, this is the game for you, as Taylor has been taking everything the defense has given him, and not a whole lot more. Unfortunately, this one's coming back with a clipping. No idea at all how we get a clipping call on that play, as Taylor's actually going to try a bubble screen here. This will actually work out pretty well, and Fisher will pick up the first down and more. Fisher is not a guy who's gotten the ball a ton in this receiving core, and this time Taylor is back to Flourier. He will get into the end zone, and that'll be Taylor's first passing touchdown on the day. This has been one of his most efficient halves ever, and now we'll see if he can find a way to cook something up with just 40 seconds left. He's just going to take the dump off on the first play. We'll have to take a timeout. I try to get the rollout going a little bit here. Taylor's going to get to the left side, and Miami does do a pretty good job of covering that up. That'll go nowhere. Gotta stay aggressive though. Keep the foot on the gas, and the corner route wide open. Look at the toe tap catch from Flourier. Dude has 100 yards receiving in the first half. Now we got a chance to get in field goal range at the very least, and somehow McCray is just wide open there. We're gonna have to get back on the ball fast though. Taylor with almost 300 yards in the first half, as Miami has just had nothing to deal with these corner routes. And now we got the true test down near the goal line. Taylor's gonna take the seam to Flourier, and Flourier will get his second touchdown of the day. I really hope I'm pronouncing dude's name right, because I say it a lot. But somehow, bro, I don't even know what happened. I think it was a fumble on the kickoff, but Miami of Ohio turns it to a 1-score lead. Despite Taylor's insane first half, Miami is still definitely in the game, and Taylor's gonna make a risky throw here. This one is gonna be picked off, and the tide has turned. Miami will take that into the end zone for a touchdown, as the cornerback read that corner route like a book. And I might just have to throw that C route in the trash, man. It's been getting picked off way too much for my liking this season, and now Taylor's got a little bit of pressure on him. This wide receiving core has been consistent, but I would love if they could generate a big play soon, and Taylor doesn't have anyone this time. He will just scamper down the sidelines, and excellent blocking. He's gonna get 27, and maybe could have gotten more if he stayed in bounds. Despite a couple of sacks, Taylor's got some solid stats on the ground. Finding McCray here on the little wheel. All right, just gotta make sure we don't turn the ball over here. I don't throw the flat route a whole lot, but I'm going to take it. Sometimes you gotta take what the defense gives you, and Hayden Junker able to pick up 10. Just gotta finish it out. We'll go back to this wheel route combo, and oh man, we're lucky that wasn't another pick. I didn't see that guy creeping over at all. Not gonna lie, boys, the reads have been just a little bit questionable on my part at times. Taylor gonna get out of the pocket here though, and I don't think I'll have to make a read. He puts his head down, thought we were gonna get in on that one. And on first and goal, we got a little wide receiver screen action. That is not setting up well at all. We'll just chuck that out. And what was that, a roughing the passer? Offensive pass interference? Come on, man. So unfortunately, that's gonna move us way back to the 10. And oh god, bro, Taylor's getting bum rushed in the backfield here, takes a sack, and coughs up the fumble. This one is going the other way, and this game turned around real fast. A couple turnovers is all that it takes. Absolute worst case scenario play there. Taylor's got to make up for it, and he might have a guy wide open. That's the dude Flourier coming over the middle with a big reception. One of the rare Taylor deep balls. Interesting to see him taking a shot right after the turnover. I think Taylor has just matured to the point where he doesn't feel the pressure as much and gets absolutely whacked on the scramble here. And time is low-key ticking down in the fourth quarter. Got to make something happen quick, and Taylor barely gets the ball out to McCray on third down. I think 5 wide is the way to go. Taylor looks pretty comfortable out of this look, but Fisher brick hands one with a receiver coming at him. And Taylor is dog tired from doing a little bit too much scrambling. He has nothing open on the vertical play. And now he's really going to have to cook 3rd and 10. And the corner route looks open. Gardner almost makes an amazing catch, but we had a little wide receiver collision there, and it'll be 4th down. All right, we have the potential play of the seasons for Taylor, and it looks like he'll have the corner route here. He's chucking that deep, but that ball is a wounded duck, and it will not get to the receiver. Thankfully, Taylor's going to get the ball back. He has thrown 40 passes today, and he's dog tired, but somehow still has a man wide open here. Garcia got past the defense, and this might be the biggest play of the day. 48 yards for Gavin Garcia, and exactly what this this offense needed. This is where Taylor's really got a nut up after a couple of mistakes. He's just taking the flat route to pick up the first down on this one. He'll have to find a way to push it into the end zone eventually. And he might have him one here. The seam is open. He floats it to Flourier, and that is Luke Flourier's third touchdown on the day. And now it's going to be up to defense to get a stop. And unfortunately, defense does not get a stop, but there's 30 seconds left on the clock still. Taylor's going to have to get things going quick. He'll get out of the pocket here, got to get away from a rusher, and he will be able to get out of bounds. But a lot of time coming off the clock there. With a spot in the conference championship on the line, we'll see what Taylor is made of. And I thought we were going to have the seam there. Taylor just going to have to get out of the pocket and throw it away. That is really not how I wanted to start out this drive. But Taylor is going to have the slant here. That'll be Harris for a big gain. With just 16 seconds left, I'm going to take a timeout. With this little time left, Taylor should probably stick to quick routes. And those out routes are perfect. Harris, you got to get out of bounds though, bro. Come on now. A little bit of a lack of football IQ showing from the Kent State receivers. As Taylor has the quick slant here, that'll work. Gardner, go down, bro. All right, 7 seconds left. Season comes down to this. Taylor is going to take the out route again with 4 seconds on the clock. Probably just going to be one play for the end zone. We'll see what we can get here. I'm just going to go with Verts. Taylor doesn't seem to have anyone off the line, but fits it into Fisher. He gets whacked, but holds on through the contact. Are you kidding me, man? There is 1 second on the clock, and Taylor is now over 500 yards on the day. An insanely clutch play from Fisher will take this game into overtime, and we're going to start out on defense here. We'll see if the Golden Flashes can cook up a stop. Miami's quarterback is throwing to the corner route, and that could have been picked. Bounces off the cornerback's hands. Are you kidding me? I guess the brick hands are not just an offensive issue. This is a huge third down though. The drag route is wide open and Miami's going to get this to 1st and goal. But defense is putting up a fight here. It'll be 3rd and goal for Miami and they are going to pass it. Great pass rush. He finds a dude in the back of the end zone, but there's a flag on the play and that'll be illegal touching. I think that's a loss of down, right? Yep, that's going to make it 4th and goal. So Miami is going to have to settle for a field goal. This is Taylor's chance. All right, so we'll see what our boy can do here. Already with 500 yards on the day, but he gets sacked immediately. This feels like Taylor's chance to win the game, but gotta make sure he doesn't force anything here. Thankfully, he'll have the slant open to Gardner, who fights for extra yards to make it 3rd and 1. Very nice. Which is gonna go with a conservative QB sneak on 3rd and 1. Taylor hurdling for easy yardage, ended up getting 5. And the Golden Flashes haven't run the ball all game. They're trying to start it here, and Taylor has a pretty good running lane, gets a block, and he'll pick up 5 on the play. Okay. It's all about the blocking here on the read option. This time Taylor's going to hand it off, fight Garcia. That'll make it 3rd and 2. And this time coach is going with a pass. Don't want to take the ball out of Taylor's hands, but that is going to be incomplete. And I don't know what coach is going to do here. Looks like he will settle for the field goal. So a huge missed opportunity for Taylor. He's got to make sure he gets a touchdown this time around, as this is just straight man coverage. He'll find Garcia out of the backfield. No one picked him up, and that'll be a big time game. Taylor looking just a little bit gun shy in the pocket at this point in the game, but has the slant here. Flourier going to pick up 6 to make it a 2nd and 4. And I don't think the ball is going to get put on the ground again. This time it'll be a slant play, and Taylor has a man open. Flourier, 4 touchdowns on the day, sets a school record. Dude is an absolute beast. And Taylor sets a school record for passing yards in a game. This is some prime action here, man. It is all up to the defense, and they get a sack on the opening play of the 2nd overtime. I'm hoping Miami's quarterback makes a mistake here. We're sending the dogs, and that one could have been picked off. All right, man, 3rd and 16. Sending the house again. This time Miami's trying to go with a screen, and that was a terrible idea. Now they'll have a 4th and super long. So here we go. This is the game for defense. They've been coming through clutch so far, sending the pressure again, and this will fall to the turf. The Kent State Golden Flashes have pulled it out to get to 8 wins. An incredibly ballsy performance from Taylor, as he had 550 yards, 5 passing touchdowns on the day, add in 50 rushing yards, 2 fumbles, but a win is a win. So after the thriller for Taylor, Colin is taken on Toledo in another huge conference matchup. We'll see if he can keep his insane pace today. This game could potentially be another challenge for the Huskies. It all depends on how Toledo's able to stop Colin in this run game. And we're actually going to hit him with a surprise pass here, and it works to perfection. Colin is wide open out of the backfield, hitting a dirty back juke and almost getting those 2 guys off of him. This is part of what makes him so dangerous. And this offense looking good to start the game. The counter sets up pretty well, but a dude got in the backfield. All right, so it'll be a test for our quarterback here early. 3rd and 13, and Colin trying to get open open, but overthrown just a little bit by Hampton. Thankfully, Toledo is not able to get anything. I'm sensing a similar vibe to last game where Colin had to fight a little bit more than he's used to. He is well below his average of 10 yards a carry today. This one's setting up pretty well. He'll get to the outside trying to outmaneuver some guys, but that was pretty well played from the Toledo defense. Might have to get more north and south against these dudes. And once again, we're seeing a little bit of fatigue here for Colin. He is not used to taking hits like this. And after coming out of the game for a couple plays, it'll be a 3rd and 7. Thankfully, Hampton's actually able to pick that up without throwing to Colin. What a surprise. Nice job on Mr. Quarterback to keep that drive going, but Toledo is sending the dogs on Colin right now. The usual game plan of running the ball on every play is not working quite as well as normal, but this play is setting up pretty well. Some nice blocking downfield, but we continue to see pretty solid tackling from Toledo. All that matters is we get the dub though. Just gotta punch it into the end zone here, and man, the diamond formation is just so good. I'm gonna try to pass it in here on 2nd and goal as Colin is open out of the backfield, breaks a tackle, and will finally get in. Hopefully that breaks the seal for this offense. And this NIU defense continues to be really good. Colin making some moves here and finally has a decent run. This one will go for 20 yards as I don't know how he got out of that hole. Even when you play solid defense like Toledo is doing, a player like Colin is bound to get one off eventually. He is just so hard to tackle, but it looks like he's injured on this play. Thankfully, he comes back in pretty quick, and his offense actually got him down to the goal line. That will be easy money for his 2nd tutty of the day. Toledo just does not have the firepower to keep up with this team, and I'm still waiting for Colin to break off a big run. It looks like this is it, and just like I said, man, it is only a matter of time until this man gets cooking. You can lock him down all day, but he will still get one off. This one's going 85 yards to the bank, and he just broke Barry Sanders' record for rushing touchdowns in a season. This set initially looked like a challenging game, but right now this NIU offense is looking like a legit playoff contender, man. NIU still got another game left in the season, but right now it's looking like Colin's on a collision course with his brother. Even after a slower start, he's got almost 200 yards in this one, and he'll pick up that 4th down easy. The reason coach hasn't been passing the ball in the 2-minute drill is the offense actually looks faster when they're just running the ball, and Colin will get in for his 4th touchdown of the first half. Only a matter of time till dude gets taken out. Gotta rack up the stats while we still can. I'm hoping for another big touchdown before the day is done. Colin's gonna try to cook here on the outside zone. He will hit the 1-man reverse. We'll see what happens. No, quarterback misses the block. It would have been a house call otherwise. Colin has not been able to count on his quarterback for a whole lot, and this team finally goes 3 and out. Toledo's offense has finally gotten it going just a little bit. Colin open out of the backfield here. He'll try to put his head down and get lit up. One of his few weaknesses as a player. The thing about Colin, man, he takes those hits, but he just gets right back up. Getting thrown around really doesn't seem to bother him at all. He's been dealing with that since he was young, and every once in a while, he is the one who throws a guy off of him. A play that looked like it was going for nothing will go for 20 plus yards. With just 4 minutes left in this one, this is actually a huge 3rd down, but Toledo does not stay on Colin. He's gonna get tackled though and fumble the ball. I'm not sure if his knee is down. We'll see if they review this. Nope, that is a straight up turnover for Colin, and Toledo goes down and scores. All right, well, I was thinking this was over, but as it turns out, Toledo's got a little bit of fight left in them. The Northern Illinois offense has really slowed down in the 2nd half. No points for Colin, and he stumbles on nothing there. I don't know what the heck happened. Sometimes, man, this game just tries to get you. It'll be a huge 3rd and 12, and once again, Colin trying to get open. His quarterback actually gets him the ball, but he drops it, and my god, man, Toledo goes down and scores. That fumble from Colin has turned out to be huge, but he might have a big play here. I was trying to get outside of that blocker to make it bigger, but it'll still be a nice 20 yards to start the drive. All Colin has to do is get his team into field goal range here, but it looks like Toledo is going to make the Huskies pass for it. All right, well, hopefully Colin can get loose out of the backfield. They're doing a pretty good job of covering him up here, though. Hampton's going to have to make a throw, and it looks like that's a completion. It'll only be 5 yards, though, and our big coach is going to go ahead and take a timeout. All right, well, here we go. 3rd and 8. This could potentially be the season. Colin's going to run the angle route and gets underneath. He will fight forward for the 1st down, and we're going to have to hurry this up. Only 28 seconds left. I'm afraid this is going to have to be all Colin. He totally loses his man here, though, running the exact same route, and that might just have got this team into field goal range. I don't know what kind of kicker we're working with here. We're going to try to pick up a few more yards on the ground, and Colin has a wide open lane. The kicker will not need to do anything. He gets it in for the touchdown. Let's go. And this team gets out of here with a narrow win. Almost choked it away, but Colin did his thing with 4 touchdowns on the day, also adding 80 yards and a touchdown through the air. Both brothers have been insanely clutch in this video, and now it's time for Taylor's regular season finale against Ohio. This one's getting off to a great start as Floria is wide open on the corner route, and he will turn and burn, almost taking this thing to the house and picking up 45. That's a pretty ideal way to start this one off, but Gardner's gonna brickhand Taylor's next pass. We'll see if this team has any emotional hangover from last week's thriller. Good defense from Ohio will get it to third down. Coach is going to go to the 5-wide look that Taylor worked wonders in last week at the end of the game. And he is going to get out of the pocket here. He has B wide open, just has to make the throw, and he does. Nice job of extending the play by Taylor. Now he's just got to find a way to punch it into the end zone, and he might have a guy open deep here. Floats it over top perfectly, but it is dropped. Come on, dude. That's pretty frustrating. Now Taylor will have a 3rd and 10, but the corner route continues to be cash for him. Goal line's what's given him trouble in the past, and it's going to give him trouble again here. He leads his dude too far upfield and throws the pick. Taylor has the potential to be an NFL quarterback, but one thing that's going to be on the scouting report is that he turns the ball over way too much. I feel like he has an excuse on this Kent State team. Since he is basically responsible for 100% of their offense, he has to make some risky throws, and that pass puts him over 4,000 yards on the season. Taylor's got to make sure he picks up a touchdown before halftime here, and he's going to get out of the pocket. These Ohio defenders look slow, and he's going to try to make more out of this. This is maybe his longest rush ever, and he will stiff arm his way into the end zone for a 33-yard tutty. Looking faster than he's ever looked on that play. I'd say Taylor did a pretty good job of making up for his turnover there, and he's going to have a guy up the seam here. That is Flourier, who absolutely balled out last game. Taylor's already up over 200 passing yards on the day, and just has Garcia here on the dump off for the easy gain. Garcia continues to be a solid option out of the backfield. In this offense, everyone is a pass catcher, so it's good that Garcia's been able to step up in that role, and Taylor might have had someone downfield there, but doesn't want to make a mistake. Instead, steps up in the pocket and fights for the first. And I really think that's going to be the next step in Taylor's maturity, just realizing when to try to not do too much. And right when I say that, he does try to do too much. Just completely didn't even see that defender, and that'll be his 2nd pick of the half. You have really got to take the bitter with the sweet with this guy. And right after throwing the pick, he's able to find Flourier for a 30-yard gain. Turning the ball over doesn't matter a whole lot when the other team can't score. All Taylor's got to do is continue to push the ball. And I think there's something kind of beautiful about a quarterback that just totally throws caution to the wind sometimes, still making these throws across his body. And Luke Flourier has really just stepped up to be a star receiver, man. Taylor's just got to finish off the drive here. He's going to try the out route, and this time it's McCray for the touchdown. Taylor's almost at 300 passing yards in the first half. Ohio does go down and get a touchdown, so they're still kind of in this game. Taylor's got to lead his boys on a touchdown drive here to pull away. And faced with a 3rd and 10, we'll see what he can cook up. He's going to go ahead and get out of the pocket. Doesn't look like he has anyone open. Dude comes down to get him though, and Flourier is going to get near the first down. Unfortunately, not able to put his head down. And Ohio able to get a field goal. We might have another surprise nail biter on our hands. And nothing open again here for Taylor. He's going to get out of the pocket. This time he gets away from a couple of guys though, and he is down the sideline, having probably the best rushing day of his career at the moment. I'm really hoping he can find another passing touchdown to offset those picks he threw earlier, and he's just going to chuck it up to Holmes here. Thankfully, dude catches it. After last week's game, Taylor does not look very nerves heavy. He's playing carefree football, but he's lucky that one wasn't an intentional grounding. And it looks like Kent State's going to run for it on 3rd and inches. Taylor is going to keep it, and his good rushing day continues. He'll slide down after a solid gain, and the Bobcat is an absolute shambles. That's a creepy ass mascot, bro. All right, just got to take care of the ball now. This is where Taylor tends to make mistakes. Just got to take these underneath routes, especially when Flourier is open. He's got 150 receiving yards on the day. Taylor's passing yards have slowed down just a little bit since that first half, but he has Flourier again here, and this one is going to be a house call. That boy is just so good, and Taylor delivers a pinpoint pass right into the breadbasket. Ohio's not able to get anything, so looks like Kent State will just be able to run the clock out. First, I want to get Taylor a touchdown to make the stats look a little bit cleaner though, and Ohio was not expecting us to pass. He's got the seam wide open. Why not give Flourier another? We love running up the score a little bit here on the channel. Despite a couple of ugly turnovers, Taylor has a really good day passing, as well as having what is probably his best day ever on the ground. So the Golden Flashes finish 9-3, locking down their side of the conference. Meanwhile, Colin and the boys have a night game at home, trying to finish the season with an undefeated record. I am hoping for a nice and easy win for Colin this time around. Would ideally like to give him some rest before the conference championship game. Doesn't seem like the workload's been wearing on him too much. It'd still be nice to get him a rest, and he is definitely going to get one today if he makes plays like this. He hits the back juke and might be gone. Number 10's a little bit quick though. He will track him down. Still a huge play from Colin early on, but after he goes to the sideline, his team has to settle for a field goal, and Western Michigan starts it out with a touchdown. Not what I was expecting from these dudes. It might be a little bit more of a fight than Colin anticipated, but he's got another great hole there, trying to spring it to the outside, and he'll pick up the first down. Colin's obviously been great, but you got to give some credit to this offensive line. Right when I say that, they let a dude come right through. But my point still stands. They've done a great job of opening up holes for Colin, and with his speed, it's just so easy to hit him. Huskies have got to punch this one into the end zone if Western Michigan's offense is going to be good, and Colin might have everyone beat here. Going to cut it back inside and truck a guy. Will get down to the 10. That's what we like to see, man. moving steadily down the field and will bounce it to the outside here. Great vision from Colin to find that cutback, and he will punch it in. This time defense gets a stop, and we are not looking too shabby. Colin's showing some power today too, bowling forward for 10. And it's funny because averaging 10 yards a carry today, he hasn't even felt like he's gone that crazy. Almost every play has been a run today. On 3rd and 10, we're going to try the halfback screen. Colin was the one guy they were expecting him to throw it to, but we almost get out of there anyway. Number 10's been tracking Colin down today, low-key. And okay, Western Michigan able to get back on top. Colin might just have another dogfight on his hands. And it looks like the Huskies are going to have to do a little bit of passing to end the half. Western Michigan's going to have to match up someone other than the linebacker with Colin, though. And with 3 timeouts, we can't afford to run it a little bit, especially if Colin's picking up first downs, and he will do that there, once again showing the power. And that time he put number 10 in the dirt. How to close this out. Coach is going to try this screen again. I don't know how I feel about this, but Colin with some nifty moves to get out of there and will pick up the first down. You just got to get him in space. Still 3 timeouts for the Huskies, as Colin is dog tired, but still trucking over people. We've seen a lot of that today. I'm trying to see our quarterback make a play here, but instead he just locks on to Colin, who is absolutely not open. After that play, coach is just going to try to fit a cheap run in. It's hilarious how much Western Michigan is still stacking the box at the end of the half, and the Huskies are going to have to settle for a field goal with 20 seconds left. Western Michigan is kind of proven to be a tough out, but this play is setting up real good. Just got to follow the blocker. Oh man, we got caught up on him. I thought that one was going to the bank. This has really been the biggest money formation for Colin all year. Does a great job of setting up the edge, and it is going to do that perfectly here as he hits a back juke trying to get around these other Western Michigan defenders, and if he didn't step out, he might have taken that one. I think Colin's height actually makes him way more difficult to tackle in the open space, and he's going to get out of here on the draw. Gets absolutely laid down by number 10, who is definitely his enemy today. This is where we've had trouble because Colin gets tired and can't finish these drives out. His team is going to have to do some work for him. Thankfully, this time his quarterback's able to pick up a few first downs and is going to keep it on the read option here. Everybody went to Colin, and that'll be an easy touchdown for Ethan Hampton. NIU is thankfully going to be back in control of this game, as Western Michigan is really sending the house here. If Colin can get past this second level with the blitz coming, he might be gone, and he might have a shot to do it here. Got to make a couple men miss, but he gets tackled from behind, and it looks like he might have gotten hurt on the play. Thankfully, just got the wind knocked out of him, so he'll take a breather and come back in, and now he's just got to run the rest of this clock out. Almost picking up the first down there. Gonna go to the goal line, look on 2nd and inches. Western Michigan stacking the box, and that is dangerous because Colin will get to the outside. Normally this would be a house call, but this dude number 10 just has his number today. That guy deserves some props for being able to keep up with Colin, but our guy is just still getting his 10 yards per carry. Western Michigan down to 1 timeout, and instead of this defense wearing down Colin, Colin is wearing down this defense. Just got to take care of the rock as he's almost at 300 yards, and they're sending everybody after him at this point. And on 3rd and 9, no reason to put the ball into Ethan Hampton's hands, especially not when Colin can do this. He'll get around the edge one more time, and this time he will be gone. Good night, Western Michigan. That'll do it for this one. Another great performance. A nice little 300 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns today. Offense got slowed down a little bit, but just a little bit. So that confirms that Taylor and Colin will be playing against each other in the conference championship game. And after going 12-0, the Huskies make a shocking jump in the polls to number 2. Did not see that one coming. Okay, so here we go, boys. NIU is potentially hosting the biggest championship game in MAC history, and Colin is off to the races on the first play, trucking down the sideline for a 28-yard gain. Last time Colin and Taylor played each other, Colin absolutely dominated the matchup. Kent State's defense couldn't do anything, and I expect him to get his today. Taylor's gonna have to score on nearly every drive to give his team a chance, because look at this, man. This dude Colin is just untackleable. One spin move and he is gone for a 43-yard gain against this paper-mache Kent State defense. All eyes are on Colin, who's a potential Heisman winner out of the MAC. But remember, Taylor is the leading passer in college football right now. Outside of their loss to NIU, Kent State's only losses have been to, I think, LSU and Clemson. Last time, this NIU defense did give Taylor a little bit of trouble, but he's finding easy reads early on. As long as he has those quick reads open, he'll be fine. Where he gets in trouble is where he starts forcing the ball, and he'll just have to throw it out of bounds on first down. Where Colin has a pretty solid supporting cast around him, Taylor has to work very, very hard for this Kent State offense to move the ball. This is a big 3rd and 3 in what is potentially 2-down territory, and Taylor was trying to find A, just makes an absolutely terrible throw that should have been picked. And that'll give Taylor another chance here, but it doesn't look like he has anything open. He'll get out of the pocket and float it up for Harris, who is able to make the toe tap and catch. So the drive is going to stay alive for Kent State. Taylor looks a little bit shook up, just taking the easy read to Gardner. That's the other thing, man. Taylor pretty consistently gets hit very hard. His offensive line does not do a great job of protecting him. When you're throwing the ball as many times as as he does in a game, you're bound to take some hits anyways. And I don't know why Gardner came so far back to the ball there. Taylor's just got to finish this drive off. He's been taking a lot of easy reads to the flats, but Gardner does not look like he knows where he's going. I wouldn't be surprised if this was 2-down territory again. And this time it doesn't look like Taylor has anybody. He is going to take a sack. And the Northern Illinois defense gets an early stop. Golden Flash is at least able to get a field goal, but they'll need more than that today. Colin gets the ball back after a dominant first drive. And he has fresh legs after Taylor took a lot of time to move his team down the field. Not a luxury that he's really used to having, as he's averaging 22 yards per carry already in this one. Almost broke another one loose. Really, it's a shame Taylor has this defense to back him up, because they seem to be one of the slowest in the country based on what I've seen today so far. It would be pretty huge if Taylor's defense could come up with a stop, and they do actually guard Colin out of the backfield. Hampton will have to throw it elsewhere, but it's a first down anyways for Chris Carter. That felt like a stop that Taylor's team needed for sure. But on second down, they are able to get another tackle for loss, and Colin's gonna have to come out of the game after that one. So we'll see what Hampton can do on 3rd and 11. He's gonna throw back across his body, but yeah, that other running back is not quite the same as Colin. And the Huskies went ahead and missed the field goal in the sim. So Taylor's team potentially has a little bit of life here, but that was a risky screen pass. Taylor has really got to take advantage of his team getting a stop. He'll have a 3rd down here and get out of the pocket. Maybe shouldn't have gone to the side where there were no receivers, as he'll put his head down, but that's not going to be enough to get anything. So Taylor wastes an opportunity with a 3 and out, and Colin's going to get the ball right back. Now he's got fresh legs and nobody will stop him. He cruises around the outside for an easy 25-yard pickup. Taylor's going to get the ball after halftime though, so if he can get his boys a touchdown here, he'll be looking pretty good. And he's going to get out of the pocket, might have a man deep downfield, but somehow that cornerback had eyes in the back of his head to swat it away. So what could have been a huge gain turns into a near turnover for Taylor, but he's going to find that boy Flourier, who has tons of room for a 25-plus gain. That's Flourier's first catch on the day. Taylor has got to get him going, and he'll find Garcia out of the backfield, as this offense is starting to get back into a rhythm. This is where we've had problems though. Taylor has got to be able to push this into the end zone for a touchdown, and he's doing a good job of spreading the ball around on this drive. We'll see what happens with the red zone offense here. Taylor is actually going to keep it on a read option and has some space, plowing forward for 10 yards. And with plenty of time, he's going to get out of the pocket on 1st and goal. Tried to outrun a guy, but unfortunately cannot. Lots of wasted goal line plays for Taylor. He's going to try to hit Flourier here though, and Flourier will get down to the 1. I thought he was over the plane for sure. All right, Taylor's got to find a way to get in. On the quarterback sneak, he'll hurdle over the line and get it. A huge moment for this Kent State offense. The Golden Flashes are going to get the ball out of halftime here with a chance to potentially take the lead. We'll see what Taylor can cook up here. He's going to throw it to McCray, but McCray was out of bounds. Bad awareness from the receiver. Now Taylor's going to be way behind the sticks. He'll have to make a big throw and has a guy up the seams, thankfully. A bust from NIU, and Holmes able to get 23. So Taylor and Kent State are suddenly in a good position, and no one checks Flourier off the line. He'll have that out route wide open. After some early mistakes, Taylor is starting to get into a rhythm, and the run game's been good for some yards here and there. We'll see if this NIU defense tightens up here, but it looks like Taylor will have a shot over top. That's Flourier, who brick hands a beautiful ball from Taylor. Come on now, man. That is a potential game changer right there, and a big part of the reason Taylor and this Kent State team aren't elite, but Junker is going to get open, and that'll make up for a lot of those yards we just lost. Okay, so Taylor has a chance to finish out this drive with a touchdown. He'll take the curl here, but McCray drops the wide open touchdown. Are you kidding me? The frustrations just keep on coming for Taylor. He's going to get out of the pocket here. Doesn't look like he has anyone open, but able to get the ball out so he doesn't get sacked. All right, 3rd and 10. Let's see what Taylor's got. He's going to get out of the pocket again, might have a lane here, and will put his head down to make this 4th and 1. We'll see what coach decides. Taylor's going to be running the read option on 4th and 1, and he is going to keep it. He is dog tired, but has a wide open lane, and the Kent State Golden Flashes take the lead on the undefeated Huskies. So a very interesting turn of events, man. I honestly was not expecting Taylor to be able to compete in this one, and Colin has definitely done his part to move this offense down the field. It's important to note there is definitely more pressure on Colin in this game. He's the Heisman frontrunner, and his team has a legitimate chance to be a national title contender, as this Kent State defense looks to have gotten a little bit of mojo, but Colin is wide open here, and he'll have a chance to get out of there, swerving around a blocker, and he will take this to the crib. Made that look a whole lot easier than Taylor's drive for sure. Taylor is looking much more confident than he did at the start of this game, maybe a little bit too confident there, as Flourier's been dropping a lot of passes today. The normally sure-handed receiver has got to get his act together in this one, and Taylor's looking for X over top. He actually has him deep, but cannot quite spot up and make the throw. Lucky it wasn't picked off. All right, Taylor's been pretty heroic so far, but he's going to have another 3rd down. Thankfully has the out route wide open. This time, thankfully, McCray doesn't drop it, and he breaks a tackle. McCray might be off to the races, and is going to get caught, but it'll be a 40-yard gain at a very needed moment. This has turned out to be a pretty awesome game. And Taylor's just going to take the underneath there. Linebacker almost stepped up and played that. So here we go. This is the tough location for Taylor, but he's got Shakur over the middle. Not sure how that wasn't a touchdown, but we'll take it. This game heads to the fourth quarter looking much tighter than expected. Taylor's just going to have to go with the QB sneak here, and he will get that thing in easily. The number 2 team is on the ropes here in the MAC championship game, and Taylor just set a rushing touchdown season record for Kent State. Pretty funny because I still definitely don't think of Taylor as a runner, but he's been able to get it done. Colin, though, just has had huge holes all day. It is amazing that his team is not in the lead right now. This one might end up coming down to who has the ball last, and Colin is literally going to juke out the entire Kent State defense here. We've seen some crazy jukes for Colin, man, but that one might have just been the best. I think that might stand up as one of the craziest jukes in NCAA history. This is why Colin is the Heisman frontrunner, man. We have never seen this before. Look at all the defenders that he makes miss with one step back. I mean, 5 defenders right in the spot, and he gets around all of them. Whatever happens here the rest of this game, I think it's safe to say Colin's locked down the Heisman trophy. And Taylor is still dealing, but Junker drops the ball. What is up with all these drops today? This is definitely one of the worst performances from these Kent State receivers, and Taylor does not have anything open here. He's going to try to get out of the pocket again and actually is able to escape. He will somehow pick up a first down. Who's saying this man's not a runner? He might not be blazing fast, but he's faster than those defensive ends, and that is really all that matters. So get out of the pocket here and have McCray downfield for a big gain. This dude just will not quit today. Taylor is clearly determined to finally come out on top against his brother, and has Gardner on the corner route here. It'll be a foot race, and Gardner will get down inside the red zone. All right, so we'll see what Taylor can do. Looks like he's gonna have the out route here. He'll pull the trigger, and McCray drops it. That's fine, man. Taylor's dealt with adversity before. He's gonna get out of the pocket again. This man is dog tired. He's gonna throw across his body. Had X but got hit. The Kent State coach is gonna take a timeout. Taylor's got to rest his legs a little bit. So here we go. Play of the season for Kent State. Taylor's got routes over the middle, but he's gonna get out of the pocket again and goes down. It'll be 4th and 12. That was just not a good play call. All right, no choice but to go for it here. Let's see if Taylor can gut it out one more time, and it looks like he has the out route, but sails it over McCray. That is just painful. Let's be real, man. McCray probably would have dropped it anyways, but that one's going to be haunting Taylor for a long time if he loses this game, and it looks like that might be the case because Colin Fitzpatrick is unstoppable. The man has already won the Heisman Trophy, and it looks like he might win this game. That'll put him over 300 rush yards. Now Taylor's coach is maybe kind of wishing he took the field goal, especially with Taylor so tired, but no time to dwell on the past. Taylor has got to lead a drive here and almost takes the sack, barely gets the ball out. It might take a miracle for Kent State at this point, but Taylor has provided a couple of those this season. This drive is going to have to be quicker than his other ones, and that'll require him hitting a big play over top at some point. He just fits it into A there, and that was a very risky throw, but at this point he's got to make risky throws. Kent State is just going full 4 verts mode here, as that was almost a crazy play from the DB, but a couple of nice throws from Taylor, and this one might not be over after all. The seam has been wide open on this drive as Eccles, who I don't even know who that is going crazy. Taylor's able to get his team down to the 1-yard line real quick and is getting out of the pocket. Will have to just get the ball out. Looks like he'll try to get it in with a quick QB sneak and is able to. Okay, we'll see what happens here. Kent State's probably going to go for 2, and that is what they're going to do. Taylor is going to try to get it to the slant route and does. It is a 3-point game. All right, Kent State's going to go for the onside kick with 1:49 left. This ball is going to bounce off a Northern Illinois player, and holy crap, man, Kent State has the ball. I have never seen that happen in a sim before. That is unbelievable. Taylor cannot waste this opportunity. He's got to find Junker up the seam, and Kent State is close to field goal range already. Wow, man, I thought this game was 100% over. Colin probably can't believe it, but Taylor gets stood up on the read option. He's going to get a chance at redemption after his overthrow earlier, and he's just going to take the halfback wheel route, but wow, what a hit. Garcia gets it knocked loose. All right, big time 3rd and 11. Got to find a way here, and Taylor will lead McCray upfield. That'll be close to the first down. It's going to be a 4th and 1. I'll take a timeout. Kent State is not going to trust the kicker. They'll go for the 4th and 1, and it doesn't look like Taylor has anything open right away, but he will find Garcia on the backside. An absolutely great read and great catch from Garcia. And Taylor's got 45 seconds. He'll go with the out route again, and Harris turns it upfield, getting down to the 5-yard line. Oh my god. Taylor's got a chance to punch it in, handing it off to Garcia, and I'm surprised Northern Illinois is not taking timeouts here. Taylor's just got to be careful to not turn it over here. Need to at least make sure he gets some points, and he'll get out of the pocket fighting for the end zone, and he's going to be down to the 1. He's got to get to the line. All right, 3rd and goal. This is pure guts for Taylor. He's going to throw to the slant route, and McCray catches it. The cornerback was right on him, and Kent State is going to take the lead with 6 seconds on the clock. So Northern Illinois is going to have 6 seconds. Colin is back back for the kick return for the first time this season, and he might actually have some room. There is no time left on the clock, and Colin is in a foot race but gets tracked down. His undefeated season is going to end, and Taylor pulls it out in the MAC championship game, an unbelievable upset. And in one of the best games ever featured on this channel, both brothers balled out. Colin averaged 15 yards per carry in a loss, whereas Taylor gutted it out with 450 passing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. An insane performance. Alright, so it's time to see if Colin will get into the playoff, if he'll win the Heisman Trophy. I have no idea what's going to happen here. And oh my god, I did not expect this. Taylor finishes second on the Heisman watch. Colin still wins, but both brothers finish in the top 2. That's just wild. Northern Illinois is still going to be in the playoffs at number 8, and Kent State actually was not too far off, coming in at number 19. I am just still blown away by this top 2 situation. Taylor wasn't even on the watch before this week. That must have been the most watched MAC championship game of all time, and both brothers finished the regular season with absurd stats. So Colin and the boys are going to be taking on number 1 Michigan in the playoffs, but to do this in chronological order, we're going to start with Taylor's game against UTSA. Notice here, man, Taylor has done all of this with a 63 overall offense. Imagine what he could do if he transferred. So this is Taylor Fitzpatrick's first ever bowl game. After going 3-9 last year, he's led his team to a 10-3 record and a number 19 ranking. I think a big reason he ended up getting so many Heisman votes was because of the hype that built around the second brother versus brother matchup. It became one of college football's top storylines. Nice to see the group of 5 getting some love because the college football playoff has largely rendered them irrelevant. Taylor and Colin have made MAC football exciting, and we'll see if Taylor can cap off his season strong. If he has a big day today, he could potentially get over 5,000 passing yards on the year. Just gotta try to punch it in on the goal line here, and he has RB wide open out the gate. Pretty nice tackle by 18 though. Taylor got a whole lot of clutch goal line reps in these last couple of games. I'm hoping he can convert here, and he is gonna throw to the corner route, but an absolutely insane pick by the UTSA cornerback. Can't even hate on Taylor for that one. Thankfully, this Kent State team comes up with a turnover of its own, and usually after throwing a pick, Taylor finds a way to redeem himself, finding Garcia on the wheel here. Gavin Garcia has just been so good for Taylor out of the backfield this season, and Taylor throwing off his back foot, able to barely get it to Gardner. Taylor does get some happy feet every once in a while, and he gets happy feet here, but it works out as he steps up in the pocket and picks up the first. I'm hoping that pocket presence can develop even further next season, as this time Taylor does have the corner route open, and Flourier is going to get it down near the 1. After having 4 rushing touchdowns last week, Taylor's going to go over the pile to get another one here at the start of the second quarter. UTSA is 10-2 for a reason though. They get a touchdown of their own. I'm expecting a fight in this one. Taylor's going to throw it up deep here, and lucky that was not another pick for Cam Alexander. Like I've said though, Taylor's in an offense where he really just has to take those chances. He has to be pushing the ball downfield at all times. Taylor in a Mike Leach air raid offense would have been absolutely diabolical, as he just knows how to cut up a defense. McCray's gonna fumble it here though, and UTSA picks it up. Big blunder by the Kent State receiver, who's had an up and down season. Thankfully the Kent State D hasn't been half bad today, but Taylor's gonna have to lead a touchdown drive here. He gets out of the pocket, and who else but McCray is wide open, bouncing back across the field. Great job from Taylor to extend the play. That's a play that not a lot of other quarterbacks are making, especially not at the G5 level. Garcia getting totally popped there. Despite the pick, Taylor's having a solid statistical half, but totally misses the throw on 3rd and short. So Kent State's gonna run for it on 4th and 1. Taylor has a pitch option here, but he's not going to take it, powering his way forward and barely getting that. Taylor has just shown so much heart down the stretch this season, despite his lack of extreme arm talent or scrambling talent. You've got to wonder where he'd go in the NFL draft if he went this season, as he gets sacked just instantly there. Keep in mind, at 5'9", Taylor is not necessarily an ideal quarterback prospect, but he's just made the most out of a bad situation with these receivers. That last drop was a pretty big one, and these dudes have really just developed a case of the brick hands. It's been a pretty slow day for a Kent State offense that balled out last week. If there's anyone who could get it going, it's Luke Flourier. He's been held to 2 receptions on the day, which is not super high for him. We'll see if Taylor can get him some more action here in the second half, as he's going to get out of the pocket here. Not seeing anything open, he will scramble and get an easy first down the sideline. This drive has got to end with a touchdown, and Taylor's trying to get Flourier involved here, floats it up to him, but Zaw Frazier was clearly just baiting him up. That should have been a pick. Definitely not Taylor's cleanest game of the season, and he's going to have to find a way to convert this 3rd and 10. He's going to try the corner route. This has gotten picked off a lot this year, but McCray catches it this time and makes a man miss. Rashawn McCray, after an early drop, is able to get into the end zone. And the Kent State defense actually kind of coming through today, as Taylor will get the ball on the read option again, rumbling forward for a big 14-yard gain. Pass the ball and run read option. That's all the offense you need sometimes, and I don't know how how they left Holmes so open there. Just too easy for a guy like Taylor. It hasn't been our boy's quickest statistical day today. He's done just enough to keep this offense in front. Turns out that after all, Taylor Fitzpatrick might just be a winner, even if he does throw a duck every so often. Hopefully he can keep this drive going on 3rd and inches. And man, that dude played the out route well. Nice catch by Trell Harris. All right, Taylor just got to punch it in here, but bro, I don't even know what happened there. That wasn't the wrong read. Morris just teleported through Taylor's receiver, and that is a big turnover going into the 4th. And of course, UTSA goes down and gets a touchdown. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Taylor's gonna have to lead another game-winning drive. And when in doubt, spread him out. We'll go back to the 5 wide here, as Taylor has the slant route wide open and misses it. This is a huge 3rd down. Gonna have to punt this ball if Taylor can't pick it up, and he tries the out route. That'll get swatted away. This UTSA defense has been tough at times. Thankfully, defense coming down with another huge stop. Now Taylor's just got to get his team into field goal range here. Don't need to rush it too much here. Absolutely cannot turn the ball over. And Taylor won't have to take too many risks if his receivers are getting open like that. Looks like he is going to go with a 4 verts here. This is man coverage, so Taylor will get out of the pocket and just throw it away. Just got to will this team to one more score. Taylor finds Gardner over the middle, but it's going to be a 3rd down. And time is ticking down in the 4th. 3rd and 3, and thankfully the slant is wide open. I don't know what the heck UTSA is doing. That'll get the boys close to field goal range, as Taylor makes a kind of risky throw to Garcia out of the backfield, but that should definitely put us in field goal range. Kent State kicker does not exactly have a boot though, so ideally we'd pick up a few more here. Taylor trying to get out of the pocket, but takes a terrible sack. I did not think we were getting caught there. All right, big time 3rd and 8. 1 first down is all we need here, and Taylor will have Holmes out of the backfield. A huge completion should hopefully wrap this one up. Just gotta not do anything stupid here. Holmes is open on the flat. We'll take that, and dude will get out of bounds. So with 8 seconds left, Taylor is just gonna keep it on the read option to center this ball and slide down. Ken will take a timeout. Just gotta see the kicker drill this, and Taylor Fitzpatrick has led his team on yet another game-winning drive, barring this last kickoff here. And that'll do it. An 11-win season for Taylor and the Golden Flashes. Not Taylor's cleanest game, but like I said, dude is just a winner. Did it through the air and on the ground once again. Taylor finishes the season as the NCAA's leading passer with almost 5,000 yards. The touchdown interception ratio could have been a little bit better, but with what he was working with, I am very proud of the boy. Also added a surprising 500 rushing yards, as well as a whole lot of rushing touchdowns. So here we go, y'all. First round of the playoffs, Colin is taking on Michigan, and this will be the hardest defense he's ever played against in his career, but he starts it out picking up 13. All eyes are going to be on Colin in this one to see if the Heisman winner can pull off a gigantic playoff upset, but I believe the Huskies are going to have to pass the ball in this game, and they've got a D lineman up against Colin. Dude has got to throw us the ball there. It'll be 3rd and 7 early. Not an ideal situation, but Colin is wide open out of the backfield. Not a great ball from the quarterback, but he will still turn that into a 1st down easily. Colin has shown that he can play against the big boys here. We already saw that earlier in the season against Florida State. The question is, can his team step up with him? And after coming out for a couple of plays, his boys are able to pick up a 1st down, so that's encouraging to see, and he'll pick up a 1st down of his own there. This Michigan D is maybe not all that. I was expecting Colin to struggle more early on in this game, but his offensive line has done an excellent job. Unfortunately, he's coming out of the game again here. Hampton fighting forward on the speed option. It'll be 3rd down. I don't know why Colin is on the sidelines for this. His backup's going to get the handoff, bouncing it out and getting nothing. All right, so the Huskies settle for a field goal on the 1st drive, but this defense, who has been really good all season, comes up with an interception to start the game, and the Huskies might have something cooking against Michigan. Colin is going to get to the outside. These Big Ten dudes still aren't fast enough, and he'll get into the end zone. NIU takes a 10-point lead on the Wolverines. A lot of people were questioning Northern Illinois even getting into the playoffs after a conference championship loss, but they are proving that they deserve to be here right now, and Colin might be off to the races. I was not expecting to do this to the Michigan defenders, but he is going to take this to the bank. 140 yards for Colin in the 1st quarter of the Rose Bowl, and Michigan's offense has been shockingly inept. Huskies have got to keep the foot on the gas pedal here as Colin powers forward, almost picks up the 1st down, but can't. But the Northern Illinois defense continuing to hold strong, and Michigan's defensive game plan has just not been it. The Wolverines seem to think that they can shut down Colin without stacking the box like crazy. Colin's just got to pick up a 3rd and inches here, and he will do that easily. Michigan not doing a good job of containing the outside either. It'd be beautiful if NIU could get another touchdown on this drive, as Colin's getting to the edge again here, and once again showing a little bit of power in his 5'7" frame, stiff arming for the 1st. I think we'd run away with this one for sure if Colin could be in on every play, but the problem is he's getting a little bit tired. It doesn't always matter though. Even tired, Colin is faster than anybody else in college football, and he will stumble into the end zone for yet another touchdown. This is looking like a blowout. So in an unbelievable 1st half, Colin has had his way, and the Michigan offense has been almost completely shut out. We'll see if the Wolverines make an adjustment out of halftime, but from what I have seen, they are not as athletic as I thought they'd be. Colin is just so clearly the best player on the field. And the defensive game plan for the Wolverines continues to be trash. Like, why are you not putting guys on the outside on that counter? Colin might have another house call here. He is eventually going to get tracked down by number 2. Still a 37-yard rush. And even when he's not on the field, Hampton picks up a touchdown pass. The Huskies have proved without a shadow of a doubt that they belong in this game, and now they really just have to run clock. Colin's averaging an absurd 15 yards per carry against one of the best defenses in the country. He has basically made them look like a MAC team. There's not really any reason for the Huskies to do anything except run the ball here. No need to risk turning it over, and man, the blocking is just so beautiful. Colin will get 17 out of that. Now the Huskies are really in Mo clock mode. Might as well just continue to feed Colin the rock, and he is off to the races again. Terrible angles across the board for this Wolverines defense, and that should put this one to a close. Colin utterly dominates in the first round of the college football playoffs. One of the most unexpected results in college football history, and NIU might just be a title contender after all. So after a surprising first round of the playoffs, in the second round, Colin and the boys are taking on Clemson, and he's starting this one out with a nice run. I'm definitely expecting more of a challenge against the Tigers today, and Colin gets stuffed near the backfield there. We'll see if this is the game where Northern Illinois is forced to air it out a little bit, and it looks like they'll have to on 3rd and 5. Clemson covers up Colin pretty well, and quarterback's just going to take a dump off. That'll be short. But after defense's excellent performance in the first round, they come through again, and we might just have the firepower to compete with this Clemson team. For a win to be possible, Colin's going to need to continue to break off big plays, and Clemson played the counter pretty well there, not overcommitting to anything. We'll see though. Plenty of defenses have started off well against Colin, only to be demolished by him in the second half. He's tired though. This will probably have to be his last play before he comes off the field, and he is able to pick up the first down and more. A great push from the offensive line, and Clemson just not putting anyone over the middle. Thankfully, this offense able to move the ball a little bit, even with Colin off the field, and with time running down in the first, they got it down near the goal line. Big time 3rd and 2 here. Huskies are going to stick with the run, and good blocking, but goddamn, Colin gets sat down. With the best running game in the country, there is no way you don't go for this. And a great lead block by the fullback. Colin will pick it up. Just gotta punch it in here. The goal line play sets up beautifully. Look at that blocking on the outside, and the Huskies are going to start this one out on top. I have been surprised at the ease in which defense has been able to get stops against these tough teams. We'll see if that continues throughout this game. Colin hasn't even really had to do anything crazy in this one. He's just been following his blockers and getting sat down every so often. All right, this is a big time 3rd down. Colin is going to get it out of the backfield and pick it up. Finally able to shrug off a tackle, and that'll at least keep the clock moving. I'll feel great if we can go into halftime with any kind of lead, but man, I was not expecting Colin to get thrashed like this. It legitimately seems like Clemson is trying to knock him out of the game. He has a nice hole here, but it'll get shut down quick. This is the defense I was expecting Michigan to play in the first round, but right when I say that, we get a great block, and Colin is gone. Do not give him that kind of room. Even when he's getting held down, he still has 100 yards in the first half. So Clemson's able to get 3, but at this point, Colin can smell a national championship berth. Just one more big play might send him there. He has been nice and patient in this game. The run up the middle has just been there. He hasn't been trying too hard to bounce it outside. Just waiting for an opportunity to present itself. But Clemson's defenders are relentless. Huskies have to punt on that drive, but once again, Clemson goes down and gets nothing. Another head scratcher of a performance from a Power 5 offense. And IU can think about crushing the clock at this point, but Colin actually has space here. If his receiver held that block, he probably would have been gone. Open for another 3rd down pickup here through the air, as Colin is running this angle route and gets open, gets sat down again, but it does not matter. Clock is going to keep on rolling. We'll see if Clemson can make this interesting in the 4th. I don't know why their fans are so hyped up. And this is another big 3rd and 3. Clemson looks like they know what's coming, and yeah, they do. Our blocking wasn't so hot on that one either. All right, well, the Tigers do go down and get a touchdown. This one is not quite over yet, and the run game continues to get shut down. We'll see if the Huskies stick with it. They're going to try to run it outside here on 2nd down, but Colin will get nothing. Clemson takes a timeout with 2 minutes left. And here we go, big time 3rd and 12. Can Colin cook out of the backfield? He's open on the corner route and just barely gets over that dude, and he will get way more, jetting down the sideline for 50 yards and getting his boys into field goal range. Even a field goal would keep this as a pretty comfortable lead the way defense is playing. Just got to hold on to the ball here. Coach going to sneak in a little halfback screen here, and this is setting up pretty well. Just got to get away from one guy, and Colin will take this to the bank to hopefully close this thing out. And Clemson didn't have quite enough offense to hang. Colin and Northern Illinois are headed to the national championship game. And honestly, this was one of Colin's weakest performances on the season. Far below his season average, but he still gets the job done. And had 90 yards and a tutty receiving. And it's funny, man, Colin's kind of of going on a revenge tour for all the teams that beat Taylor, the Huskies will be taking on LSU in the national title game. Here is the big one. I did not think NIU would be getting here this season, and we'll see if they can take it all the way. It is time for the national championship game, and we'll see if Colin Fitzpatrick can cap off this Cinderella run. The first 2 rounds of the playoffs have been easier than expected, but I have a feeling LSU is going to have something for Colin today. He's able to pick up a first down early on, but today is all about big plays for Colin. His team basically needs him to break off long rushing touchdowns, although his offensive supporting members have been stepping up lately. He's already getting a little bit tired here. His coach is going with a power run approach, but he's bouncing this one outside. Might have a shot, but gets absolutely creamed. We've seen a lot of this in the last couple of weeks, actually. But with Colin off the field, his quarterback actually comes up with a big gain, and hopefully that'll open things up for the run game. Colin gonna juke out a couple of guys here, almost sprung that for the touchdown, and he'll be faced with a big 3rd and 2 near the goal line. The blocking was kind of funky on the outside. Colin runs into a guy, and it'll be 4th and 1. Colin's gonna have to watch this play from the sideline. I am nervous. There's no surprises. NIU's gonna run it, but the quarterback keeps it, and no one sees him. He will take it in for the touchdown. How about Ethan Hampton? After a lot of underwhelming games, the Huskies quarterback has stepped up a little bit in the playoffs, and Colin looking for a big play here, can't quite get around the outside. Just need Hampton to be able to make a couple of throws in this game, and Colin is just wide open. This should be a house call if he can make a couple of guys miss. Hits the back juke, but a nice tackle. I thought we were out of there for sure. And just to note, defense did once again come up with a stop against one of the best offenses in the country, but Colin just getting leveled by these dudes. He'll be on the sidelines again for this 3rd down, and NIU's gonna run the option again. This time it will not work. Notably, the NIU kicker missed the extra point on the first drive, and I thought Colin was gonna bounce it out there. Receiver just needed to hold that block for another second. Just gotta keep looking for those big play opportunities, and LSU going with a blitz here. It'll be 3rd and very short, and this is goal line time. We'll just try to power for it, but Colin gets stopped short. This is decision time for the NIU coaches. When someone's averaging 13 yards a carry, you give them 2 plays to get a half inch, and he will do it here on the halfback dive, taking another big hit though. Colin keeps bouncing back up, but you gotta wonder if that's shaking him up. 5'7" frame has taken quite a lot of abuse lately. Colin's gonna try his little 1-man reverse here, and it actually works out pretty well. Almost got a block to get to the outside, but I think he's gonna have to come off the field again after this play. And on 3rd and inches, Hampton gets sacked. Come on, man. Okay, thankfully defense gets a turnover. That's exactly what we needed. Colin has 30 seconds to find the end zone here. Might have to do it with the pass game a little bit though. LSU's defense has done a pretty good job of keeping Colin bottled up. He's still getting yards, but he has had to work a lot harder for them. Gotta score quick here. We'll see what the boy Hampton can do as Colin finds a seam over the middle and is able to hold on. Nice catch after the improvisation. All right, gotta punch it in on 1st and goal here. Plenty of time to do it, and Colin will do it right out the gates. Big time score for the Huskies. Will break the career rushing record for NIU. And it looks like the Huskies are gonna go with the same play on the PAT. Colin is able to make up for the missed extra point. That is big. All right, Huskies have a meager lead at halftime. We'll see if they can hang on to it, and this is a great block. Colin might finally have the play he's been looking for. Beats number 8, just gotta beat number 10, and he does it. Let's go, man. I knew it was just a matter of time. Didn't get one of these last game, but it is 86 yards to the bank. Just a beautiful block from the fullback, number 49. Tigers answer back with a touchdown. Gotta keep the foot on the gas here. This diamond formation is great. Allows so many opportunities for Colin to cut, and he continues to get whacked by these DBs. Gonna stick with the diamond look here on 2nd and inches, and it works out very well again. This time Colin tries to get it to the outside, but can't quite do it. He is a little bit tired right now. I'm hunting for the big play because one more could be all Colin and his team need, but number 4 just bullies the lineman there, and the Huskies are gonna have to put it in the air again. So you know Colin's gonna be the main option out of the backfield here. Hampton finds the out route, and that'll get 9 yards at least. We'll go with the run on 3rd and 4. I feel better about this than the pass, and that is well blocked. Thankfully Colin is able to pick it up, and we're getting close to field goal range here. After sitting out for a couple of plays, Colin is back on the field on 3rd and 3, running a little trap concept, and he will pick it up, swerving around for more, and thankfully holding on to the ball despite getting hit hard again. No shame in chewing some clock here, but I'm gonna try to fit in another pass, and Colin is able to beat his guy to the outside, but a nice tackle from number 7. Okay, so our boy's coming off the field again here at the end of the 3rd. Hampton's gonna put the ball in the air. Do not turn it over, Hampton. He's gonna throw to the corner of the end zone, and was that a pick? I thought he got a foot in for sure. Really, that is ruled an incompletion. Super dangerous pass from Hampton. I'm fine with just taking our 3 here, but Hampton is going to take a sack. Okay, we're still in field goal range, right? Okay, well, for some reason the Huskies have decided to go for it, and Hampton is just going to throw that into nowhere. Come on, bro. And LSU, of course, goes down to get the touchdown. Huge blunder in game management from the NIU coach, and now Colin needs to clutch up. LSU knows exactly what's coming. Dang, they've got everybody in the box, but Colin still might have a hole here. Gets to the outside, one tackle to break, and cannot quite do it. Still a big time play though. All right, just got to keep doing the thing. This fullback number 49 has just been a menace on the blocking, and we need one of these counter plays to hit. But LSU totally knows it's coming, since everybody, and Colin gets sat down. This 3rd and 8 could decide the season. Coach is actually going to split Colin wide on 3rd and 8. A little bit of a different look, but Colin finds the seam, and a dot from Hampton delivered that ball right on time, and Colin is amped up. All the Huskies have to do is kill a little bit of clock and kick the field goal. This 3rd and 3 is it. Just got to pick this up, Colin. We're chilling. And great blocking. He will be able to do it. Let's go. And we still got 3 timeouts to use. I don't want to leave this up to the kicker. Coach already decided not to kick last time at a stupid moment. We'll run the one-man reverse. Doesn't work out at all there. And we'll call another timeout. Okay, this is probably going to be the last play of the season for Colin. 2nd and 7. It's going to be a counter. A great block from 11. Can he get around this one guy? He can. Colin Fitzpatrick with what should be the game-winning touchdown to close out a miracle championship run for the Huskies. But it's not quite over yet. 12 seconds left on the clock. You never know what could happen. And LSU is going to take it out of the end zone here. Dude kind of has a lane and is going to get out near the 40. All right, I would assume LSU is just going Hail Mary here. And we're swarming dude in the backfield. Looks like he's going to take a sack. No, he shakes out of it. He will throw downfield, and it will be swatted away. Let's go. Colin Fitzpatrick is a national champion in his junior season. Carried his team every step of the way, 250 yards and 3 touchdowns, as well as being the leading receiver as always. Gotta check out the season stats here, because this was just ridiculous. 4,500 yards rushing, 11 yards per carry, 55 rushing touchdowns. Colin had the greatest season anybody's ever seen, as well as adding 700 yards through the air, 9 receiving touchdowns. He has all the athleticism his dad had and more. Twin brothers Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick had an insane finish to their junior seasons. After Taylor spoiled Colin's undefeated season with a crazy last-second win in the conference championship game, the brothers finished in the top 2 in the Heisman voting. Despite losing to Taylor's Kent State team in the conference championship, Colin's NIU team still snuck into the playoffs and went on a Cinderella run to win a national championship. Since both brothers have achieved just about all they can with their current teams, they had a decision to make, and ultimately they decided that they wanted to spend a year in college playing together as an unstoppable duo. Colin and Taylor transferred to Virginia Tech for their senior seasons, and they'll be taking on one of the hardest schedules in college football as they look to lead the Hokies to a national championship. Alright, so here we go, man. Game 1 against Notre Dame. Colin and Taylor are starting out with a tough one here, but I have a feeling they can make it happen. Colin getting the ball in the opening handoff and getting yanked down. So we'll see what Taylor can do on 2nd down here. He is just going to take the drag route, but Holloway with the stiff arm to pick up the 1st down. Tucker Holloway looking like a potential beast at tight end. With Taylor working on his speed a little bit in the offseason, I would expect to see a lot of read option this year. Colin will get the ball in the off tackle play on 2nd down, and man, this blocking has not been so hot so far. Notre Dame's defense is looking tough, but on 3rd down, Taylor and Colin are going with the triple option, and this sets up beautifully. Taylor's able to pitch it out to Colin for a big gain finally. Was hoping Colin would be able to outspeed that last guy, but he was a little bit too tired. And he's coming out of the game here. This will be all Taylor, and he has a literally wide open. I don't know what kind of coverage Notre Dame was running, but that is just too easy. The tight ends are getting cooking early, and the Hokie is hyped up after we started out with a touchdown. And to add to that, defense gets a turnover almost immediately. Taylor keeping the ball on the read option here. We'll see if he can cook, and he does definitely look faster, but gets whacked. In terms of the run game, this offense is definitely a different look for Colin. He's used to that pistol running format, and he is not used to getting tripped up by quick DBs. Definitely some talent on this defense for the Irish. I'd be surprised if they stop this offense a whole lot today. Taylor just has the easy dump off there as he is really working the tight end. Actually, that's not even a tight end. Tucker Holloway is just a receiver who looks like a tight end. Colin's getting the ball here on the wheel route. He's been getting thrown around by this Irish defense though. We'll see if the boys can punch it in. A little speed option action here as Taylor is going to keep it himself and get nowhere. It's been interesting. Taylor's the one doing most of the cooking so far, and Colin was wide open for a touchdown out of the backfield. Can't get to it. So it'll be a 10-0 lead for the Hokies as the Virginia Tech defense has looked real solid so far, but this blocking is just not it. Colin's line was honestly probably better at NIU, and that's got to be frustrating for him. He is used to really having his way on the ground, and he's having to fight for every yard today. Gonna try to run it again on 3rd down, and this is a little bit better blocked. Colin will at least be able to pick up the 1st. But at least for today, this offense is probably going to be pass first, especially when the seam is just wide open like that. Notre Dame is committing a lot of their resources to stopping the run. I don't think they're fully respecting how good Taylor is as a passer yet. Colin's obviously a little bit more touted after winning the national championship and the Heisman Trophy. And Colin does still, of course, have 50 yards already on the day. My God, man. man, look how this defense opens up. They are really selling out for the run game. I don't see much of a reason not to pass it when they're running plays like that. And these receivers are way better than what Taylor's used to. I really want to get this triple option cooking this year, and Taylor runs it to perfection, leaving Colin wide open. Colin will have his first real big play of the day and take it to the bank. The Hokies are on top big. Notre Dame's able to get a touchdown, but there's still plenty of time left before half here, and I have a feeling Taylor's going to find a way to move these boys downfield. Taylor only has one completion so far and clearly has way more trust in these receivers, but right when I say that, dude drops it, of course. Despite the drop there, Taylor has just looked impeccable in this game, and he's going to find Colin on the wheel route here. The brothers' second connection of the day. This just almost seems like too many weapons for an offense to have, and Virginia Tech clearly doesn't have a crazy supporting cast, but Colin and Taylor is really all they need. As long as teams respect the run as much as Notre Dame has, Taylor will pretty much have free reign in the passing game. He's just got to finish off the drive here on 2nd and goal, and he has B wide open. Reed will get in, and apart from the one field goal, this offense has looked unstoppable. The Hokies defense has looked really strong to match, as Colin's trying to get loose here, and this might be the run he was looking for. He is around the edge and in a foot race with these DBs. It looks like he might actually get caught though. Number 20 is going to sniff him out, and Colin looks a step slower than he did at the end of the year last year. Gonna go right back to the passing game here, as I really like this under center bunch look. This playbook is real nice. We're gonna stay in it here and hand the ball off to Colin as he slashes forward and will get his touchdown this time. VT's got a 4-score lead, and I wouldn't be too surprised if the brothers got taken out after this drive. They have been unstoppable, and Colin is loose again here. And keep in mind, this is probably the quickest defense he'll face all season. He is still rushed for 10 yards per carry despite a slow start, and almost gets out again there, just barely tripped up. Taylor has looked very comfortable under center despite being in a spread offense for a couple of years, and he's gonna give the legs a try here. You see the improved speed as Taylor's able to get around the linebacker, even tries putting on a juke move. As good as Colin's been today, Taylor has maybe been more impressive. He's basically been impeccable, although I think part of it is Notre Dame respecting the run so much. That play is just so wide open. And at the end of the third quarter, Colin's actually going to get a kick return here, not a role he's been placed in before apart from the last play of the national championship game, but it might be a good idea. He gets an easy 41 yards. At this point, it's time to just pound some clock. This is where Colin should excel, and he's trying to juke out everybody on the Notre Dame defense. Can't quite do it. I'm expecting to see some more option here going into the fourth quarter, as Taylor's been pretty solid on the ground today too, and I think the one-man reverse might just make an appearance today. Colin is gonna hit it here, but Notre Dame was ready for it. I have a feeling the triple option is gonna set up pretty well here though. It is very hard to cover both of these brothers at once, but Taylor's pitch did not go so hot, and Colin's gonna have to make a tackle on the big T tackle. It's absolutely put in the turf. Not the most successful play of the day. If Taylor had gotten that pitch off, it might have been a huge gain. Instead, it's his first turnover of the season, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Before we get out of here though, we gotta pad the stats just a tad, as Taylor's gonna get a nice little rushing touchdown, and Virginia looked like a legit title contender, taking down Notre Dame with ease, as both brothers had very efficient days. Next up, the brothers are taking on Florida in Virginia Tech's first home game. It's a tough start for Colin on the first play, as the Gators had that totally sniffed out. We continue to see the blocking not be ideal for Virginia Tech, and I wonder if the Gators will stack the box as much as Notre Dame. Doesn't look like they have anyone up the middle here, but Taylor's gonna keep it on the read option, cutting it in and picking up near the first down. There's just so much this offense can do with both of these boys on the team, and Colin with a ton of space to the outside here might have a big play, and he's able to get around a guy. He will jet down the sidelines for a swift 27-yard gain. Nice way to get things cracking for Colin. We'll see if Taylor can finish out the drive here. He will get out of the pocket and has nothing but green grass in front of him. He might have a shot to take it into the end zone and makes a guy miss. Taylor Fitzpatrick, the dual threat quarterback. Who would have thought? And that is great stuff to have on NFL tape. I'm really liking how this play sets up. Colin just has to get around the edge, and oh man, he almost housed that. Just barely stepped out. First quarter could not be off to a better start. Taylor has a man wide open here. That's that boy Holloway getting absolutely creamed by the cornerback. We'll go to the outside run here for Colin, but man, the block sheds are just crazy for Florida right now. These wide receivers do not block. I think that's one small thing that Northern Illinois did really well. Colin always had blockers downfield, but it looks like he'll have to do more of the work himself here. I think he's also still getting adapted to this playbook style, where the quarterback is much more important to the offense, and Taylor's been looking great on the ground. He might not have the speed like Colin, but he has a good sense of what to do with the ball in his hands. We're gonna have a 3rd and goal coming up here, and the the read option should hopefully be money. Taylor is going to keep this one, and I don't know what was going on with the blockers, but that didn't work out at all. Unfortunately, our kicker misses the chip shot. And Colin's running it from the goal line here. Yeah, I did not like how that set up at all. Colin has been taking some punishment in these first couple games, and we're gonna sneak in a little surprise pass here. Taylor will just take the easy out route to get out of the end zone. Need to score before half here. Gonna go back to the bunch, and Taylor gets crushed in the pocket. He's only thrown the ball 4 times today. The quarterback run has been a much bigger factor than expected, as the halfback run hasn't been working great. Something about this scheme is just not quite as good for Colin, I don't think. And Taylor getting out of the pocket here, gets into dangerous territory, but gets out of it, lofting it up deep, and he is lucky that wasn't a pick. I like the idea, but that was a little crazy from Taylor. Sometimes that boy Taylor just has a mind of his own. I don't know what it is, but we got a tie game on our hands. Colin getting the ball here and getting tracked down right away. This Hokies offense is not looking nearly as dynamic as expected, and Colin's getting it on the halfback screen. He should have a lot of room and might be able to get around the edge. Colin Fitzpatrick is down the sideline and getting tripped up from behind. Colin's amped up, but man, I don't usually see him get tripped up like that. Maybe it's the tougher competition, but it seriously does seem like he's lost a step a little bit. And Taylor will get out of the pocket here, has Colin wide open. How do you lose Colin Fitzpatrick in the open field? He'll hit a dirty back juke to get down to the 10. Love to see the brotherly connection there. Colin's off the field here though, and Taylor will try to get it into the end zone, running it again. Once again, he will do it. Taylor Fitzpatrick looking quick on his feet, and we might have a pretty serious battle between these two brothers for the Heisman. Colin has looked kind of pedestrian today, but this triple option is going to set up perfectly for him, and this is where he should be in the clear, man. Got to turn on the burners, and he will get caught by number 2. Still going to be a 60-yard rush for our guy. Like I said though, man, I think Colin's just lost a half step. I don't know what it is, but he is just not feeling quite as fast. And the Virginia Tech kicker might actually be dog water. He has missed 2 field goals, and I am shocked that this offense has been held to 14 points. Feels like another big play needs to happen soon, and this might be it. Colin has the edge and gets around a guy. I don't know if he'll be able to take this to the house, but it's going to be a huge gain. Colin Fitzpatrick will be able to fight his way into the end zone. His second 60-yarder of the day. Let's go. But this game is far from over. Florida's offense has been fighting back, and the boys have got to put together a touchdown drive here. Colin's going to get it on the screen, trying to get around the outside, and somehow is going to turn this into a first down and more. That was absolutely all speed for Colin. And Taylor's made plays with his feet today, but hasn't made too many plays with his arms. He has been looking just a little bit gun shy in the pocket. Definitely not in the same rhythm he hit last week, but this triple option is looking perfect. Taylor will pitch it out to Colin, and Colin will do the rest. I talked him down a little bit at the beginning of this game, but Colin is going off now. Florida just keeps fighting though. They turn it back into a 1-possession game. Colin gets dogged in the backfield there. Looks like the Hokies are going to need Taylor to make a play, and he's going to make a throw over the middle of the field. Thankfully gets completed, and now we should be able to run a ton of time off the clock. I would love for Colin to just get another big play here and close this thing out. As Florida is sending the house, and we'll get him in the backfield, unfortunately. Okay, so now it's a huge 3rd and 15. Hokies are going to pass for it, and this is man coverage. Taylor's getting out of the pocket and finds Gosnell, who just barely picks up the first down. The Florida Gator cannot believe it, and the Hokies should just be able to run out the clock to escape with the win. A gutsy performance from Taylor and Colin in the second half, and this team makes it through the first couple of games undefeated. Colin balled out today, 200 yards as well as 79 receiving. Taylor was efficient through the air but didn't have any passing touchdowns. Really, both of these guys did it on the ground in this one. So here's the big one. Taylor and Colin are headed to the shoe to take on number 1 Ohio State, and Colin gets smacked on the first play. Neither of these brothers have ever played in an environment like this, and that was a dangerous throw on the second play of the game. I'm really hoping we can get the run game going, but these Ohio State defenders are tough, and these Virginia Tech receivers really can't block, man. What Colin had to work with at NIU was way better, but it doesn't matter when he gets the ball with this much space. These Ohio State guys are athletic, but that's still a nice little 30 yards. And now I want to get things going with the pass game. Taylor's gonna have the corner route wide open, but just totally misses his receiver, and that'll bring up a huge 3rd down. And Taylor's gonna throw it to A. Reed is able to make the catch, and he is loose, stiff arming his way down inside the 10. Massive throw and catch early in this game, and now the Hokies have got to punch it in. Colin is wide open out of the backfield, and the brother on brother connection will start this thing out with a touchdown. Let's go. And just about as much as the offense, this Virginia Tech defense has been excellent this season. They've been getting stops
on some really good offenses as Colin's getting the ball again on the counter here, getting sat down. It's been a tough game for our guy so far. Things have definitely not come quite as easily this season for Colin, and Taylor makes a very risky throw there. Holloway thankfully able to react to it before the cornerback. But bad things could happen if Taylor keeps making throws into coverage. Colin finally has some space here on the outside, but you see, man, these Ohio State defenders are just so fast. It's going to be hard for Colin to have those breakaway plays that he's used to, and Taylor getting the ball here on the read option. These wide receivers continue to just not block. This Virginia Tech offense is not super fundamentally sound, and Taylor rolls right into pressure there, taking a bad sack. Thankfully, defense once again comes through, but the offensive line is porous right now. Ohio State's been sending pressure like crazy. Taylor's going to have to find a way to make him pay for it, and he's trying to with a deep ball here, but a nice swap from Gabe Powers. This defense is definitely the next level up for Taylor as he's running for his life out of 5 wide here, chucking it up deep to Reed, and that will be easily swatted away. But once again, this Virginia Tech defense continues to bail the Fitzpatricks out, and given enough chances, they'll work up some big plays. Colin with a dirty spin move there to get out of dodge. I'm just patiently waiting for Colin to break one loose, but Ohio State is dedicated to stopping the run. Outside of the one run, Colin's gotten nothing, and Taylor needs to open things up with a pass game. That is a nice throw to Green up the seam. Alright, even just getting into field goal range here is big, and Taylor's going to try to get out of the pocket, running for his life. Ohio State had a spy on him, but he's still able to get 6. Alright, a lot of time coming off the clock here, and Colin's going to hit the back juke here to make some space. Looked like the right side was totally crashed in. Need some good red zone offense here, as Ohio State's been going with a lot of man, and that's been kind of tough to deal with for Taylor. It's a good thing he's got the scramble on his side. He is dead tired on 2nd and inches, but he's keeping the ball anyway. Not a great play call for that situation. And now it's time for the goal line offense to come through. Colin thankfully has a lane up the middle and is fighting for the touchdown. That has got to be satisfying after a slow first half for Colin. But Ohio State is finally able to sneak in a touchdown. The Buckeyes are not out of it yet, and that was a terrible throw from Taylor. Was trying to get that to be, and that's almost picked off. That could have been an absolute disaster as Ohio State continues to go with man coverage. This time Taylor might have a man, but his throws have been erratic at times. It seems like Taylor's developed some nerves in this environment, but he's able to pick up the first down to the out route. And we're going to go back to that triple option play that got Colin loose earlier. I am liking the looks of it again. Ohio State did not play it well, and Colin is off to the races. Number 10 hawking him down, but look at the stiff arm from Colin. We'll take a timeout with 7 seconds left, as even a field goal would be big in this situation. But Taylor's going for the touchdown. Unfortunately, did not get enough air under that ball, and Carter is going to pick it up, and he has room to run for it. He might be at risk to take this to the house, but thankfully he gets hawked down. Taylor actually made the tackle there. I can't remember if Taylor's thrown a pick so far this season, but that was his first really bad read. He's going to need to bounce back from that here, and my god, man, Colin just getting domed. Ohio State's cornerbacks have just been destroying the Virginia Tech receivers, as Taylor making a risky throw here to Turner Bradshaw, but it'll pay off. Taylor's barely at a 50% completion percentage today, as Ohio State's man coverage has just been so sticky, and I'm really hoping Taylor can take the top off here at some point, but the Bucks have done a great job of covering everything up, and Taylor's lucky to avoid a sack on 2nd down. This is the first game in a while where a defense has made Taylor feel really uncomfortable, and he's going to get out of the pocket and throw to the wheel route. Thankfully, Colin is somehow able to break out of there and get the first, and that was huge, man. We give the ball back up there. Ohio State's probably going to go down and score. Instead, the Hokies will at least be able to get a field goal. It does definitely hurt that Taylor turned it over before halftime. Would have been a near guaranteed 3, and the Hokies would have a chance to take a 2-score lead here. Gonna give the ball to Colin as Ohio State is stacking the box, but Colin will escape. Sometimes, man, you do not want to stack the box on Colin Fitzpatrick, because if he gets to that 2nd level, he will make you pay. That's a big one. Defense getting a big time stop. Offense needs to score here, and Colin might be loose again. He is able to cut it out, cut it back in, and he will take the counter for a massive gain. If he was back in the MAC, that would have been a touchdown for sure. So some solid momentum for the Hokies going into the 4th, as Taylor is going to keep it here. The read option has been pretty effective, and we will absolutely take 6 yards on the play. I think it's time for a little play action here, but it almost seems like Ohio State knows what's coming, and they drop everybody into coverage on that play. Alright, 3rd and 4 right on the edge of field goal range. Could be 2-down territory, and Taylor's going to hit Colin out of the backfield. Colin hits the spin move and just barely picks it up. Brutus cannot believe his eyes. And now it's a matter of taking care of the football. A field goal is a-okay here, as Colin somehow is going to turn this play into 7 yards. Looked like he had nothing. Colin's had to run tough, but he's still at a solid 10 yards per carry today, and might get more here. Zigging and zagging for his best play of the day, as he will turn that into a touchdown with very little space. The best running back in the country continues to do his thing, but Ohio State just will not quit, and we're gonna have to find a way to run the the clock out. I'm gonna go with a surprise pass play here, as it looked like Taylor had the seam, but that 5'9"ness gets in the way of the throw. And now a huge 3rd and 10. Taylor will have the out route wide open, but it is dropped. Are you kidding me? Thankfully, Ohio State immediately throws an interception. That might just get us over the hump in this one, as Colin's fullback is just trying to sabotage him on this play. Job is not done yet. Just need 1 first down. And Colin walks out of a tackle to try to get it. He will stiff arm and fight forward, and it'll be 3rd and 2. All right, probably on the edge of field goal range, but I would love to pick this up. And they let Colin get the rock right up the middle. That is just too easy, and I was hoping Colin would take that to the house, but that should do it for this one. Colin finishing the day with player of the game at 177 yards and 3 touchdowns. As Taylor didn't have quite as good of a game, but it was enough to get the job done, and the undefeated season continues. Before Virginia Tech gets out of this brutal non-conference slate, they have one more game against a top 15 team, and this one is going to start out with a draw, but it feels pretty good to be back at home. A lot of the struggles last week seem to be the product of a tough environment, and Taylor looks comfortable to start this game out. Hokies are going to run it for the first time on 3rd and 1, and Taylor is keeping it, has tons of space to get the first down, and it looks like it'll be another steady march to start this game. Gotta get Colin cooking with the run game here, and he has the outside. This is the same Michigan defense that he scorched last year, and it looks like they're a little bit faster this time, but still a big gain. He did that against what looked like a run blitz too, and Taylor's running the triple option here, pitching it out to Colin, who once again will have a ton of room, zigzagging inside the 20 and fighting to the 15. Colin is rolling to start this one off. Now Taylor will try to punch it in with the pass. Michigan going with man coverage here, and Taylor has no one open. He'll try to scramble and is able to get around the edge. He will get tracked down before he can get into the end zone, unfortunately. The Hokies are going to go with a full-on goal line approach here, and Colin is just balling out today. He'll start this thing out with a touchdown. Wolverines will give the ball right back after doing nothing with their first drive, but that counter gets blown up in the backfield. Colin is still averaging almost 10 yards per carry, and he'll try to add to that here. The blocking has just not been good this year. Colin's been doing a lot of his work pretty much single-handedly, and Taylor's floating one for the corner route here. That'll just barely get over the DB. So the drive will continue. Colin getting another outside carry here and is able to get 5 this time. I'm really hoping we can see some huge plays from Colin today, but Michigan's dedicating a lot of energy to getting him down in the backfield. Taylor's got to take the top off with the passing game a little bit, and we'll see if he's able to here. He had B wide open, but the pressure gets in too quick. Can't hold on to the ball quite that long. Thankfully, this defense continues to just look elite, and Colin might have his big play here. He gets a block, and he is off to the races, looking a little bit gassed, but he's trying to get down the sideline, fighting to get around number 2, and cannot quite do it. I'll say it again, man, Colin's still been good, but it does feel like he's just lost a half step. Taylor able to get his first touchdown pass here. We are having our way with Michigan right now, and a punt return is going to extend the lead. This Virginia Tech team might have been pretty damn good without Colin and Taylor on it, but with them at the helm of this offense, they are a juggernaut. Unfortunately, Taylor's pass is going to get picked off with one hand. That was absolutely insane. Dude was looking like Ziggy Sabaka there. His last couple of games haven't been great statistically, but he's getting out of the pocket and has a receiver coming wide open, an absolute dime from Taylor. And we might have something cooking before halftime. Getting into the end zone here could potentially put this game away, as Taylor's getting out of the pocket again, chucking it to A, but somehow that wound up all the way over there by the sideline. And the accuracy and arm strength still an occasional issue for Taylor, but that ball to Green is right on the money, and Green's having a great day so far. I'm hoping we can cap off this drive strong, and Taylor finds Holloway on the hout. Tucker Holloway hits an absolutely dirty spin move and just barely gets tackled before he can get in the end zone. So it'll be 1st and goal with time taken down in the half, and Taylor will just hand it off. That is easy picking for Colin as he trucks a dude on his way to the end zone, and the whole team is hyped up after that one. The Hokies should be the #1 team in the country after this game. When you think about the teams they've beaten, it's actually crazy that Virginia Tech is only ranked 8th. I have no idea what the voters are on. Up by 21, I'm going to stick with the passing game here, and Taylor is trying Green, who's had a great day. That was a very, very risky throw, but Green is able to catch it. I was trying to lead dude a little bit more upfield. That's my trade-off for the one-handed pick earlier, and Colin has a ton of space again despite his blocker getting obliterated. He is down the sideline, and this time he might take it to the house. He'll have to zigzag around a guy, and he will eventually get tripped up at the 5, but still a huge play. Colin is just so hard to stop. No matter how many people you put in the box, he is almost guaranteed to get his, and Taylor getting another touchdown pass to Sean Harvey. I will say I was hoping Taylor would have a little bit more time behind this offensive line, but there have been just as many holes in this one as he had at Kent State, and Colin is loose again, man. Colin having his best day of the season so far, and he's in a foot race. Will eventually get dragged down, but fights into the end zone for the 68-yard touchdown. Very nice. This game has turned into a complete blowout. out. Taylor pretty much just did what he needed to do today, but Colin went off. 18 yards per carry is one of his best days for sure.
After transferring to Virginia Tech for their senior seasons, twin brothers Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick took down the hardest possible non-conference schedule, which included beating Notre Dame, Florida, Ohio State, and Michigan. The two have the Hokies looking like a natty frontrunner, and we'll see if they can keep them undefeated as they'll enter conference play in this video. I am pretty annoyed that we're only ranked number 5 after literally beating 4 top 15 teams, which included number 1 Ohio State on the road. Like, come on, man. Taylor and Colin will just have to keep winning, and I'm hoping that won't be too hard to do today against Pitt. The Hokie is getting fired the hell up early. Colin gonna get his first carry of the day here on first down. After balling out the last couple games, he has some space here. He might be able to get to the edge as he sneaks around number 10, tries to work his way around the block, but can't. Nice start to the game for Colin. And we'll go right back to the ground game, this time from under center. As this is setting up well too, Colin will have nothing but green grass ahead of him. As his second run will go to the crib, this offense looks unstoppable. That's exactly the start I wanted to see from the boys today. And now we're running the triple option. This should be money as Taylor gets the pitch out to Colin, and Colin is off to the races. Nobody on this Pitt team is fast enough. And after the out-of-conference schedule, man, the ACC is feeling real easy. This Virginia Tech defense continues to ball out, and after a few successful run plays, the play action is going to work out perfectly. Colin is open deep downfield, and he is going to break a tackle. A brother-on-brother connection is going to lead to a 77-yard passing touchdown this time, as Colin and Taylor have utterly taken over this first quarter. It's finally able to respond with a touchdown of their own. And this time we're going to go with a halfback slip screen. Colin trying to outrun some guys and somehow is going to turn this into a first down. Colin's small size makes it so easy for him to shift around defenders. And at this point, this one's potentially looking like it could be a massive blowout. Pitt just clearly does not have the tools to stop this offense. Colin's averaging 20 yards per carry right now, and Taylor's balling out as well. Only has 1 incompletion on the day. As we're going to try to get the lefty quarterback a touchdown here. And Pitt just coming out in man coverage. That's easy cash. We'll see if we see the same thing here. Just need time in the pocket, and bro, I was trying to throw the out route. Taylor throws it completely off target, but Colin finds it for his 3rd touchdown of the day, or 4th touchdown of the day, excuse me. It's been fun to see the brothers hooking up through the air, and Taylor trying to get the QB run going, smashing ahead for 9 yards. This will be one of the first 3rd downs of the day, but Taylor has a dude wide open on the out route. Now we're going to go back to the triple option, which has just been so good this year, and once again, it's going to set up perfectly. Pitt bites down, and Colin once again is off to the races, just has to swerve past a dude, and yes, he can do that. We will take it to the bank for a nice little 68-yard touchdown run this time. The speed differential is just making itself so obvious here, and it's really opened things up for Taylor to throw the ball around. Both brothers with over 200 yards of offense in the first half, and Taylor does a nice job of identifying the corner route on that read. It's nice to just be able to rack up numbers after a couple of games against really tough opponents, and with 6 seconds left, I'm gonna try to get us in the end zone on this play. It looks like Taylor is gonna have he finds him a little bit late though, and it gets swatted away. Nonetheless, we get out of the half with a 24-point lead. After this game, the two brothers should be back atop the Heisman watch, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was the last drive of the day for Taylor. He's gonna get out of the pocket here. Doesn't look like he has anything, but throwing across his body, Holloway's able to make the catch. Even when it looks like Taylor's cooked, he's able to make big plays. And the same thing goes for Colin, man. He can turn a little bit of space into a big play in a way that we've really never seen before in college football, as Taylor will get one more touchdown pass, and that should probably do it for this one. Closed it out on one of his best throws of the day. Okay, why not one more drive to rack up the stats for Colin? Gotta make sure those Heisman voters know what's up, as he tries to hit a nasty juke move there, but a pretty good tackle. I want Colin's average yards per carry to be like 15 by the end of the season, and this game is definitely helping out. On the goal line, we're gonna go pistol. You know Colin is real comfortable with that, and he will hurtle into the end zone for the last touchdown of the day. ET puts 52 on the board with ease. This is exactly what I wanted to see in the first game of conference play. Taylor and Colin both had absolutely spotless days, as Colin has 250 yards on the ground and 100 through the air. Taylor still hasn't snuck onto the Heisman watch, as Colin continues to get the majority of the spotlight. We are up to number 4 in the polls, taking on North Carolina this week, and Colin is starting this off with a nice run, picking up the first down easily. We'll see if this offense looks as unstoppable as it did last week, and Taylor will get an easy first completion on the out route, Tucker Holloway getting the 21-yard gain. I just don't think there's too many teams in the ACC that will be able to stop this offense at all. There's just too much to try to account for with
with this team as we're running the triple option here, and that is just unstoppable. Colin's a little bit tired, but he'll still pick up a huge chunk. Now Taylor's just got to punch it in, and he will have the slant route open. Green, who's been really solid all season, will get in the end zone to crack this thing open. The Hokies are picking up where they left off. The difference with this game is that North Carolina has a pretty powerful offense themselves, and they're able to get a touchdown with their first drive. I don't know what that throw was from Taylor. Thankfully, on second down, he is going to have a really easy read to the curl, as Turner Bradshaw will put on a nice move to get some extra yards. We'll see if this offense can keep cooking, as Colin is going to get it on the outside handoff, but North Carolina saw that coming on film all the way. And Taylor doesn't see what he wants on third down, tries to get out of the pocket and force it to be, but that'll sail. But after a rare punt from the Hokies, defense turns right around and gets a stop. This North Carolina defense is a little bit tougher than I anticipated though. So at least for the time being, this is a close game. As Taylor's going to get out of the pocket here, he will just take the easy dump off to Harvey, who fumbles the ball. Thankfully that went out of bounds. All right, so 3rd and 3, going to put the ball back on the ground here as UNC is playing run defense, and that's going to make it 4th and 1. Looks like the officials are going to review this to see if Colin picked it up though, and they actually will give him the first. All right, well, you don't get those calls going your way a whole lot in this game, so I will 100% take that. And man, UNC is going in heavy on the run. The under center look has not been working at all so far. You've got to find ways to get Colin into space, and this might be it. Colin is one-on-one with a guy and jukes him out of his shoes. He will take this to the bank for a touchdown, exactly what this team needed at that moment. And the Virginia Tech defense has been really solid after starting out rough. Just got to keep the momentum going as Taylor's able to find the tight end, who puts on a dirty move to spin a defender out of his shoes. And with UNC putting a lot of guys down in the box, I wouldn't be surprised if Virginia Tech started spreading it out just a little bit more than normal. Taylor definitely hasn't been given as many opportunities to throw the ball here at Virginia Tech, as Colin has taken up a lot of the spotlight. We'll have to find a way to pick up this first down, and the corner route's not open. We might have to go to the bounce route here, as he is going to make a very risky throw to Turner Bradshaw, but it will get caught. That was a big time conversion from Taylor. As UNC continues to play pretty solid defense, Taylor should have the slant open there. The cornerback came off his man, but Turner Bradshaw with another crazy catch. So a couple of adventurous moments there with Taylor getting out of the pocket. This time we'll just take the easy dump off to the tight end. At this point, Virginia Tech might want to think about killing a little bit of clock. UNC's continued to make it difficult to run the ball, as Colin looks like he has nowhere to go but puts on one of his dirtiest moves of all time. That was absolutely crazy, bro. I don't know how he got out of there. Colin is just different, man. He's doing things that have never been seen on a football field before, and Taylor's gonna throw up a prayer here. That'll get snatched out of the sky for the interception. One of Taylor's first on the season. It's not a good decision to put that much air under the ball, and this one might be headed to halftime as a tie. Taylor's gonna try to make something happen though, as he finds a receiver deep downfield. That was another risky throw. With 4 seconds left, the Hokies could have a chance at a field goal, and Taylor's gonna hit the corner route with 1 second left. The kicker will have a shot. Unfortunately, he does not make it. But this one's headed into halftime as a tie. Potential upset alert here, as Taylor's gonna get out of the pocket and find Colin on the wheel route. We've seen this connection before, and that's a big play to start the half for VT. Taylor has looked incredibly antsy in the pocket today, and that time he had a guy literally wide open. The ball gets deflected and could have been picked, but Colin flies in to swat it away. Absolutely need to finish the drive here, as Taylor is going to take the corner route again. This time Green's able to get it. Green's probably my favorite receiver on this team so far. Now we're cooking. Just got to find a way to get this into the end zone, as Colin will get it on the counter here, and this is one of his best holes of the day. Won't have to do a whole lot of work to get that one in. And Virginia Tech finally takes the lead midway through the third. All right, man, this is a great opportunity to put this game away. Defense has been getting tons of stops, but this UNC defense just won't quit. Taylor's definitely got to make some more plays with his arm, as he just hasn't really looked on today, but UNC will make it easy on him here. Anytime we can just take that curler out route is nice. No reason to go away from the run here though. This one is very well blocked, and Colin will try to juke out of there, able to pick up a nice little 7. All right, this is where I want to see Taylor step up and make a throw. Looks like he might have the seam, and he will be able to fit it into Green, one of his favorite targets, and VT extends the lead to 2 scores. And getting the ball right back. Now we're looking really good, as Colin is going to try to hit the one-man reverse. It didn't set up super well, but he's able to squirt out of there anyway for a nice 15. Can't take the foot off the gas here. We're going to go play action, as Taylor has the corner route. He'll have to make a perfect throw, and he does a beautiful toe tapping catch to keep that one in. That was one of the plays of the day right there. And Taylor is going to get the touchdown pass out to Turner Bradshaw. Let's go. Not only that, defense gets an interception to get it down to the 1. Colin gets stood up on 2nd and goal. All right, well, you better believe we're going to go for this 4th down, as Taylor is trying to find Colin but gets sacked. Would have had the backside slant for a touchdown for sure. Hokies picked a good time to have a somewhat lackluster day on offense, as Colin still got his. So now we got what could be a slightly more challenging game against FSU, and our tight end is going to start this out with a drop. With the rain coming down, it might be a good day for the ground and pound approach with Colin. He's able to skirt to the outside for a 1st down there. Last year, Colin had a real tough time running against this FSU defense, but a great block there will spring him to the outside. He might be off to the races. Unfortunately, had to use just a little bit too much energy to get around the corner. Still a nice way to get things going early on, as Taylor will have his first completion of the day to Gosnell on the corner route. And with Colin tired, he's going to have to carry most of the weight for the rest of this drive. We'll find Green on the zig route there, and Green always doing more after the catch, able to hit a dirty back juke to pick up 27 and make this a 1st and goal. Love to see a receiver putting in that extra effort, but this dude number 87 keeps on dropping passes. That is just not what we like to see. And on 2nd and goal, Taylor's trying to get out of the pocket, almost takes a sack, and he's 2 for 6 to start the day. All right, we're going to try to mix in a little counter on 3rd and goal. Florida State looks like they were expecting it though, but Colin will be able to get down to the 2 or 1 anyway. And we got the best running back in college football. Let's go ahead and run the ball. Colin is going to put his head down and get into the end zone. Yes, sir. FSU answered back pretty quick. We'll see if this offense can keep the foot on the gas, and a good way to do that is with the triple option. Taylor will keep this till he is way downfield and pitch it out to Colin. That's just too easy. And even though FSU scored on the 1st drive, I don't know if I expect them to keep up that pace, as Holloway is just going to come wide open over the middle here. Taylor's barely able to get that ball out, and that will be an easy touchdown for Tucker Holloway. But FSU, man, might have a little something cooking on offense. We're gonna have to keep pouring it on, and that'll take us to the end of the 1st quarter. Going into the 2nd quarter, I'm gonna try a bomb. We'll see how this goes, as Taylor's getting out of the pocket trying to find Colin on that deep wheel route, and it would have been a touchdown if he got it out for sure. Teams are starting to catch on to a couple of Colin and Taylor's tricks, and on 3rd and 16, Taylor's gonna have to do it all himself, but he has Tucker Holloway on the out route. FSU just didn't account for that outside. Taylor's made a couple of big throws early in this game, and trying to make another one down the seam here. That was a great play by the cornerback. So we'll go back to the run game on 2nd down. FSU absolutely blows up the edge though. I should have hit the back juke action there. All right, another massive 3rd down here. Taylor will have to deliver again, and thankfully he has the corner route to Gosnell. Receivers coming up clutch when Taylor needs them, and Gosnell is hyped up after that one. So the pass game's doing a little bit more than I expected it to today. We'll try to keep establishing that ground game, and this time Colin has a ton of space, just needs his receiver to hold that block, and he does it just long enough. Colin is gonna fight to get into the end zone and will get knocked out at the 1. But hopefully we can just give him another touchdown here, and this one is easy. Colin Fitzpatrick with his 2nd of the day. And defense finally gets a stop, God bless them. Offense has got to take advantage of this potential momentum shift, and Colin with a quiet 10+ yards per carry right now. I'm trying to drain this clock and get a touchdown, but the Hokie receivers continue to just have the worst brick hand. I'm gonna keep going back to the run game, hoping for a big play, and this might be it. Colin is off to the races. Sadly, his fullback couldn't get that last block. Still a nice little 25-yard chunk though, and now we can take some more time off the clock. We got this play action set up here on 1st down, but FSU sent a little bit too much pressure, and another drop by one of these receivers. He was expecting a little bit more of an upgrade from Kent State, as on 3rd down he was trying to get A, but that doesn't come open, and Taylor's just gonna have to throw this one into the ground. And of course the kicker misses it. Dude has been trash all year. Getting it back with 19 seconds. I'm seeing one high. I want to try to cook a little bit, but that might have been a bad decision. This one will get picked out of the sky, and now Florida State's gonna have a chance to score. Thankfully their kicker is also trash. But we've just been letting these guys stay in the game, which I don't like one bit, and they play the triple option pretty well, but Colin hitting the stiff arm is still going to get 12. This dude is just too good. Gonna keep trying to hit these outside runs, because every once in a while Colin just breaks one open for a big play, only gets 3 there, and I need to see Taylor make a play. He hasn't done a great job dealing with pressure today. He's got a decent pocket here, and we'll find Turner Bradshaw over the middle, a pinpoint throw in a place where only Turner Bradshaw could get it. As Taylor's only 6 for 15 on the day, way below his normal efficiency rating. That has a lot to do with the drops, and all that really matters is that the boys find a way to win this game, and this one's not a drop. Holloway able to hold on to it, and will get his boys down to 1st and goal. Gonna go with the QB sneak here, don't want to play around, and Taylor's able to get in nice and easy, so we finally extend the lead to 2 scores. And after a kind of rough start, defense has been really good. Colin might have a chance at another big play here, getting to the outside, and will cut around around a guy, somehow continuing to avoid tacklers, and will get 20 plus on this play. Colin does so much with speed alone, but oh man, Taylor just did not see that linebacker in coverage and throws a putrid pick. It has not been Taylor's finest day, but defense actually gets it right back. You love to see that. This has been an ugly game, and at this point, I'm kind of just trying to run the clock out. Gonna try running some screens and stuff to make the stats look a little bit better for Taylor, as Colin gets decent blocking here, trying to get to the edge. I should have hit a juke move or something on that one, and we'll just keep pounding the rock, dude. Taylor's gonna keep it here, and oh man, the blocking sets up perfectly. We might have a huge Taylor Fitzpatrick run. He's just got one guy to beat, and I don't think he's gonna be able to do it, but he will get 40 on the play. We absolutely love to see that. But Taylor, trying to get the passing touchdown, is gonna throw another pick. Are you kidding me? And when we could have just taken a field goal, instead Florida State gets right back in this game. Not a great look for Taylor, but Colin has it here on the counter, and he is going to save the day. That's why this man is the Heisman front runner. No way Colin's gonna get chased down by number 20. We'll have to swerve that dude out of his shoes. And Colin is gonna take this one to the bank, setting the school record for rushing yards in a game. That'll close this one out, as Colin definitely carried today. As Taylor just couldn't get into a rhythm and had some uncharacteristic turnovers, Colin averaged 12.5 yards and had 3 touchdowns. Okay, so next up we got a snow game, and we're rocking these gray uniforms. I'm not so sure how I feel about these. Taylor getting off to a nice start with his first throw, which is good to see after the 3 interceptions last week. And Colin's gonna get off to a good start as well, stiff arming 2 dudes down. It looked like he had nothing there, and instead he will pick up 37 yards. Colin Fitzpatrick showing some power, man. That was one of Colin's most impressive runs. You do not expect a dude of his size to be throwing guys around like that. And he's gonna get another chance at the run here. Boston College sending dudes off the edge, but it is not mattering. And the Hokies busting it down. All right, first and goal. I'm gonna try to punch it in with Taylor, and he will have the tight end for easy money. The Hokies offense looks to have returned to form. Defense gets an easy stop, and we are rolling early on in this one. Now we're gonna hit him with that money play, the triple option, as Taylor is gonna keep it just until he gets past the first down marker. Then he'll find Colin. Honestly, probably could have kept it a little longer. I was hoping Colin would be able to do more. So a nice game, but one that I feel definitely could have been better. Colin getting the ball here again, and this time is able to juke a guy out of his shoes. Colin looking the quickest he's looked all season, and he will come out of the game here. It's going to be the Taylor show, as he has the tight end wide open on the corner route. Gosnell starting off the day high. We'll try to pass for it here on first and goal. Taylor is going to have the slant easy off the line for his second touchdown pass of the day. This offense is looking like a well-oiled machine. EC hasn't really been able to get anything going so far, as Taylor is continuing to find Gosnell for big gains. That's his 3rd reception on the day, and I've really liked running this pistol the last couple of weeks. Read option here is setting up very well, as Colin will get an easy first. And now the Hokie is really busting it down. We'll be in great position if we can finish this drive off strong. And a great block on the edge from the fullback. He'll get another one downfield, and Colin works around them perfectly for the 18-yard touchdown. That cheerleader looks creepy as hell. This has turned out to be one of this defense's best games of the season. With 2 minutes left in the half, it is time for Taylor to do some cooking. He's only thrown the ball 8 times this half, but he's been very efficient, and Boston College giving him whatever he wants with these curl routes. Turner Bradshaw will hit a dirty little spin move for something extra. On first and goal, we'll try a little read option, and Taylor is going to keep it. We'll have nobody around him as he gets in there for a touchdown, and Taylor's had 3 touchdowns on the half here. Boston College's offense has been absolutely useless, and Colin's going to try the one-man reverse here. It's set up pretty good apart from that one guy missing his block. Dang it. I haven't been able to get that to work quite as much this year. And on 3rd down, Taylor makes a really nice throw to the corner route, but it gets broken up. This might just be the worst offense we play all year, though. And at this point, we just got to run the clock out and pad some stats. Colin almost got loose there. Feels like it's been a quiet day for Colin. Gonna try to get the triple option going here, and this sets up pretty well, and Colin will get around the edge. He doesn't need to juke, man. All he needs to do is outrun these dudes, and that'll get him the easiest 30 yards of the day. Now we're gonna try to go with this bomb play. I love running this, and we're gonna try to get Colin open deep on the halfback wheel route. Just need a good throw from Taylor, but he barely overshoots it. Dang, that would have been beautiful. And I'll tell you what, man, Taylor's been good this year, but definitely hasn't been Heisman material, and I'm kind of wondering where he'll go in the draft at this point. He definitely looked more comfortable in his spread offense at Kent State, but has been turning the ball over less, which has been good to see, and has found the running game, as he'll get in for another one. And the starters are out. That'll do it for this one. One of the easiest games of the season, as Taylor was nice and efficient, and despite getting less carries, Colin did his thing as always. After transferring to Virginia Tech for their senior seasons, twin brothers Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick have turned their new team's offense into a 2-man show of dominance. They have the Hokies sitting at
8-0 despite playing a brutal schedule, and Colin sits alone on top of the Heisman watch. Today, we'll see if the brothers can finish the regular season undefeated to fight for the #1 seed in the playoff and continue to improve their draft stock.
So Virginia Tech is up to #2 in the country, and today they've got Duke. We'll see if the brothers can keep the undefeated season going, and these Virginia Tech receivers continue to have some brick hands. So Taylor's gonna have to try to convert a long third down here. He's gonna try to make a tough throw to Green, but it gets swatted out of the sky, and the Hokies with a very rare 3-and-out. Thankfully, Duke misses a field goal with their first possession, and Colin still doesn't have his first handoff. Taylor's gonna keep it this time after having a nice day on the ground last game. Need to get this run game going. That's when this offense really goes, and Colin's gonna get a block on the outside here. He'll get around the edge and is off to the races. We have seen this so many times this year. Colin just outspeeds everybody, and that'll put this offense in great position. Taylor's just got to finish the job here and has the out route to haul away nice and easy. Taylor has committed some turnovers in the past in this spot, but Duke is just giving him that cushion right now. Turner Bradshaw getting sat down after the curl route. Colin's still out. Coach is gonna pass it from the 1-yard line, and Taylor just trusting Green. He's probably been my favorite receiver on this team this year, and we get the touchdown. As per usual, defense is having a really nice game today. We'll see if offense can keep it rolling, and Colin is going to escape there. He might be gone. We'll see if a safety can catch him, as he is using all his energy to get down the sideline, and is just barely going to get caught down at the 5. Dang, bro. With that run, Colin Fitzpatrick sets the school rushing yards on a season record, and he's still got plenty of games to go. Once again, it'll be Taylor's job to finish the drive, and he is getting bum rushed here. He will take a terrible sack. Our boy ran directly into the pressure, and now he's gonna have to make a throw on 2nd and goal. He will roll out trying to find Colin. Instead, he'll go to the slant route, and that one probably should have been picked. All right, so a big time 3rd and goal here. We'll see what our boy can do, as he is gonna throw the route over the middle. Reed makes a crazy catch. That ball probably could have been picked as well, and we'll have decision time going into the 2nd quarter. Looks like coach is gonna put it on the ground and trust Colin, and the blocking to the edge is phenomenal. Our dude will be able to hurdle in for the touchdown. Yes, sir. Duke is able to get a field goal, and Colin just has a convoy here. He will rumble forward for 18 yards out of that. At this point, Colin's got to be considered one of the best players in college football history after only a couple of years of starting too. Taylor's job in this one is pretty much just to be a game manager, but he's throwing caution to the wind here, chucking up a very dangerous pass to Turner Bradshaw, and somehow dude comes down with it to make this a 1st and goal. So what was honestly an awful read from Taylor turns into a big gain. Sometimes things just work out your way, man, and Colin will reap the benefits with an easy touchdown. Duke has presented pretty much no threat whatsoever of winning this game, and Turner Bradshaw is gonna get open again here. This time Taylor hits him perfectly in stride, and no one is gonna catch him. He'll take this to the bank for an easy one. Now the stats are looking real nice on the day for both brothers. Colin trying to get the counter cooking, but Duke was just all over that. Thankfully, Taylor is dialed in to Turner Bradshaw right now and finds him on the out route again. Once again, dude is doing good work after the catch, and now we got to go back to this triple option. You know I love the triple option, and this sets up perfectly, but I just pitched it a little bit too late. Dang it. Colin's been putting up good numbers today, but definitely not the numbers he's used to putting up. He's gonna try to remedy that here though, as the Duke defenders are absolutely lost, and that'll be easy cash to close this one out. Pretty much what I expected, as defense put the clamps on Duke, and both brothers had a solid day today. So next up, we got a big game against Miami at home, and Taylor, not seeing anything open here, is gonna get out of the pocket, scrambling for a solid gain. We continue to see the improved speed for Taylor, and we'll see if Colin can ball out once again. He got a great block on the edge, but Miami looked like they were ready for the outside run. Sometimes it just doesn't matter with Colin though. He is too shifty. We're gonna go to the gun here on 1st and 10 and run a little counter, and once again Colin has a ton of space, getting to the outside and trying to cut it back in, picking up 14. Love what I'm seeing from the run game so far. Now we got to get the pass game cooking, and Gosnell runs a nice little short corner route coming up with the catch. Just got to punch it in now. We've done a good job of that in the last couple of games, and Taylor is going to keep it on the read option. He will get into the end zone. Hokies did a great job of establishing the run right out the gate, and they will continue to hammer these outside runs with Colin. This one might be a house call, as nobody will be able to catch Colin Fitzpatrick. This is what we love to see. Already up over 100 rushing yards on the day. I'm just going to keep going with the run game until Miami stops it, and this triple option setting up nice. Taylor will get the pitch out to Colin, and once again Colin might be off to the races. This Miami defense is slower than I expected, and Colin is trying to lock down his 2nd straight Heisman trophy today. Alright, Miami is able to get a touchdown, and Taylor's pass falls incomplete on 2nd down. I just don't think Miami's going to be able to stop us consistently, and Taylor's going to try to take a deep
deep shot here. The Miami coverage totally busted, and Holloway is wide open. Hit his big play central today as he'll take this 81 yards to the casa. This is the crazy statistical game I've been waiting for, and we'll see if we can keep it going. Colin had a huge hole up the middle but couldn't quite get to it. This one looks to be a shootout headed into the second quarter, as Taylor is once again going to keep it on the ground and is once again going to pick up a solid gain. Colin just attracts so much attention. With Colin averaging 30 yards per carry right now, I don't know how much we'll need to pass the ball. Miami is trying to send everyone at him, but he just always finds the lane and hits it quick. Colin has 7 rushes for 175 yards so far in this one. Taylor's going to put it in the air here though, and has Turner Bradshaw, who will cut it back. A simple slant play is going to turn into another big touchdown, as this Hurricane defense has just been putrid. Their offense hasn't been half bad, but they haven't done nearly enough to compete with the 350 yards this Hokies offense is putting up, and make that more. Colin is in his prime right now. This will go to the crib for 80 yards, looking just like his Northern Illinois days. If this doesn't cement Virginia Tech as the #1 team in the country, I don't know what will. They are just having their way with the Hurricanes. I think we could run anything and be successful at this point. With Colin having the crazy statistical game so far, we got to give him the rock here, as he will shake a dude out of his shoes and pick up 265 yards in the first half. Will exceed his season high, and now Taylor is going to pass it. Miami has to dedicate so many resources to stopping the run that Gosnell is going to get wide open, hitting a nifty spin move to stay in bounds. Benji Gosnell has been a really solid target at tight end this year, and with time ticking down in the half, Taylor's just got to punch this thing in the end zone, finding Turner Bradshaw on the out route. We'll go with some more read option on 1st and goal, and this is just beautifully blocked. Taylor will get yet another tutty. 49 points in the first half for Virginia Tech, and they are not trying to slow down yet, going with the triple option here, and that was not a good idea. This ball will end up on the turf, but an offensive lineman is going to pick it up with intent to run, and somehow, some way, he is going to stiff arm his way for a first down. What a nutty play. That is just the type of day that it's been for Miami. No matter what happens, they can't stop this Virginia Tech team, and Taylor's going to get out of the pocket, extending the play and finding Green downfield on the bounce route. The only thing that's going to stop Miami's misery is coach taking the starters out, as Taylor's having one of his best days today as well. And this is probably going to be the last drive we'll see from the brothers. Got to make it count, as Colin will get the rushing total up over 300 on the day. Colin's still averaging 25 yards per carry in this one, as Miami continues to devote more resources to the run, but it just doesn't matter. This man is unstoppable. I just want to see one more big play before he gets out of here, and the outside run sets up pretty nice. Just got to beat this guy, but Colin is tired after a day of running. Heading into the 4th quarter, we're going to pass it again, showing absolutely no regard for human life here, as Taylor will throw a dot to Gosnell across his body. And you know it's a bad day for Miami when toss plays are working on this game. Look at the pulling blockers just setting that up perfectly for a nice low gain. For 1st and goal, we'll go full on power, and Colin might be small and shifty, but he still has power in spades. He will get into the end zone, as the Hokies annihilate the Hurricanes at home. Best game of the year for both of these boys, as Taylor was insanely efficient, 325 passer rating, and Colin averaged 20 yards per carry, 300 yards and 4 touchdowns on just 15 carries. Next up, we got another snow game against Wake Forest and their creepy ass mascot riding a motorcycle in the snow, bro. I gotta say, man, Demon Deacons gotta be one of the funniest NCAA football mascots. I am praying that this new college football game has mascot matchup. I mean, it's gotta have mascot matchup, right? No way they cooked a game for 10 years and don't give us mascot matchup, as this one's starting out nice for the passing game. Both of these brothers' confidence levels is through the roof after last game, and Wake Forest is going to do their best to stop this outside run for Colin. With Colin out of the game, we'll run a sneaky little pass play on 3rd and inches, and Taylor has been throwing that out route beautifully all year. Taylor has continued to get more and more comfortable being under center, which is a great skill for him to develop before he gets to the league. And Harrison St. Germain, who hasn't been so hot this year, gets a nice low gain, as I'm just trying to hit this out route again to punch it in. Tucker Holloway will get the reception, and Taylor starting out this game 4 for 4. So it's the pass game that starts out cooking on the first drive, and Taylor is going to keep it here. He is not able to get out of the end zone. It's going to be a safety. I could have sworn the ball broke the plane, bro. That is pretty awkward, bro. Wake Forest is going to take the lead. Definitely not this offense's finest moment, but Colin is going to rectify the situation, getting out of dodge. But this dude took a pretty good pursuit angle. I don't know if I should have cut it in like that. Probably should have just tried to
outspeed dude. Either way, that's a nice play to get us going. We'll continue to work that play action game and continue to work these out routes, which are just open every time it seems. Taylor's 5 for 5 so far, and most of those completions have been out routes. Colin getting the ball on the counter, and man, the left stick. Sometimes the left stick is just all you need. He will swerve around and get the touchdown, and that sets the school record for rushing touchdowns in a season. I can't believe he hadn't done that already. I gotta say, Wake Forest is kind of sticking around in this one. Hopefully this VT offense can keep it going. We're gonna go to the triple option play. Haven't broken off a touchdown from this in a minute. We'll see if we have one here. Colin is gonna try to get around the edge and can't quite do it. Still a first down though, and you gotta love the Hokie. He's always dancing around doing his thing. Like I said, bro, need that mascot matchup in the new game. The Hokie versus the Demon Deacon will go absolutely crazy. Gotta close out this half strong with a touchdown, as Colin's able to get it to the edge, but receiver did not hold his block, and we might have run a little bit too much time off the clock. Taylor's gonna have to cook here, and trying to get something open, he is gonna take the deepest shot possible to Green, and that was actually a pinpoint pass. Unfortunately, Green can't come down with it. That one would have made Taylor's highlight reel for sure. Instead, on third down, he's gonna get out of the pocket and get hit. You better believe we are not punting the ball here. Taylor's gonna be running the 5 wide, and will take the underneath to the receiver, misses his guys. I was not expecting the linebacker to crash on that. Thankfully, defense is able to get a beautiful interception. I don't know this Virginia Tech roster so well, but there's some guy named Penix who just keeps catching interceptions this season. Anyways, this offense has to finish the deal here. I thought Taylor had the seam open for a second. He keeps on getting happy feet though, and that's gonna make it 3rd and 10. Taylor went from a pocket passer to a dude who looks like he's allergic to staying in the pocket, but he'll hang with it here, throwing a fastball to Colin that Colin drops. Come on, man. After we kick the field goal, Wake Forest comes out of halftime with a touchdown, and we might just be on upset alert here. Taylor's gonna keep it and just has absurd blocking. Faster quarterback would have made that a house call. All right, offense has got to wake up here. This is too close for comfort right now. We really just need to be sticking with the running game. Colin only has 9 carries today. He needs to get more than that, especially when he's averaging 10 yards a carry, but doesn't get anything on that one. Suddenly, this is a huge 3rd and 3, and Taylor's just gonna dump it off to Gosnell. Good job of just taking the smart read. After throwing for 70 yards on the first drive, Taylor's only had 40 the rest of the game, and he's missed a couple of big passes. With Colin feeling a little tired for whatever reason, it's all on him, but as long as the out route is there, we are a-okay. And Colin's gonna come back on the field. We need a big play out of dude, but Wake Forest does a great job of protecting the outside. All right, man, this has been tough. Wake Forest sending the dogs here, and Taylor can't get it out. It'll be 3rd and 17. All right, well, now we just gotta chuck it. Looks like zone coverage, and Taylor will try to get it up the seam. Gosnell able to catch it. Let's go. And Taylor feeling it after the big game, gets his team back to the line. This is gonna be man coverage from Wake Forest, but he has so much confidence in Gosnell right now. Dude has been a monster all year, and we'll stay in this 5 wide to try to punch it in, as that's man coverage again, and Turner Bradshaw drops the pass. Come on, bro. All right, let's not get too crazy here. We're just gonna run for it on 3rd and inches, and Colin will just go up the middle to pick that up. Outside of that one play, Colin hasn't gone too crazy today, but he will get the handoff on the read option and will get the touchdown. Hokies are back on top, but this will be a big 2-point conversion, as Taylor is going to get it to Colin. Colin fights to get in, and VT able to take a 7-point lead. Okay, the ship has been righted just a little bit. Wake Forest not able to get anything. Need a touchdown here to put this game away, and Colin trying to deliver it, but good tackling from Wake Forest. Normally dudes get juked out of their shoes by that. I'm gonna try to go back to the triple option for a cheap one here, as Wake Forest has been making things difficult today, but this will be as easy as it comes. Colin gets it and is off to the races. This time he will zig around the guy and won't be able to take this to the crib, but putting us in field goal range is all we needed. Now it's just a matter of running clock and taking the points, and this time Taylor has it on the read option. He'll slide down for a 6-yard gain. I don't see a whole lot of reason to pass the ball here, although Colin is dog tired. He is still gonna get to the edge and still going to outrun a couple of guys. The defenders must have been tired too, and Colin will hopefully put a bow on it with that one. All right, Wake Forest has continued to fight. All we need is 1 first down here though, and Colin is going to get near the first down. They're gonna give it to him. I did not think that was an 11-yard rush. So the Hokies should be getting out of here with a dub, as Colin's gonna try to get one last touchdown, hitting a dirty back juke, but actually loses the first down in the process. I was going for the highlight reel play, and Colin does get stopped short of the first. Thankfully, kicker makes the field goal, and that'll do it for this one. That might have actually been the closest game of the year, but we escape. All right, just one more regular season game. We got a little rivalry action against Virginia, and Colin is starting this one off hot with a juke move. He is around the edge and might be gone. Just one man to beat. Can he do it? No, not quite. It's gonna be 70 yards on the first play though. Taylor's just got to punch it into the end zone now. now, and he will find the trailer to get it down to the 1. QB sneak comes out on 2nd and goal, and the Hokies started out hot. So Colin will take his second handoff after almost going to the crib on the first one, and he is stiff-arming dudes to get 8. One thing that's been really impressive about Colin this season is he has added some power to his small frame. It very rarely takes the worst of a hit. Things are always easy when you can just lean on the ground game for offense. But Taylor's gonna have to make some throws eventually, and he's gonna try to get it cooking here from under center. Has the tight end for an easy game. That's that boy Gosnell. We love him. I gotta say, man, the numbers for Taylor this season have been lackluster. He hasn't been doing what I expected him to do in the passing game, but he finds Turner Bradshaw here, and he's off to a good start in this one. I was really expecting the brothers to be in more of a genuine competition for the Heisman, but I feel like this offense just doesn't really play to Taylor's strengths. And honestly, without a passing game, I don't know how well it would play to Colin's strengths either. I think the last offenses both of them played on were better off for them, but I do think this season has definitely made them into better NFL players. It's definitely forced both of them out of their comfort zones. And you gotta wonder, man, will this duo find a way to stay together in the NFL? It all depends on where both of them go in the draft. And Gosnell making another nice catch there. Honestly, even though he's a small running back, I see Colin going in the first 2 picks for sure. But Taylor, I'm not so sure. He might be like a 4th round guy, something like that. So it's definitely conceivable they could end up on the same team. But I don't know if Taylor would start right away in the NFL. He's still got a long ways to develop if he wants to get there. He has started out this game a clean 8 for 8. But of course, Thomas is going to drop it right when I say that to ruin it. Gotta pick up this 3rd down here. And thankfully, Taylor's going to have a read right off the line. Not sure what the Virginia defensive coordinator was thinking on that one. Another score before halftime could turn this one into a blowout, as Taylor's just rolling out against the man coverage here. He'll try to make a throw to A, and that is Reed again, this time making a contested catch. And with Taylor tired as hell, Colin is going to get the touchdown this time. Virginia is kind of sort of hanging around in this one, as Colin hasn't gone too crazy since that first play, but he finds a lane here and is somehow able to cut it out. Colin just has one guy to outrun, and I feel like last year he would have done it, but this year he cannot. For some reason in this offense, Colin tends to tire a little bit more easily. I'm not sure what exactly it is. That's what makes Taylor's play so important to this team's success. Big 3rd down here right on the edge of field goal range, and Taylor is going to have the curl route easily. I was hoping Holloway could make that dude miss. Statistically, Taylor's having one of his best games of the season, but his completion percentage is just always hurt by these wide receiver drops. Gotta finish her off here, as Taylor will be flush from the pocket, but Green comes open late and Taylor finds him. Very nice job to keep the eyes downfield. Now we're just running clock and trying to stay healthy for the conference championship game, but Colin's not done yet, hitting a dirty spin move to get out in the open field. This is where we like to pad the stats for him a little bit. Virginia literally knows we're running the outside run here, but they still cannot stop it, and Colin knows just how to cut to keep these defenders on skates. This will be another big play as he takes it 45 yards to the bank, and that'll close out a dominant rivalry win, as Colin was player of the game, an incredibly efficient performance on the ground. And Taylor balls out as well with 3 touchdown passes, looking real sturdy headed into the conference championship game.
Twin brothers Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick have led Virginia Tech to a dominant, undefeated regular season, single-handedly turning the Hokies offense into one of the best college football has ever seen. Today, we'll be playing the final games of their college career to see if one of them can win the Heisman Trophy and if they can close out their senior seasons with a national title.
All right, man, so we've got the ACC championship game. We'll see if Taylor and Colin can keep this undefeated season going, and Colin has some blocks on the first play. We'll get it to the outside for a nice little 20-yard gain. Nobody has been able to stop this Virginia Tech offense all year, and it's looking like it might be the same today, as Taylor finds Harvey over the middle, and that is an easy pickup. Colin's been here before, but this is definitely one of the biggest games Taylor's ever played in his life, as Virginia Tech's trying to lock down the 1 seed in the playoffs here. And this drive has gone exactly like the boys hoped. The Syracuse defense doesn't offer much of a challenge on the first drive, but with the VT kicker missing the extra point, the Orange actually go down and take the lead. So we might have an interesting one on our hands after all today. This offense had great balance on the first drive, and Taylor is keeping it on the read option here, has tons of space, but he gets hit hard and will fumble. Syracuse is gonna pick it up, an absolutely brutal turnover in this first quarter. Thankfully, Syracuse misses the field goal, as that was the first fumble from either of these brothers this season, and we'll see if we can get back on track here. Hopefully Taylor isn't too shaken up by the early turnover. His passing has been great so far, as he gets Green to catch there. And we're gonna go back to the outside run on 1st and 10. This one sets up beautifully, but the fullback just does not block. What is going on, bro? Could have potentially been a huge gain. Instead, we get nothing, but Taylor has an easy read to Turner Bradshaw, who's been really solid in these last couple of games. All right, another good drive, man. Looks like the only thing that can slow this offense down is turnovers, as Taylor's able to find Reed easy on the smash route, and the Hokies are back in business. business. Dude is busting a move. I love this mascot, bro. And we are gonna chase our points here, but Syracuse came out in a stupid defense. Taylor just able to find Colin out of the backfield nice and easy. So we atone for the mistakes of this terrible Virginia Tech kicker, and defense has been really solid all day. I found that defense tends to give up some early points, but after that they get it together, and Taylor is gonna slide on this run, not wanting to take another big hit. No hurry here, as I know this offense can move quickly when we need to, and that was a crazy move from Colin. We'll move to this 5 wide look, which Taylor's been really good in this season, and he gets a nice completion there. Kind of looking to take a deep shot. Syracuse is blitzing somebody, and Green is wide open up the seam. A timely throw from Taylor. Like I said, this offense has no problem moving quick, and as long as the seam is open, Taylor's gonna make that throw 100% of the time. Our boys got 160 yards passing in the first half, only 2 incompletions, and despite Syracuse putting another safety on the field, they're not able to stop Gosnell from catching it. Taylor's gonna get rewarded for the good drive with an easy rushing touchdown, and VT's got a 2-score lead. We are used to being in this position at this point, and ever since that magic first drive, the Syracuse offense has really sputtered out, and Colin is getting the pitch on the triple option here. He might be gone as he hits a dirty juke move. Just gotta get out of the way of his blocker, and this is the big play we've been waiting for, man. Colin is going to take this to the bank for a 70+ yard touchdown, and that sets the school record for rushing yards in a career in one season. The brothers have all but locked down this game midway through the third quarter, and Colin might have another huge play here if he can get around the edge. Yes, he can. If you take a bad angle on Colin Fitzpatrick, he is gone 100% of the time, and this will be another 75-yard touchdown run as we dive into the end zone. Should be a Heisman ceiling performance here. Syracuse finally gets a touchdown, but it is just too little too late, and we've been in this position before. Time to crush some clock, or we could do one better. Colin is going to get around the edge again, just needs one block downfield and can't get it, but his last 3 rushes have been dynamite. With Colin just a little bit tired, we're going to go back to the pass game as Taylor just takes an easy dump off on that one, and at this point any points we score are just gravy to pad the stats. Taylor throws an absolute dime to Green there though, who's able to hang on through the contact. Taylor has saved his best games for the last few weeks, as he's been damn near perfect since that early turnover, and Colin is going to get the ball again here. He will cut it back in and power into the end zone for yet another touchdown. I swear to God, man, Colin better not get robbed of the Heisman Trophy. I'm doing my best to make sure he doesn't, as Taylor is going to keep the ball in the triple option here. Colin got tackled in the backfield, and Taylor might just have a convoy of blockers. This will be his best rush ever, as he slowly but surely takes it 44 yards to the casa. And that'll do it for this one. The Hokies have won the conference championship, and that should hopefully lock down the #1 seed for Virginia Tech. They were dominant all day today. So it's time for the big reveal of the Heisman Trophy in the playoff seed, and for your second straight season in a landslide, Colin is the Heisman Trophy winner. He's also going to win the Maxwell Award and all the other awards. Colin proved that he could dominate in a power conference against a really tough schedule. 13 yards per carry and 36 touchdowns is wild. And Taylor also balled out. Didn't have as many passing yards this season, but had a much better touchdown to interception ratio, and just did what he needed to do for this team to get wins. So first up in the playoffs, we got Kansas State, and we'll see if the Wildcats can deal with this Hokie offense. Taylor's starting it out nice with an easy completion on the play action, and Colin getting the outside handoff here, has tons of space and gets a block around the edge, just needs one more and he might be gone. Colin Fitzpatrick is down the sidelines, and he will take it to the crib. A Heisman winner showing out already. That is exactly the start I was looking for. Defense getting a stop as well, and not only is Colin balling out, Taylor is dialed in today, and that play just busted wide open. Turner Bradshaw's had a lot of big plays this season, and he'll take this one to the crib. The Kansas State defense not looking so hot to start this out, and along with that, this VT defense continues to be one of the best in the country, giving the boys the ball right back, and Taylor just has tons of space on this run. This has almost been too easy so far, as Kansas State just can't cover up everything. Unfortunately, a little drop in traffic there. I love how Taylor started out this game passing though. He has absolutely no fear in his first playoff game. Jumping out to this kind of lead allows him to really take shots and not worry too much about turnovers, as he's getting it cooking in the run game as well. A couple of first down runs. Colin hasn't gotten the ball since his big touchdown run, but he'll get it here and pick up a solid chunk to make this third and manageable. And we'll see if Taylor can continue to dime up this defense. He's going to have his tight end wide open on the corner route. Excellent anticipation there, and Benji Gosnell gets his first touchdown of the day. This game is just about over before it even really started, and you know your defense is trash when Taylor is consistently picking up giant chunks of yards in the ground game. This is on the verge of turning into a blowout if the Hokies get a score here, and Colin has tons of space on the screen pass. Tech is just getting everything it wants today. 3 scores with a very limited number of plays, and Taylor has an easy read to Turner Bradshaw here. He already has a big play today, and almost breaks another one loose. And even though the Hokies have the Heisman winner in the backfield, I haven't seen much of a reason to go away from the pass. Taylor has just been so good, running plenty plenty of time off the clock here before half. And Gosnell is once again going to get open, fighting down to the end zone. Can't quite get his second touchdown on the day. But the QB sneak will be easy cash for Taylor on 1st and goal. And this has been an even more dominant performance than I expected. Still got some time left before halftime. We'll see if Taylor takes a shot here. And he has Holloway coming right off the line. Hokies are going to get greedy, as I'm sure this will slow down as the game goes on. But Taylor's on pace for 400 passing yards right now and makes a beautiful throw on the run to green. Just got to finish this drive off here with time running down, as Taylor's going to take the underneath to Turner Bradshaw, who has had an excellent day today. As Kansas State defense continues to look like paper mache, as this time Taylor's going to find Reed over the middle, and that should make this an easy 1st and goal. Taylor has 260 passing yards in the first half, but Colin gets stood up on the goal line. We'll have to take a timeout. We'll try a little read option here, and this time Colin will easily get in. We take a 35-0 lead, and Kansas State gets a measly 3 points. I can't say I think that's going to do him a whole lot of good, but Taylor just does not make the right read there, throws them into double coverage, and this one is going bad. I think Taylor came out of halftime just a little bit too confident, so we'll go back to the ground game here, as Colin hasn't gotten a lot of action since that first touchdown run, but shows the power there, picking up the 1st down and more. I haven't tried the triple option yet today. We'll pull it out here. Colin getting the ball again, and the blocks are going to set up perfectly. Colin's just going to have to outrun one guy, but gets tripped up. Dang it. That'll still put him over 100 yards on the day, as Taylor's going to go back to the pass game here, and we'll actually find Colin down the sideline. I don't know why nobody covered him, but he's going to get inside the 5. Inside the 10, check that. As on 1st and goal, Taylor's going to try Gosnell again, and a bad drop. Come on, man. All right, got to finish things off here. This time, Taylor's going to take the back out of the backfield, and I tried to put my head down. I feel like Colin's probably getting the touchdown there, and we'll try to give him his 3rd on the day here, as he does power into the end zone, and that should pretty much do it for this one. The Hokies easily win in the 1st round of the playoffs. Taylor had the hot hand today, 260 passing yards in the 1st half, and Colin only had 11 carries, but made it look easy, averaging 10 a carry with 3 touchdowns. So in the semifinal, the boys are taking on number 4 Kansas, who is almost always good in these dynasties for some reason. And Colin gets loose on the first play, was just a step away from making that a touchdown. That's exactly how I was hoping to start things out, as Taylor's going to be throwing it here, and he will get out of the pocket. He might have a man coming open downfield, and he hits Turner Bradshaw on the bounce route. An excellent job of extending the play and keeping his eyes downfield from Taylor. And this offense is off to a red hot start, as Kansas just going with man coverage here, and Taylor will torch that, throwing it to Aiden Green, and Green will get in for the touchdown. Taylor looking real sharp to start this one out, and I'm not so sure that's a pace that Kansas can keep up with. We have seen this time and time again this season. This Hokies offense just overpowers teams, and their defense is a good 1-2 punch to match. The pass game's looking real solid on the first few plays. No reason to go away from the run here though, and this is wide open for Taylor. He's able to keep it for an easy 8, and now we'll get it back to Colin on the stretch play. This is not setting up too well though, and that'll make it 3rd down. All right, I'm going to try out the triple option here. I have a feeling Kansas is going to be stacking the box a little bit too much, and that's exactly what they do. This should be a touchdown if Colin has the wheels for it. That cut did not quite make people miss like I thought it would though, but all good. That might be the only time the Jayhawks get us to 3rd down today, and Taylor has an easy throw to Benji Gosnell, who's just been so good this season. Just got to hold on to the ball and punch it in now, as Taylor's just going to hand this one off, and Colin has some guys at his feet, but is able to keep his balance and find the end zone. Let's go. This game's off to a spotless start, and Colin getting the ball on the counter here will hit a juke move, but get creamed. No reason to make any unnecessary risks, as Taylor will just take the easy dump off to Gosnell, and he trucks multiple guys for the big pickup. Taylor loves to start out games hot, and he's got 100 yards in the 1st quarter here. As Colin is running tough today, he'll take a big hit every once in a while, but he'll also lay some down. I'm feeling real good at the end of the 1st, and Taylor gonna go with some play action here. We'll find Colin out of the backfield, and Colin has tons of space to operate, hitting a juke move and getting more space, and he will continue to shake, picking up 35 yards on a simple dump off. That's just what Colin can do. This offense clicking on all cylinders, as Colin will get the ball up the middle again and makes a guy miss getting into the end zone. What a move from Colin, man. He is just so shifty, and all the Jayhawks are able to answer with is a field goal. This one is looking like no competition so far, and the Hokies are just free to run some clock. Kansas will get the ball at halftime, but at this rate, this offense is not going to be stopped until Colin fumbles it. That could potentially be a big momentum shift. It was looking like another great run from Colin, but he gets
pounded from behind. Those words didn't sound quite right coming out of my mouth. I'm not sure why. But anyways, Kansas is able to score. We need a big drive out of Taylor here with a minute left. And Taylor does not have a single incompletion on the day. I don't want to jinx it. And yeah, I did jinx it. He missed that throw by a mile. Maybe not the worst thing in the world because there was a guy coming over to guard that for sure. But on the next play, Taylor will just hit the same route on the outside for easy money. With these playoff performances, Taylor might be making himself a little bit of money. I'm not sure where exactly he's projected in the draft, but it wasn't super high before the postseason. A lot of people are saying that Colin's going to be the first overall pick, and Taylor definitely won't go in the first round, so it's possible these boys could play on the same team. You just never know what could happen. And with a tired defense, we're going to mix in a run play. Colin will have a dude one-on-one, and you know Colin is never going to lose that battle. Pretty good tackle by number 5 to keep him out of the end zone. But our boy is averaging 13 yards a carry right now, and the goal line has not proved to be much of an issue. Colin will get in with ease, as he is not only more athletic but more powerful than these defenders. Kansas just not quite looking like they'll be able to stay in the game right now, as Colin's going to hit a back juke here, and you know Taylor's going to throw a block for him. Colin's quarterback at NIU was never getting that, but Taylor will, and Colin is going to take this to the bank. We haven't seen a lot of the double reverse this year, but it hit perfectly there. And to their credit, man, defense has been so good today. They haven't really been getting the spotlight, but they've been a big part of this team's success. We're mixing in a little pass play here, and Kansas's safety just bites down on that. Taylor is going to get another easy touchdown pass, and that should definitely put this one away. Kansas has proved to be nothing more than a tune-up for the national title game, as this screen is going to set up perfect. Might have another shot at a touchdown. Colin can't quite juke that guy out. Both of these brothers have had absolutely electric stat lines today, and they're not trying to stop just yet, as Colin doesn't get a lot there, but may have managed to juke out half of the Kansas defense with that spin. And I'll be damned if I'm trying to pump before this game is over. Let's pick up this 3rd and 6 really quick, and we'll pick up a lot more than that, as Taylor's going to get it out to Colin again. Colin will hit the juke and break a tackle as he stiff arms down to the 5. Colin continues to show why he is just the most versatile running back in college football. The power, speed, and agility combination is just unreal. He's got to punch it into the end zone here, and I believe Taylor is one away from the school passing touchdown record. Let's just go ahead and get that for him real quick. That should be it, as Aiden Green gets it. And yep, there it is. 30 passing touchdowns in a season breaks Jared Evans' record. And that's going to do it for this one. A 56-13 blowout in the semifinals. 56-9, excuse me. As this performance was quite literally flawless from the brothers. 20-yard average for Colin, and only 2 incompletions for Taylor. Virginia Tech has a chance to become the first team in college football history to go 16-0, as they'll be taking on their toughest test of the season today. We'll see if Colin and Taylor can close out their careers with a shared national championship, as Colin's first run didn't look like it was setting up well, but he does a good job of navigating his blockers and will pick up 16. Colin is over 3,000 yards on the year at this point, which is shockingly significantly less than he got last year, as Taylor starts this out with a play action pass to St. Germain, and Georgia sold out for the run so hard St. Germain trucks a guy and is able to get 50, almost stiff arming his way into the end zone. Did I say that was Taylor's first pass? It was actually a second. And the Hokies are gonna score in under a minute, as they made the Georgia defense look like Swiss cheese. And the VT defense continues to stand tall as well. Colin getting the ball here on the outside handoff, but does get tackled. This is definitely the most athletic team either of the brothers have played against, but in the past they made talented teams look really stupid. Nice touch pass from Taylor to get that into Green with pressure in his face. And we'll get the read option game cooking here on first down. Taylor's gonna keep this one and has pretty good blocking, but the DN's gonna get to him. If that lane isn't totally cleared out, there's not a whole lot Taylor can usually do, as we're going with the counter here, and Colin looked to have a little bit of room, but once again we see these D linemen catching dudes from behind. That can be the difference between a small gain and a touchdown in the run game, but this play is setting up beautifully, as Georgia tried to blitz off the edge, and a lot of times that'll burn you when you have Colin up against you, because once he gets to that second level it is dangerous. Even with the tougher defense, the Hokies just have too many weapons on offense, and Turner Bradshaw is wide open here, as I just love how this run game sets up the play action pass. Taylor's having another great game, as he's 4 for 4 for 100 yards to start this out, and Colin continues to be great on the goal line, powering in for the touchdown. That'll set the school record for rushing touchdowns in a career in one season. As defense continuing to get stops, we got to get it out of our own end zone there, and passing it may have been a little bit too dangerous, but thankfully it works out. Tucker Holloway's able to catch it. Right now the Hokies are pretty clearly looking like the better team, as this play is well blocked and Colin's able to pick up an easy first. It's only a matter of time before Colin breaks off a huge touchdown run, and we'll see if that's what we get here. Taylor's gonna pitch it out. I don't know if Colin's gonna quite have the speed to get around the edge. In most games, he'd be able to outmaneuver that dude for a touchdown. We'll take a 7-yard gain regardless. And on second down, Colin's gonna try to hit this again. You see Taylor throwing the block for him. You can tell the brothers would practice that play a lot. Worked out for a touchdown last game. In this game, it's just a first down, as Taylor gets nothing on the read option. As long as we can just keep the sticks moving, though, that's all that matters. And Taylor's been having a ton of space to work with, but Gosnell gets whacked, and a rare drop will be Taylor's first incompletion of the day. All right, so 3rd and 10. We'll see if the Bulldogs can come up with a stop, as Taylor's gonna have to get out of the pocket here. Probably not gonna be able to outrun these DNs, but at least does not take the sack. And Georgia gets the stop they desperately needed. But man, I think that along with this great offense, we might have one of the best defenses in the country. They've just made things so easy on us. Georgia's been getting a pretty good pass rush early on in this one. We're gonna try to catch him over committing here, but man, the D lineman just swamped that screen pass. All right, so 3rd and 16. Taylor's gonna have to try to make a big throw, and he might have had A early on, but once again, he's just gonna have to get out of the pocket and throw it away. Georgia's defense has tightened up just a little bit, but their offense has really done nothing to match it. They've just been getting the ball back at will, and that's a great block on the outside. Colin will have it one of his biggest plays of the day, as he gets 23 to bring his total close to 100 yards. Virginia Tech surprisingly not going with crazy tempo here, as Taylor tried to catch that safety biting. He is going to extend the play and scramble, making a guy miss, which he sometimes can do, man. He is sneaky athletic, and he has gotten really comfortable under center in this offense. He's just gotten better and better in it as the season's gone on. And Turner's gonna fumble it here. Was really lucky that wasn't recovered, and it looks like he's hurt on the play. So that's a potential top Hokie receiver down, as Colin's gonna get the ball on the stretch play here. Virginia Tech continuing to mix in the run, and it looks like with 20 seconds left, they're gonna continue to go with the power game against this tough Georgia defense. Colin isn't quite able to get into the end zone, but he'll have another crack at it here. And once again, he gets stood up. We'll have to take a timeout. All right, I think the best bet here is a QB sneak, and it does work out. Taylor's able to get the touchdown this time, and the Hokies take a 3-score lead before half. Georgia has continued to do a whole lot of nothing on offense. Seems as though Carson Beck is a fraud, and Colin finally has the space he's been looking for here. This should be a house call as long as he's able to outrun number 6. And Georgia might have 5-star athletes all over the field, but nobody is more athletic than Colin. He will take this 73 yards to the bank. I mean, it just seems impossible that you could defend all of the things this offense can do. Mixing in the play action just makes things so tough, and Green is off to the races. Taylor's putting up a solid stat line today as well. If Georgia's offense had given them something, they might have offered up some kind of challenge. But as it is, this is looking like a pretty typical game from this season. If this team had gotten us at the start of the year, they might have taken the Hokies down to the wire. But Taylor and Colin are too dialed in, man. Colin has 200 yards today. He doesn't have a whole lot more to prove to the NFL scouts at this point. Got a 3rd down here, as man, when is the last time this team has been stopped on 3rd down? I don't know if it's happened all throughout the playoffs. I'm just trying to see one more touchdown from one of these brothers to close it out, as I'd like to have it be from both. Colin almost makes it happen with that spin move. Let's see if I can get the wheel route open here on 3rd and goal. I'll just dump it off to Colin in the flats. He's not quite able to get it. Screw it, man. I'm throwing a halfback slip screen on 4th and goal. Georgia is blitzing. This sets up pretty well, and Colin is able to get into the end zone one last time. A beautiful way to close it out. The Fitzpatrick brothers finished their careers as national champions, and Colin is player of the game with 200 yards. But both of them were essential to this team's success, as they become the first team in college football history to go 16-0, and I will see y'all at the NFL draft. Before I forget though, checking out the stats, Taylor finished with 3,500 yards, much better touchdown to interception ratio this year, as Colin had 3,300, 13 yards per carry, and 46 touchdowns. Taylor added 13 rushing touchdowns as well, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Twin brothers Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick have had truly wild careers. After grinding their way to starting positions in the MAC, they took college football by storm, as they came in 1st and 2nd in the Heisman voting their junior seasons, then transferred to play together at Virginia Tech, and had one of the greatest championship runs college football has ever seen. While Colin is projected as a top 5 pick with his ability to completely take over the game from the running back position, Taylor's small size and inclination to turning the ball over has made him a projected 4th round prospect. With the 3rd pick in the draft, the New Orleans Saints take Colin, and they end up keeping the brothers together by scooping up Taylor in the 3rd round. The brothers will be playing alongside weapons like the veteran Avon Barksdale, and we'll see if they can continue their success and bring the Saints to a Super Bowl. Alright y'all, so here we go. Taylor and Colin's first NFL game, as Taylor's just gonna take the dump off on the first play to Avon Barksdale, who picks up an easy 1st down. This is going to be an absolutely fascinating offense, as Colin's getting his first handoff here, trying to get to the edge, and we see that speed as he picks up 5 yards on his first one. Not a bad start from this offense, as Colin gets the ball again here, but this time gets nothing. So Taylor's going to be tasked with picking up his first third down here, and with great anticipation, we'll find Avon Barksdale on the dig route. A big time play early in this game. All right, man, great to see Taylor making some confident reads, as Avon Barksdale is quickly becoming his favorite target in this game. I'm glad we're getting Avon some spotlight on this channel. He really fell into the shadows later in Stringer Bell's career, so maybe this can help spark a comeback for him. And this time Colin's going to be tasked with picking up the third down. He has a great hold though, and this will be easy work. Maybe should have kept it to the outside there, but he's just so used to juking around. It'll definitely be a situation where Colin's going to have to adjust to the NFL, but it looks like his speed is no adjustment, and he's added the Jurtle to his game, picking up an easy first. I was expecting a little bit more of a slow adjustment from the brothers, as Taylor's trying to find Avon again there, but sadly takes a sack. Taylor got real comfortable under center later on in college, but it's not going to get close to the first down. So 3 points on the first drive for the brothers, not too shabby, and Taylor's going to have access to the RPO this year, which should be an interesting adjustment for him. Unfortunately, the Saints have an illegal man downfield on the play. Well, so we'll see if the offense can overcome that on this drive, and Taylor is going to make a risky throw here to the sideline. Probably a good thing that went out of bounds. I'm noticing Taylor locking onto targets a little bit more than he did in college, as he has decided that Avon Barksdale is his new best friend, and a great job from Avon to come down with that. So it's been an adventurous day so far for Taylor. Colin's gotten less attention, but is able to turn a nothing gain there into 5. We are already seeing that Colin was probably worth his draft pick. Taylor's going to have to pick up a third down here, and finds Colin out of the backfield this time. A nice catch from Colin, but he'll be short. And the Saints offense is staying on the field on 4th and 2. Taylor's going to run a play action pass and find Taysom Hill, who makes a great catch holding onto the ball through contact. Taylor showing some balls early on in this game. We love to see it. Maybe a little bit too ballsy with that RPO throw. RPO is definitely something that's going to be a little bit new for Taylor, as he finds Thomas on the drag route here. Taylor only has 1 incompletion on the day right now. He is picking up from where he left off in the playoffs. And Colin getting the ball on the stretch play here. We'll see if he can get to the edge, but these NFL dudes are just a little bit more athletic than what he's used to. And I'd expect to see a lot of that RPO game on the goal line. Colin's going to get the handoff on this one and has a nice juke to pick up positive yards. That'll get it down to the 3. All right, the Saints have got to punch it in here. And Taylor sees nothing open. He is going to try to scramble and just have to throw it away. And now we've got decision time from New Orleans. They are once again going to go for it on 4th and goal. And Taylor has Colin out of the backfield. The brother-on-brother connection will get them both their first touchdowns of their NFL career. A big moment for these two. All right, so Tennessee's able to clap back with a touchdown. We'll see how the bros answer here, and Colin just has tons of space on this play, able to pick up an easy first. Colin is used to teams dedicating a ton of resources to stop him, so it's got to be a little confusing for him when the middle is wide open, and it's wide open again here for Olave. Taylor hits him in stride, and Olave will take this to the house for a big time touchdown, and the Saints offense is rolling in the second half. To be fair, this Titans defense is not necessarily all of that. This has still been a very encouraging start for Taylor especially, who I wasn't so sure would translate to the NFL. Unfortunately, this is still very much a game. Colin able to pick up a big first down on that one. The Saints are going to have to try to run some clock. As the Titans were all over that stretch play, Colin's at least able to pick up a yard by cutting it back. We'll see if working in the RPO can help out, and Taylor's able to get it to Olave for a solid game. This will be a gigantic third down, as Taylor's going to make a deep throw. Looks like he has Taysom Hill open, but that's going to go out of bounds, and the Titans go down to get a touchdown. This opening week win is definitely in jeopardy, and Taylor's going to have to go crazy here. It'll be one of the highest pressure drives of his life, but he's going to have Hill open on the corner route, and this time he hits him. Hill has been a solid connection as well, but he's going to have to start taking these shots to the sideline. Only 1 timeout left for the Saints, and he's going to find Colin. Colin will be able to get out of bounds just barely. I've honestly been really impressed with Taylor's composure here, as he sits in the pocket and finds Avon. This will be in bounds, but a big gain will get the Saints down to the 20 and give them a chance to win this game. All right, so here we go. We are in shot to end zone territory, and Taylor might have a deep shot. He is going to throw it up, but it gets swatted away. Dang, man, probably should have highballed that. All right, we'll see what Taylor's got left in the tank. Looks like he's gonna have Hill up the seam, but overshoots him, bro. That was the one. All right, well, that's gonna make things pretty tough. Taylor's gonna have to take another shot here, and he's throwing it deep to Olave. Just gets swatted away, and it'll be 4th. All right, so here we go. This might be the last play of the game, and Taylor might have a man up the seam. Thomas is gonna go up for it and come down with it. An absolutely amazing catch, and Taylor might have a game-winning touchdown in his opening game. Bang, the Saints get out of there with a win, and with his brother spending most of his time in the spotlight, Taylor was the hero today, balling out with 3 touchdowns, as Colin had a solid game as well. Did have the big touchdown catch on 4th down. So after the crazy game in week 1, the Fitzpatrick bros are taking on the Panthers, and Colin hits a dirty juke move on the first play. He will pick up the first down on the stretch. Colin had a not so amazing first game by his standards, so I'm hoping he can get cooking a little bit more today. He'll get the ball in the flat here, picking up the first down and more. A good start for him. Taylor was definitely the star of the first game, so we'll see if that continues today. And he has a receiver wide open on the crosser. Olave is going to get into the end zone easily, and this game is off to an excellent start for the brothers. Carolina is able to get 3, but I am feeling real good about this offense today. We'll have to pick up a third down here though. We'll see what Taylor's got here, and he had A coming wide open but doesn't quite pull the trigger in time as Carolina marches steady down the field for a touchdown. Gotta get it back here, and Colin showing a little bit of power on the RPO, able to get 7 when it didn't look so good. I would expect to see more and more RPOs this season goes on, and Taylor's trying it again here. Olave able to come down with the catch. I like how we're looking going into the 2-minute warning, as Taylor going from under center is going to have the corner route wide open and hits Michael Thomas in stride. That'll be a huge gain and should be enough to get the Saints in field goal range. Notably, Avon Barksdale has not been present in this game. I believe he's injured or something, but this offense is not missing a beat as Colin is hitting some crazy juke moves and picking up the first. Clock is ticking down under a minute here, and Taylor is going to take the sack. Did not feel the pressure coming as he was trying to get it to the corner again. He's got to make sure he doesn't take a sack to get out of field goal range here on third down, but he might be able to do one better than that. Olave is open again on the crosser, and once again it is going to be a touchdown. Taylor making big time throws in this game. So Taylor shines in the first half. Colin has also been playing well, and will get the ball in the flats here for an easy 6-yard gain. I would expect the Saints to try to establish the run game a little bit more in the second half. Colin not quite able to pick up the first there. We're going to go back to the trusty RPO, and Taylor will just hand this off. Colin has great blocking on the edge and will easily pick up the first down. His yards per carry is looking much better today. I really was not expecting offense to find a rhythm this early, as Taylor just looks dialed in, man, spreading the ball around to all his receivers and getting Hill a touch here. Really interested to see how this offense does against more talented defenses, as dude jumped the snap perfectly on that one. Carolina's really been dedicating a lot to stopping the run, and they're starting to do a pretty good job of it. We'll have a 3rd and long coming up, so we'll see if Taylor can get the job done here. It looks like he's gonna have that crosser again. Man, that route has just been so good today. This time it's Thomas getting it, and that'll make it 1st and goal. Gotta punch this thing into the end zone here, as Colin has the outside wide open and will strut into the end zone and fumble. Colin gets caught taking his foot off the gas early, and it will cost this team 7 points. An absolute sell from Colin. Now this Saints team is trailing, as Taylor was about to have Colin wide open out of the backfield but got hit first. This is suddenly an absolutely critical 3rd and 5, and Colin's wide open on the flat route. Thankfully he'll be able to pick this up and more, juking his way to midfield and making up just a little bit for that last play, but not quite. We head into the 4th quarter looking a little bit rough, as Colin has it on the RPO here and a great amount of space. His juke move has looked really solid. Gotta keep it pushing here. Taylor's just gonna find Taysom Hill easy up the seam. Dude was supposed to run a corner route, but he was just wide open coming off the line. All right, this time we absolutely have to punch it in. Taylor's gonna get it out to Colin on the screen pass and just needs some blockers, but was not patient enough and ran into the back of number 78. Should have just slowed down there. Colin's a little bit too used to getting everything done through speed, but he's gonna get the ball on the flat, and this will work just fine. Once again he's gonna celebrate, but this time it won't result in a fumble. But the Panthers answer right back, and Taylor's gonna have to lead another high pressure drive here. The RPO is just wide open though, and Shaheed is gonna pick up a massive gain. Sadly looks like Taysom Hill's hurt on the play. That stinks because he's been really good so far this season. Taylor just gonna hit Thomas on the underneath, and that should take us to the 2-minute drill. Taylor has had an incredibly efficient game today, and this time he's hitting Colin out of the backfield on the wheel. Colin able to make some moves and fights for the first down. A big time gain for him. All right, we got to make sure we at least get in field goal range here. Gonna get the ball to Thomas on the corner route, and man, that was just put on the money by Taylor, where only his guy could catch it. I love the confidence that I'm seeing here from Taylor on this drive, but he's on trouble on this play, throws it away, and that might just be intentional grounding. Not ideal, as that'll get this team potentially out of field goal range, and Taylor's trying to get it all back on this play, taking a route up the seam, and that was very, very risky. Not sure why Taylor was trying to get it all back in one play. Now he's just got to make sure he gets his team in field goal range, and he'll find Colin again on this route. Colin will power to the 30, and this kicker should be able to make this. The kick is up, and it will sneak through. We got a tie game on our hands, and Carolina ends up having to punt it. So this game should be headed into overtime, unless Colin can do something crazy here, and he's actually got a lot of space. Going to be a nice little gain to pad the stats, and we have another wild game on our hands. So we'll see if the boys can find a way to get a touchdown on this drive. Saints have the ball first, and Colin is able to find a hole. Is going to pick up the first down on this first play, and he's near 100 yards on the day. That's what we like to see, man. and nice and easy plays. And on the RPO, Colin's going to get the ball again, just picks up 4. That will put him up over 100 yards today. And Taylor's going to have Taysom Hill wide open on second down. This drive is getting off to an excellent start. And that puts Taylor over 300 yards passing. Really solid stat line from both of our dudes. As Taylor's going to try to set up a halfback screen here. And man, Colin had a lot of room to run. He can't get it out. All right, this will be an absolutely massive third down. And Taylor's going to throw it up to Taysom Hill here. Hill goes up and gets it. That is a big time play. And now this team is in field goal range. Taylor going to stick with the RPO. And Shahid's going to have an easy 7-yard gain here, getting a little stiff arm action going. Now we're going to go back to the run game. Colin getting it on the outside here, and we'll have just enough to pick up the first down. Got to make sure to keep the ball secure on this drive, as our boy is getting hit hard right now. All right, we got to find a way to finish off this drive. And this is kind of risky, but Taylor's going to try the corner route. Thomas able to hang on to it. That is big time from Thomas. All right, 1st and goal. Colin is going to get the ball here. And it looked like he had a hole, but didn't hit it quite quick enough. We'll go back to this little stretch play here on 2nd and goal. And once again, Colin has a nice hole. He will be able to strut into the end zone. And the Saints have once again come up with a walk-off win. What a start to Colin and Taylor's career. Both of these boys balled out. Taylor had one of his best days ever, honestly. And Colin improved from his first game massively with 114 yards and a touchdown on the day. We really could not have started the season with 2 more exciting games. Next up, Taylor and Colin are taking on Houston. Starting this out with a nice throw to Thomas. Taylor's kind of been the star of these first couple of games. I'm hoping to see a little bit more Colin action today. He'll get an easy 9 with his first carry. We're going to run it again here on 2nd and 1. And once again, Colin is going to have a ton of space, but that space unfortunately closes up pretty quick. Got kind of greedy and hit the turbo just a little bit too early. And Taylor trying to get it out to Taysom Hill is going to get his pass broken up. That'll bring up a big 3rd and 10. We'll see what Taylor's got here. He should have the slant wide open, but saw it just a little bit too late. So no points for the Saints on the first drive. Thankfully, they're able to get the ball right back, and this time Hill is going to come down with the catch. Taylor has made a lot of throws to Hill so far this season, and he's going to make another one here on 2nd down. This is one of the best of his season, as he put that ball right where it needed to be to pick up the first. All right, liking what I've seen from this drive so far. Colin has a nice hole here. If he was able to get around that tackle, he might have been gone. He's going to get the rock here again on 2nd down. He'll pick his way forward for an easy first. Colin getting off to a good start today. We still haven't quite gotten those breakaway plays that we got from him in college. This might be one here. He's got it on the stretch. Hits a juke move to get 9. Probably should have just been patient and followed his blocker though. Colin made a lot of his money running very impatiently in college. He's got to learn to adjust his game to the NFL, as Taylor finds Olave there for a solid chunk. I haven't heard Avon Barksdale's name called in a while. As Taylor will throw the RPO here. Taysom Hill has been the star receiver, and we're trying to get the ball to him here. He has got to come down with that catch, bro. F it. We're going for this 4th down. Let's get it. Taylor's going to get it out to Hill again, and this time he is able to catch it, but I don't know what the hell he just did. I did not mean to do that, and he's not able to get into the end zone. So we'll see if we can get the touchdown with Colin instead, and he is gonna dolphin dive in. I absolutely love that move. And the Saints get things going with 6. Doesn't look like CJ Stroud and the boys have been doing too much so far, as Colin's got it on the inside run here. Looked like he had nothing but some nifty running is gonna get him the 1st down and more. He's having probably his best game so far, and Taylor has an easy throw on 1st down. Shahid, not sure why the Texans left the seam so open, and the clock's setting up perfectly for the Texans to not get the ball back. As Colin is wide open out of the backfield here. Does get tracked down, but we'll pick up the first with ease. All right, clock ticking under 1 minute. Once again, Taylor's going to have a man off the line. This time it is Avon Barksdale, and he's going to get into the end zone easy for a touchdown. And the Saints actually get the ball back before halftime. We'll see if Taylor can make some magic here, as he loves finding Colin out of the backfield. Colin may be having a good game, but statistically, Taylor has still been the star today. Unfortunately, Thomas is going to drop that one. I'll forgive him after all the big catches he's made. Gotta pick up this 3rd and 2 real quick. And Taylor's going to get it to Colin out of the backfield. Not a ton of space, but Colin's able to come down with that. Love to see some trust between the brothers there. But Taylor takes a bad sack on 2nd down. That's going to make this 3rd and super long. We're just going to go ahead and run it with Colin to make the Texans burn a timeout. And he gets stood up before he can get to the hole. Texans are finally able to get a touchdown coming out of halftime. And my God, what are they doing on defense? Olave is literally wide open, and there is nobody anywhere around him. A complete coverage bust will make for an easy touchdown. Texans get a field goal, but we're clinging to a 2-score lead. And on 3rd down, we're going to run the RPO. Colin is in the open field and has a chance to make a man miss. Unfortunately, he is going to get caught by the guys on the inside. Really wish our boy could have turned that into a touchdown, but this offense is going to keep moving, as Taysom Hill is wide open on the tight end whip route, and he'll get the 1st down and way more. This game is looking to be a little bit less stressful than the last couple, especially if Colin has holes like that. On 3rd down, we're going to go back to the pass, and Taylor is going to
make an incredibly risky throw to Avon Barksdale, but Avon goes up and gets it. That's the dog that we saw in college. We absolutely love to see that. That should close this one out. But we gotta pad the boys' stats a little bit first, and Colin is getting loose here. Hitting a dirty juke move to get out, almost taking this one to the crib. You better believe I'm not taking a knee here. We gotta get that boy Colin to 100 yards on the day. I'm hoping this might be the play we do it on 3rd and 5. But unfortunately, he gets stuffed in the backfield, not ideal. And on 4th and 9, we're gonna let Taylor huck it one more time. It looks like he might have the crosser open. Someone came down to get it though, and it does get knocked out. Almost a big catch for Thomas. But the Saints get out of there with a fairly easy dub, as Taylor once again balled out, 275 yards and 0 turnovers, and Colin had a solid day with 90 yards and a touchdown. So we got the Saints undefeated to start the season. We'll see if we can keep that going today, as Colin's gonna get it on the RPO and get whacked. An interesting start to the game there. But on 3rd down, Taylor's able to find Olave on the drag. The drive will keep on moving. We'll see if this is the game where Colin can finally do something like he was doing in college. I think he needs to just use his straight ahead speed more, because he is faster than almost everybody on the field. The way Taylor's playing right now, you would think that he was the early round draft pick, because Colin has definitely not made a 1st round contribution so far. He has been solid, but nowhere near his production level in college. We'll see if that keeps on improving. As all that aside, the Saints offense has been in a great rhythm. You can never leave the seams open against this team, because Taylor will find it 100% of the time getting it to Olave there. Just gotta punch it in here on the goal line. Taylor not seeing anything open there though, and is just gonna throw it out of bounds. So on a big time 3rd and goal, I'm going back to this RPO. It's gonna be Olave one-on-one, and he gets around the block, will make it work and get into the end zone. And the Saints started off hot again. Jags are able to get 3, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough against this team. And Colin's getting off to a solid start. He's got 7 rushes for 35 yards. I'm hoping he can get involved more in the passing game as the game goes on. So he's gonna run it here on 3rd down, and once again we see the dominant straight ahead speed he has. My guess is that teams will start dedicating a little bit more to stopping the pass, which should hopefully open some things up for Colin. As Thomas goes up and gets it there, he has been so good this season. We're gonna try to get Avon involved here on the bubble screen, and Avon has it in space. He'll get out of there easy and hit a little juke move for some extra yards as well. Now that Taylor is used to those RPOs, they've become potent for this offense. We'll have a big time 3rd and 9 here, as I think Taylor had a receiver early but doesn't see him, and is just gonna have to throw this one in the turf. The Saints are held to a field goal. Jags answer with 3 of their own, but Taylor's looking good. I feel like he can put a 2-minute drill together. He's gonna be trying to hit the seam all day on this drive, and with the stick and knot is gonna go to Olave, who's gonna go up for it but can't quite come down for it. I do like to see Taylor giving his guys the chance to go up and make plays. They've shown they can make that pay off, and he had Y coming across the middle, just didn't have enough time to get it out. All right, big 3rd and 10 here. We'll see what we got. We're gonna take Thomas on the corner route, and he is trying to get to it, but it skips off of his hand. And coming out of the half, I think Jacksonville must have fumbled the kickoff. The boys are getting it right on the goal line. Colin is gonna get tackled in the backfield there though. Colin is slowed down a bit after a solid start, and this offense has been kind of slow in general. Taylor trying to get it to his tight end, but a lot of drops today through contact. Thankfully, all Jacksonville's been able to do is kick field goals, but it feels like we need a touchdown on this drive. Gotta make sure we continue to avoid mistakes, of course. And that was a pretty tight throw for Taylor, but he really trusts his receivers at this point. I'm gonna continue to try to establish this run game, and on 2nd down, we have a huge hole. Colin's gonna have his biggest play of the day here, hits a turtle for some extra. Lucky he didn't fumble that. We'd like to see Colin adding some new moves to his game though, and Taylor should have the corner route here. He'll find Johnson, who makes a nice little toe tap and catch. We're gonna get the ball to Colin again here, and this time he has a giant amount of space. He will get the ball inside the 10, and this Saints offense is finally cooking. Gotta make sure we cap this off with a tutty here, and Taylor's gonna have Michael Thomas over the middle, and hopefully that quiets this game down a little bit. Okay, Jacksonville once again able to just get 3, so we're still looking pretty good, and Colin's just been having bigger and bigger holes. Gets to the outside and picks up another 10 here. We love to see the run game cooking, as it looked like the Jags saw it coming here, but they are still not able to protect against it. Colin is too fast as he gets to the outside, and that'll put him over 100 yards on the day. Saints aren't done throwing it yet though. They're gonna let Taylor loose here, and he should have Olave up the seam. A great job of holding on to it by Chris Olave, and now there's no reason to do anything but run the ball, as Colin picks ahead for a small gain, and this will make it 3rd down. Just gonna run it again here, no reason to switch it up, but I got a little bit greedy trying to get to the outside, and it didn't work out at all. And our kicker misses the 35-yarder. Are you kidding me? Thankfully, defense is able to stand up tall, so we should be getting out of here with a dub, and Colin trying to get one more big play. That'll put him over 130 on the day. This is exactly what we are looking for from him. With a lot of carries today, he is really fatigued, but he'll get the ball again here, and showing the juke move getting to the outside will add to this statistically dominant day. So Colin finally does what he knows he can do in the league, as Taylor didn't go quite as crazy today, but played turnover-free football, and Colin with almost 30 carries for 140 plus yards. So now we'll be taking on the Colts, and we're going to try to get the run game cooking again today. Colin getting off off to a good start with a first down carry. This New Orleans team is looking like a legitimate contender at this point in the season, and Colin once again has a huge hole. He's been doing a good job of reading his blocks. And on 3rd and inches, Colin's gonna get it again. I don't know what the Colts are doing, but they are just letting us gash him up the middle of the field. Now Taylor's gonna try to punch this in on the goal line, and he'll just take Olave off the line. Kind of a risky throw, but that boy Olave, always coming down with it, will get the touchdown. And defense has been doing a good job of holding our opponents to field goals. Taylor trying to make a throw here, and this one was also pretty risky, but it's gonna work out. A nice diving catch on the corner route. I like what we are doing on offense today. As Colin looks to have his swagger back, he has been running very confidently so far. We'll go back to the RPO on 2nd and 1, and this time Colin will just put his head down to pick up the first. Some good looking football from the Saints there in the first quarter. And Taylor's gonna find Avon on the comeback route, an excellent route from Mr. Barksdale. And after the way things went last game, we are really flipping the script. This has been a run first approach all day, and Colin has made it work to perfection. This should continue to allow Taylor to hit for big plays, and he has a man wide open. Juwan Johnson having a nice game so far and will get into the end zone. So the Colts defense not providing much of a challenge here in the first half. We'll see if that continues, as Colin is going to get the ball on the wheel route here. Taylor continues to keep making these risky throws, and they continue to keep paying off, as Colin is having his best day in the NFL by far in this one. And this offense looks damn near unstoppable today. Juwan Johnson is having his best game of the season with a few big catches already, and I'm trying to get a 3rd touchdown in this first half. We'll go back to the RPO game as Johnson gets a big block. Olave's able to get 5. I feel like Colin deserves a touchdown here, but I think I'm going to throw this instead, and oh boy, I got baited up. That was a terrible pick for Taylor, and that turns out to be a 14-point swing. Not super happy with myself after that one, but hopefully this offense can get right back on track with a successful 2-minute drill. We did make risky throws all day. It was bound to bite us in the butt eventually, and unfortunately Taylor is not going to be able to make it happen on 3rd down. Alright, so a couple of rough moments to end the half. I would expect the Saints to go right back to the ground game here to start the second. The Colts pretty much could not stop Colin on those first couple of drives, and even when he's swamped, he's going to get 5. We'll see if we can find a good mix here in the second half, as Taylor's going to get out of the pocket. Haven't seen a whole lot of this from him, and trying to playmaker Colin upfield, he's just going to chuck it up to him and throw another terrible pick. What is dude doing? I thought Taylor had left his tendency of trying to do too much at Kent State, but we're seeing it re-emerge here against the Colts. But he's able to make a big time 3rd down throw here. That should build his confidence back up, but it's almost like he had too much confidence in that first half, and on 1st down he takes a terrible sack. Gotta step up in the pocket there. Not sure why the Saints have decided to go away from the run game, and on 3rd down Taylor's gonna have to try to make a play. Throws it up to Olave, but it's gonna get knocked out. I thought he was 1000% open, and the Colts go down and get a touchdown. This is not ideal, and Taylor, unsatisfied with that last drive, is gonna give Olave another try here. This time Olave is gonna go up and get it. Alright, that's a big time play. Taylor's just gonna throw it to Colin here, who's able to get 4. We'll see if the Saints can finally finish off this drive, and they're gonna have a man wide open. Juwan Johnson is having a career day, and he will strut into the end zone. That should tie this thing back up. Alright, the Colts go down and get 3. Taylor's gonna have to try to lead a touchdown drive here, and finds Juwan Johnson again, but I don't know if that's a good idea, because he's gonna have to take a timeout. Taylor has delivered a couple of big game-winning drives this video. We'll see if he can do it again here, but he's gotta stop throwing the ball in bounds. 48 seconds left, no timeouts. Taylor's just gonna get it out to Colin, and that's a good route because Colin can easily get out of bounds. I think that's a route I'm gonna keep on going back to. As long as it's there, I will take it because Colin is quick enough to get out of bounds. Starting in near field goal range here, and Taylor is gonna throw the seam route to Avon. That was a risky throw, and Avon drops it. So a big time 3rd and 3. This time we're gonna get it to Juwan Johnson right off the line, and Johnson continues to ball out, but a lot of time's gonna come off the clock here. Taylor's gotta make sure this throw is not in bounds with time ticking down, and he is just gonna throw it out with 8 seconds left. So the Saints are gonna kick the field goal to try to send this to overtime, and our boy Blake does make it. So the Fitzpatrick boys are headed to overtime. After a gutsy drive from Taylor, we gotta slow down the tempo here, and Colin makes some nifty moves. We'll only pick up 9 on the play though. After starting out great, Colin barely touched the ball in the second half. We're gonna try to get him reignited in overtime, and he has some blocks. If he got out of there a little bit quicker, it might have been a touchdown. I'm going to make the Colts stop the run here. It's not something they've really done all day, but Colin is looking more tired than I would expect after sitting out a lot of the second half. I'm gonna try to RPO my way down the field as much as possible because that boy Olave is just so good, and we give him some space to work. He will get the Saints down into field goal range as Taylor is over 300 yards passing on the day, and he'll get it right back to Colin here. Colts are going after it, but Colin powering forward, fighting for 6 yards. That was impressive, man. You gotta remember, our boy Colin, 5'7", still able to go toe-to-toe with these NFL guys, and we go to the pass here. Taylor finds that boy Juwan Johnson again, who is just having a crazy day. day. All right, gotta punch it in here to cap this off. We go back to the RPO again, and some good blocking will get Chris Olave into the end zone. Let's go. That'll do it. The Saints get out of here with a dub, as Taylor clutched up again with 358 yards and 4 touchdowns on the day, and Colin did his thing.
After getting drafted to the New Orleans Saints after legendary college careers, Colin and Taylor Fitzpatrick went on to lead them to an undefeated regular season and a #1 seed in the playoffs. But remarkably, there's another undefeated team in the league going into the postseason. The Las Vegas Raiders, led by Ziggy Sabatka and Stringer Bell. We'll see if one of these teams can make history, as I'll be playing through all of the playoffs in this video.
So here we go, boys. The Fitzpatrick's first ever playoff game, and Colin gets murdered on the first play. Taylor is going to recover the fumble, and he is hurt on the play. What a bizarre series of events. Thankfully, Taylor's able to quickly return to the game. That might be a bad omen of things to come, as he's going to get it out to Colin's backup on the RPO here. This Saints offense has been near unstoppable all season, but I don't know if this is a glitch or what, man. Coach is not playing a lot of the starters today. No injuries showing up, but we don't have Avon Barksdale on the field, don't have Chris Olave on the field, so it's going to be hard for Taylor to cook today. He's still doing his best to lead a drive here, and he's got a man wide open up the seam. That is Perry getting the big catch. So now we'll put it up to Colin to punch it in, and he's trying to get to the outside here but gets stuffed. I've noticed Colin kind of looks like he's like limping or tired or something today, but he is going to be able to get into the end zone for a big touchdown here. So the Saints started out hot, but on this handoff, Taylor is somehow going to get tackled before he can even get the ball to Colin. That was pretty bizarre. So now Taylor's going to have to work from behind the sticks, able to get an easy drag route completion on that one. Gotta pick up this third down to keep the momentum going, and Taysom Hill is going to get wide open on one of the best routes in the game. Hill has been a big target for Taylor all season. All right, so hopefully this offense can get into a rhythm here. Taylor is trusting his receivers even with some less experienced guys on the field, and Perry makes a great catch there. So a chance to take a 2-score lead for the Saints, and Taylor's going to try to get it out to Taysom Hill on the corner route. Hill comes down with it through contact. Let's go. Green Bay is going to find a way to strike back with their own offense, and Colin just cannot get anything in the run game right now. He went from averaging 12 yards per carry in college to averaging less than a yard per carry in the playoffs, and that drop was not ideal on second down. All right, we'll see what Taylor's got here. Doesn't look like he's got a whole lot, and he'll get hit in the backfield before he gets it out. The Packers come out of halftime with a touchdown. The pressure is going to stay on this New Orleans offense. We'll see how Taylor deals with the pressure here, and he's trying to make a big throw, but Shaheed can't get into position, and that's going to get picked off. If that throw was just a second later, it might have been a touchdown. Instead, the Packers take a 3-point lead, and Colin finally has a hole here, but cannot hit it quick enough. Dude definitely looks a step slow today. Our guy must be dealing with some kind of injury, as he gets the reception on second down and gets absolutely lit up. So a critical third down here, and Taylor's gonna try to get it out to Hill again. That was not the right read, and we've got 4th down on our hands. The Saints are getting super aggressive here, going for the 4th and 2, but Taylor's just gonna take the dump off to Colin, and it is wide open. Thankfully, the ballsy decision pays off. All right, well, we'll see if the boys can keep the drive moving. Gonna run a little slip screen here, and man, this pressure is just too much right now. I'm not sure why this Packers defense has been so dang difficult to deal with, but they've been clamping us up a lot of the time, and the Packers burn almost the whole clock, getting 3 points. Taylor is going to have to lead a heroic touchdown drive here, and he has Colin on the first play. Colin's going to be able to get out of bounds easily, which is big because there's no timeouts. Taylor's got to make sure that pretty much every single throw is to the sidelines, and he's going to try Taysom Hill here on the corner route. Hill had it in his hands, but it gets knocked out. Dang, bro. I'm not going to be very creative with the play calling on this drive. Just got to run what works, as Hill is open again and comes down with it this time. Let's go. Stiff arming his way out of bounds to the 37. All right, we're staying in trips. Now I'm going to try to take a shot up the seam. No, instead we're going to take this crosser, and Taylor might have it. Perry is open, and an absolute dime is going to get him into the end zone. Let's go, man. And defense gets the stops. The Saints get out of there with an absolutely thrilling win in the first round. So the undefeated season continues, and the boys are going to be taking on the 49ers in the conference championship. All right, so I'm hoping the second round of the playoffs is a little bit less stressful. Taylor getting this started with a completion on the RPO. I do not expect this to be an easy game, man. San Fran is coming in at a 92 overall, of course, and we'll see if the Saints can do a better job of establishing the run today. They're gonna have a 3rd down coming up here. This is where Taylor's got to step up and do something, and he's gonna take Avon Barksdale on the drag. Avon will put his head down and get the first down. Yes, sir. I don't expect this defense to get too many stops against the 49ers, which puts a lot of pressure on this offense. That's an absolute dot from Taylor there, though, and Avon comes down with it on the sideline. Love to see that connection getting going early
Avon. I'm sure Avon definitely wants to go up against Stringer Bell in the Super Bowl. And Michael Thomas getting hit cooking with the juke move here on the RPO. Just got to find a way to punch it in here. And Colin is going to be open in the flats, but drops it. Come on, Colin. We'll try going back to the run game after that. But the 49ers are all over it. And on 3rd and goal, we're going to try to set up a halfback screen. We'll see if this works out. Colin does not have the best blocking. He's going to go down at the 5. We'll have to kick the field goal. Thankfully, defense is able to get a stop. So a big opportunity for this offense before halftime, as Colin's going to get it on the flat route again. This time he catches it and hits a nice little jertle to get the first down and more. And he's going to get it again here on the wheel route. The brother-on-brother combination looking good early on. Taylor is 10 for 11 early on in this game, and trying to get a touchdown pass here. He will find Avon Barksdale, and the Saints are going to take the lead. And we get the ball back before halftime. Taylor has the chance to keep it moving, and at this point he is just chucking it up to Avon. Got to try to come up with a big play here, as this time Colin will find Olave, who holds on to it for the first. Still got one timeout, so don't exclusively have to go to the sidelines yet, but completing a pass inbounds here will make things much more difficult. At the very least, I'm hoping we can get a field goal out of this, and we're going to hit that flat route again. That should make this makeable for our kicker. So we go to the second half with a 6-point lead in the ball, as Colin's been having a quiet game so far, but he's going to get it cooking here, and he has room to the outside. One of the dirtiest jukes of the year for Colin, and he has the speed to outrun anybody. He will take this all the way to the crib, and he's doing a little jig. I don't even know what that is in the end zone, and we're going to go for 2 here. Let's get it. Taylor tried to just dump it off to Colin, but gets whacked. 49ers are going to get the touchdown. We got to keep our foot on the gas here, but uh-oh, man. Taylor makes a bad mistake trying to fit it into the seam, and Fred Warner goes up to get it. The first turnover of the day for the Saints is a bad one. Thankfully, defense holds them to a field goal after that mistake. That could have been very bad, but Taylor with a shot at a big play here. He's going to chuck it up to Avon Barksdale, but probably should have just thrown a bullet. That gave the safety too much time to get under it. Man, that safety really had eyes in the back of his head. The Saints are taking shots here, but Taylor takes a shot because his line cannot protect him against Bosa. All right, so you're going to need some 3rd down magic here. Taylor's going to chuck it up deep for Thomas, and it was a great throw, but Thomas can't quite go up to get it. We're going to have to punt it away. So the 49ers go up by 1. Taylor and Colin are going to have to try to lead a go-ahead drive here, as Colin powers forward for 5 after not reading his blocks very well. I think the best maneuver might be to chew the clock and go for 2 after we get this, assuming we're able to score a touchdown, of course. Taylor's going to have to get dialed in here, and his play has significantly declined as this game has gone on. The Saints are going to take their shot. It's 4th and 5, and the offense is still on the field, and Taylor is chucking up a prayer to Johnson. This is going to get swatted out of the sky. Johnson almost caught it on the ricochet, and the 49ers score, but the Saints still have a chance. They're just going to need to score and get the 2-point conversion, and this time Taylor's going to have Johnson wide open. This might be way more than we were thinking, as a coverage bust from San Francisco is going to get Jawan Johnson all the way to the end zone, and we've got a shot to tie this thing up. All right, man, absolutely huge 2-point conversion here, and Colin is open out of the backfield, is able to catch it and tie this game up. Let's go. So we head to OT, but San Fran starts it out with a touchdown. We're going to need an answer here, and Taylor's going to start this out with a completion to Johnson. Johnson having an absolutely huge game. This offense is going full steam ahead, as we'll get it out to Thomas on the bubble screen, and he is looking quick. All we could have asked for in this situation is a chance, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Colin with a nice hole there, and he's up to 84 yards on the day. I know I'm playing a little cheesy, but you got to do what you got to do in this type of game, and we're going to find Johnson here. He continues to be a grown man on the football field today. And we'll have it down near the goal line. So here we go, game on the line, and Taylor is going to try to get out of the pocket. He will playmaker Olave, and he will get the touchdown. Let's go. Chris Olave coming up big, and the 2-point conversion got us here. We're going to run the same play again to try to win the game, and Colin is open out of the backfield. The Saints are going to take this one home after an overtime win, and they are headed to the Super Bowl to take on Stringer Bell and the Raiders. So this is what we've been waiting for, boys. The Super Bowl. The Fitzpatrick brothers and Avon Barksdale taking on Stringer Bell and Ziggy Sabatka. This should be an absolutely legendary game, and Colin getting it cooking to start out with a 1st down run. The Saints have the best offense in the league, and the Raiders have the best defense in the league. It is definitely going to be an interesting matchup today, as Stringer Bell has caught an NFL record 30 interceptions this season, and here he is trying to track down Colin, and Colin will stiff arm the greatest player to ever ever touch a football field in the face. That is 5'7" on 6'5" right there. The Stringer Bell I know is going to come back from that type of disrespect with a vengeance. And Taylor completes a pass on Ziggy Sabaka there. This Saints drive has gotten off to an excellent start. And Taylor trying to find Chris Olave here lets him go up and get it, and he does. The Saints are cooking. And you know from watching Stringer, man, the Raiders offense is not all that. Defense gets the ball right back to us. And we're going back to the run here. Colin is cooking today, hitting some dirty juke moves. And Stringer and the boys might be in trouble on the other end. We'll see if the Saints can take a 2-score lead, as Taylor is going to go right over top of Stringer here, finding Thomas. And this legendary Raiders defense is getting cooked. Definitely not what I expected to see today. Colin's going to try to run it on this defense again and has the edge, but is going to get put down by Ziggy Sabaka. Still, I am surprised by how much space we've had in the run game and the pass game. And Taylor is going to find Colin in the flats. That is just too easy. The play that got us a couple of big 2-point conversions last week hits again. And the Raiders get nothing going into halftime. I can't say this is quite what I expected this game to be, as the Raiders do not look like an undefeated team at the moment. And we'll try to run for it on 3rd and 3. Run game has been great all day, as Colin's going to get to the outside again, and he just looks faster than everybody right now. Whatever step he had lost in the first round, he's got it back now. If the Saints score here, this game could potentially be over. And Taylor trying to find Johnson on the corner route, but he is going to get sat down by the strong safety. All right, so the Saints are going to have a 3rd and 10. We'll see if they can pick it up. And Taylor is getting swarmed in the backfield. That route just took too long to develop, and we'll have to punt. But this Raiders offense is just too bad, man. It is so impressive that Stringer has led these boys the way he has. But uh-oh, bro. Colin is going to try to do too much and fumble the ball. That could be the break the Raiders needed. This one's been cut to a 1-score game. So we'll see if the Saints can get back on track here, but Colin does not look scared after the fumble. He is juking all over the field again. That was a nice cut. It looks like the Saints are going to try to go ground and pound, but that gets blown up in the backfield by who else than Ziggy Sabaka. And now it'll be a huge 3rd and 4. And Taylor is trying to try Stringer Bell here, but once again gets hit in the backfield. The Raiders defense is locking up. Thankfully, the Saints defense is also locking up, getting the ball right back. And Taylor makes a risky throw to Avon Barksdale here, but Avon is determined to get the better of Stringer Bell today. And we'll see if that happens with just a few minutes left in the 4th. Colin is going to sneak out of there after the outside got blown up and pick up the 1st. And now that clock is really starting to run. Colin's going to be able to get it to the outside again here, and nobody is going to touch him until he meets Ziggy Sabaka after getting the 1st down. The Saints head to the 2-minute drill looking in control of this one. We'll see if the brothers can close it out, and Stringer is all over that in the backfield. Stringer's had a pretty quiet game by his standards, as the Saints are actually going to go with an RPO here, and it'll be 3rd and 7. Decision time for New Orleans. Looks like they are going to go with the pass on 3rd down, and we're going to try the man himself. Avon Barksdale comes up with the big reception that might stomp out Stringer's hopes at an undefeated season. The wide receiver might have just gotten the last laugh, as Colin trying to get to the outside again is making these Raiders defenders look slow, and Las Vegas is out of timeouts. One more 1st down will close this out, as Colin's able to make it 3rd and 1. And we could just run out the clock, but Avon wants the touchdown here, and we are going to give it to him. Avon Barksdale closes out the Super Bowl with a win for the Saints, and Colin and Taylor will close out this series by winning 2 championships together and claiming the 1st undefeated season in the modern NFL era. Both brothers balled out, with Taylor playing incredibly efficient football, and Colin had over 100 yards on the day. Thank y'all for supporting this series, and I will see y'all on the next one. Peace.